The Secret Billionaire. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. "Here's one, Kate," Amy said from the couch, holding up Kate's phone as if Kate could see it from where she stood at the kitchen counter chopping carrots for their dinner. "Amy," Kate said to her best friend and roommate, her tone slightly annoyed, "I told you, I can choose my dates myself." "Too late," Amy said with a giggle. "I swiped right. Besides, he's super hot." Wearing a bemused smile, Kate shook her head. If the man reached out to her, Kate could just ignore him. She didn't know why she'd signed up on that dating app in the first place. Scratch that. Yes, she did. Because Amy had pressured her into it. "Put my phone down before you do something I'll regret." Amy laughed, but at least she complied. "Thanks for making dinner tonight, Kate." "No problem. You've been working a lot of overtime, so I'm happy to step in." "I'll clean up, of course," Amy said. "Yes, you will." Though Kate got home earlier than Amy, she still had a lot of homework to review from her second-grade class. She loved teaching those little 7- and 8-year-olds, but it was also exhausting. Still, she was grateful to have a good job. Growing up, she'd seen her mother struggle to support her and her sister after their father had left when Kate had been a preteen. Ever since, Kate had made it a top priority to make sure she could support herself, and as long as she earned enough to meet her extremely modest needs, she was satisfied. Amy got up from the couch and came into their tiny kitchen, then leaned against the counter. "At least all this overtime is giving me extra money." Kate nodded, wishing she could get paid overtime for all the extra hours she put in, but that's not how teaching worked. Didn't matter. She loved what she did, and she was frugal. Though money had its place, it wasn't the most important thing to her. No, the most important thing was doing what she loved and finding happiness among life's challenges. She considered her challenges and knew the biggest one was her love life. Or lack of a love life. Smiling, she shook her head as she put the carrots into a steamer and turned on the heat under the pot. Luke Mills stretched his back as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in his office, which overlooked downtown Los Angeles. He had just finished an extremely important conference call, one that hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped it would. As founder and CEO of Mills International Holdings, a billion-dollar company he'd built from the ground up, Luke was frequently under a tremendous amount of pressure. Pressure which made the muscles all over his body knot up in protest. To mitigate that, he made sure to spend at least an hour each day working out. It was amazing how much that physical exertion helped him reduce his stress. When those little endorphins flowed through his veins, he felt invincible. Too bad he wasn't. He shook his head. He would figure things out. A knock sounded at the closed door of his office. "Come in," he called out as he turned around. "How'd the call go?" Brad, the COO, asked as he strode inside. Luke sat behind his desk, and Brad sat in one of the 2 chairs in front of the desk. "Not great," Luke said, before giving him the particulars. Brad frowned. "Not to pile bad news on top of bad news, but TZK is talking about pulling out of the deal." Luke frowned deeply. Just what he needed. One more problem to deal with. Well, that's what he did. Like a fireman, he was always putting out fires. Trouble was, if he didn't extinguish his fires quickly, they could turn into conflagrations that could burn his business severely. They discussed how they could handle the issue, then Luke thanked Brad and Brad left, closing the door behind him. Trying not to feel overwhelmed by all that he had on his plate, Luke clenched his jaw, then picked up his phone. He needed to get out of his head for a minute, and he knew the perfect way to do it. He opened the dating app he'd joined on a whim the night before. Okay, maybe it hadn't been a complete whim. He'd been thinking about it for a couple of weeks. Now, as he pulled up his profile, he softly chuckled as he read the fiction he'd created. Name, Luke. Occupation, chef. Interests and activities, bowling, biking, hiking, camping, fishing, really anything outdoors. Tired of dating women who seemed to be interested in him only for his bank account, Luke had decided to create a fake profile. Well, mostly fake. The picture he'd posted was really him, and he really did enjoy those things he'd listed as a hobby, although he rarely had time to do any of them. Picturing himself as a chef made him smirk. Yes, he enjoyed cooking, but he couldn't imagine doing it full-time. Then again, maybe that would be an awesome job. Had to be less stressful than running his billion-dollar corporation. He wondered what woman would be interested in the person he'd created in his profile, a man who wasn't a billionaire, but rather a man who lived a regular life. He was intrigued by the thought, actually. In a way, it felt as if he was infiltrating the dating site as a way to do some research, kind of like those shows where the boss pretended to be an employee to see what it was really like to work at his own company. Luke wanted to see what it was like to date a woman who was interested in him for him, separate from his financial worth. A woman who had no idea he was a billionaire, but instead believed he was a regular Joe. The app notified him that several women had shown interest in his profile since he'd created it the night before. He skimmed through the profiles of the women who had apparently swiped right on him. One in particular caught his eye. Kate. Honey blonde hair and an engaging smile, enjoyed outdoor activities, taught elementary school. He stared at her picture for several long moments, then on impulse, he sent her a message. Chapter 2. Kate's phone chimed a notification. Her students were about to come in from recess, so she took a second and looked at her phone. The notification was from that stupid dating site that Amy had convinced her to join. Inwardly groaning and silently cursing Amy, Kate read the message from some guy named Luke. She assumed it was the man Amy had swiped right on without Kate's permission. Sure, he was super hot, just as Amy had said. Well, he looked hot in his picture. Who knew how he looked in real life? Anyway, Kate wasn't particularly eager to date. So far, her success rate had been low, obviously. Otherwise, she would have a boyfriend, not that she was looking for one. Not when she'd had such bad luck with men her entire life, starting with her father, who had lied to her repeatedly, promising to spend time with her and rarely following through. Shaking her head, she opened the message. From Luke. Hi there. Saw your profile and see we have some things in common. Want to meet for dessert? Her first instinct was to ignore the message, but as she studied his profile, she became slightly curious. He was a chef? Interesting. And he liked to do many of the things she liked. Okay, maybe they did have some things in common, and maybe it would be interesting to meet him in person. She could use a diversion in her life, and if he didn't look like his hot profile, she would ghost him. Smirking, she set her phone aside. She would reply later. No reason to seem too eager. Besides, the bell was ringing, and her students were all rushing toward the door. Luke had to admit he was slightly discouraged. The one woman he sent a message to hadn't replied, and it had been several hours. Then he rolled his eyes as a wry smile tilted his lips. She hadn't replied because she didn't know he was a billionaire. He was used to women coming to him, and if he chose to show them any attention, they were right there, ready to fulfill his needs in any way he asked. They never made him wait. Waiting on this woman was good for him. Sure, he could send a message to someone else, but no, she was the only one who had sparked his interest. He would give her a chance to respond before he sent a message to someone else. Then again, maybe after swiping right on him, she changed her mind. His profile showed him to be a man of modest means and basic needs, like most men. Nothing special about his profile at all. Maybe she wouldn't bother with him. Why was he getting so obsessed over this? His phone chimed a notification. He glanced at the screen. It was from the dating app. Snatching his phone from his desk, when he saw it was simply a notification telling him that someone else had swiped right on him, he frowned. Then a new message appeared. A message from the woman he'd reached out to, Kate. From Kate. Sure, let's meet for dessert. Surprised at how gratified her positive response made him, Luke immediately replied to her message, asking if she could meet the next evening. After he sent it, he second-guessed himself. Did answering right away make him look too eager? He shook his head. Who cared? He was only doing this on a lark. Okay, and yeah, to see how a woman would respond to him if she had no idea he was a billionaire. He set his phone down and turned to work, not expecting to hear back from her for a while, because most likely she was more experienced in this online dating thing than he was. When Luke instantly replied to the message Kate had sent when she'd gotten home from work that afternoon, she was a bit surprised. In her experience, the men she connected with on dating apps liked to remain mysterious, or at least pretend to be mysterious, by taking their sweet time in communicating. She understood the game, and she played it herself, but sometimes she also found it a bit annoying. Was this Luke guy desperate? He sort of seemed like it. Maybe the picture on his profile was something he'd found online, of a super hot model, because if he was really as hot as his picture, why would he need a dating app to find a date? Unless he was bored with the women he usually dated, or was a psycho, or maybe he was just so into himself that he couldn't keep a woman's interest. Why was she analyzing this so deeply? Maybe she shouldn't have agreed to meet with him. She reread his reply. From Luke. Does tomorrow evening work? Besides binge-watching the latest popular show on Netflix, she didn't have anything else going on, but did she want to tell him that? How interested was she, anyway? She tucked her phone back in her pocket without answering. Yeah, she knew how to play the game. Turning her attention to grading the homework her students had turned in, as she worked, she found her mind drifting to the attractive man from the dating app. The more she thought about him, the more she wanted to meet him in person. Huffing a sigh, she picked up her phone and told him that tomorrow evening would work. To her dismay, he didn't reply right away. Shaking her head at her silliness, she managed to concentrate on grading the students' papers. Later that evening, when Amy finally got home, Kate only waited a moment before blurting, "You know that guy you swiped right on for me?" Setting her purse on the coffee table, Amy's eyebrows went up in question. "You mean the hottie?" "Allegedly." Amy laughed. "Allegedly? If he looks like his picture, then yeah, he's hot." "Okay." Amy sat on the couch beside Kate. "What about him?" "He asked me to have dessert with him." "Oh." Her lips curved into an interested smile. "When?" "Tomorrow." "You're going, right? I mean, it's not like you have any other plans." Suppressing a smile, Kate wrinkled her nose. Why would someone so good-looking have to resort to a dating app to find romance? Amy shrugged. Maybe he's super busy and doesn't have time to hit the clubs. True. I'm not busy tomorrow, Amy said. Kate gave her a look of sarcasm. Do you want to meet him for dessert? Amy snorted a laugh. No, you idiot. I was going to suggest that I go there too and, keep an eye on things from a distance. Grinning, Kate said, Yeah, that could be fun. Awesome. Amy gave Kate's phone a meaningful glance before looking at Kate. So? Kate gave Amy a smug smile. I already accepted. Laughing, Amy shoved Kate's arm. But he hasn't replied, so... What if he didn't? What if he'd gotten a better offer and was ghosting her? Feeling discouraged already, Kate pursed her lips. Give him a chance, Amy said. Kate nodded, and when Luke finally responded later that evening, Kate found herself more eager than ever to meet this man named Luke and see if he measured up to his picture. Chapter 3. You go in first, Kate said, as she and Amy approached the entrance to the ice cream shop where she was supposed to meet Luke. It was really more of a restaurant that specialized in desserts. Smiling broadly, Amy nodded. Roger that. Kate rolled her eyes. This isn't a covert operation. Tilting her head, Amy said, It kind of is. Fine. With Amy acting so secret agent, Kate became a bit nervous. Not that there was any reason to be. She was just meeting a complete stranger for a Sunday. What was there to be nervous about? They would be surrounded by other people, and Amy would be watching the whole time. Wait, was that creepy? Didn't matter. That was the plan, and Kate was sticking to it. With a wink, Amy went through the door. Kate counted to 15 before walking in herself. Luke had told her he would be sitting at the ice cream bar. Kate had never been to this place before, so it took half a second to scan the interior and spot the bar. There were several people sitting on tall bar stools at the white marble counter, but all except one man seemed to be with someone else. Kate regarded the man, who looked like he was alone. He was looking down at the phone in his hand, so Kate couldn't really see his face. Was it him? Was it Luke? She turned and scanned the rest of the place until she spotted Amy sitting at a table not too far away. They made eye contact, and Kate gave her friend a tiny smile. Then she swiveled back to the man, which was when he looked up, and their eyes met. Whoa, he's hotter than his picture. Clinging to the idea that he needed a dating app to meet women because he was too busy to meet them any other way, rather than a psycho who was spinning a web to trap his next victim, Kate smiled at him, then began walking toward him. He stood from his stool. Tall and well-built, too, she thought. Nice. Her interest growing, Kate reached the man, then stopped in front of him. He was probably 6 inches taller than she was. Then he smiled. His straight white teeth said either he'd been born with great genes or he'd worn braces, which Kate kind of envied. Not that her teeth were crooked. They were actually pretty straight naturally, thank goodness, because her mother hadn't been able to afford braces. But with that broad and gorgeous smile, he was hard to ignore. Not that she wanted to ignore him, not in the least, although she had to ask herself if he was going to be another one of those men who were super into themselves. As good-looking as he was, she wouldn't be at all surprised. Trying to be optimistic, she smiled. "Hello, you must be Luke." "I am." He held out his hand. "You're Kate?" She slipped her hand into his, noticing that it was large and smooth. Is that what a chef's hand felt like? She had no idea. She'd never dated a chef before. "Yes." Luke released her hand and gestured toward the stool beside the one he'd been sitting in. Kate slid onto it, and Luke sat on his with his body angled to face her. She faced him as well. "Can I get you some ice cream?" he asked, his gray eyes steady on her. She'd been so focused on admiring his short dark hair, his full lips and trim beard, not to mention the subtle bulge of his biceps under the sleeves of his button-up shirt, that she'd forgotten about eating. "Sure." Luke liked what he saw. Kate was just as attractive in person as she'd been in her photo. More attractive, actually. Shoulder-length honey blonde hair, blue eyes, bow lips, athletic figure. Yeah, so far so good. But he'd barely met her. He had to get to know her before he passed any kind of judgment. Anyway, this was all just an experiment to see if a woman who had no clue he was filthy rich would still be interested in him. A server behind the bar came over to take their order. Kate asked for a banana split, and he ordered a chocolate sundae. "So," she said, "you're a chef?" He chuckled. How could he not? Because it was a big fat lie. Even so, he was going with it. "Yeah." "Where do you work?" He was prepared for this, just as he prepared for nearly everything in his life. "I'm actually a personal chef." He'd had to give this answer. If he'd claimed to work at a local restaurant, it would have been too easy for her to discover it was a lie. Her eyebrows rose with curiosity. "What do you do? Go into people's homes and cook for them?" "That's exactly what I do." She nodded with what looked like approval, then she narrowed her eyes. "Would you charge for something like that?" He laughed. "Why? Are you looking to hire?" Tilting her head, she said, "You never know." He'd actually looked this up too, so he was ready with an answer that he knew would be plausible, giving her his hourly rate. Lying about what he did for a living felt weird, but she seemed to be buying it, which gave him mixed feelings. On the one hand, this was exactly what he wanted. On the other, he almost had to bite his tongue not to share the fact that he ran a huge corporation. Smirking inside, he pushed on with a story of his pretend career. "What else do personal chefs do, besides cooking for people?" He tried to recall what he'd read. "I work with my clients to figure out a menu, then I shop for them before going into their homes to prepare the meals. I'll usually prepare a week's worth of meals and freeze them." "Interesting. I didn't realize that's all that was involved." Wow, he was almost starting to believe this himself. He needed to slow down or he'd never be able to keep track of what he said, which would be a problem if he wanted to go out with this woman again, although that was TBD. The servers set their treats in front of them, and Luke swiveled to face the bar. Kate did the same. Needing to stop the lies, he said, "Enough about me." He picked up his spoon and shifted his focus to her. "Tell me about you, Kate." "Well," she said, slicing off a chunk of banana with the side of her spoon as she spoke, "I spend all day teaching a bunch of rowdy 7- and 8-year-olds. "You like it?" Her face kind of lit up, and he knew right away that she loved what she did. "I do." "What made you want to be a teacher?" Wearing a thoughtful expression, she spooned a bit of chocolate chip ice cream. "I've just always loved teaching, and I love children too." She shrugged. "It never occurred to me to do anything else." Nodding with approval, Luke realized she really was just a regular girl, although he didn't know what he'd expected. "What do you like to do for fun?" She took a bite of her ice cream, and after swallowing said, "I like to keep active, so, biking, hiking, hang out at the beach." She smiled at him. "What about you?" Had she read his profile? Of course she had, and of course the app's algorithm had matched them because they had similar interests. "Same, actually." She laughed. "Of course, that's why we matched." Wanting to get to know more than what her profile said, he asked, "Are you from Los Angeles originally?" She shook her head. "I was raised in Northern California, in San Jose. What about you?" "Grew up here." "What brought you to LA?" Her shoulders went back and her chin went up, then she smiled with obvious pride. "I got a full scholarship to LMU." Impressed, he nodded. "Nice." He took a bite of his sundae. "What made you want to be a chef?" she asked, before putting a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth. Good question, he thought. I've always loved to cook and figured why not monetize my passion? She looked at him funny, like that was a strange way to put it, and it would be if he was an actual chef. Who thought of things in that way? "Oh yeah, men who built billion-dollar companies." "What I mean is," he quickly amended, "why not get paid for what you love, right?" Poking her spoon into her banana split, she looked thoughtful. "I guess we're both lucky." "How so?" "Because we get to do what we love for a living." That was totally true. Too bad she believed what he did was completely different from the reality. Chapter 4. Kate was liking Luke. He seemed like a really nice guy, and despite her earlier worry that he would totally be into himself, he didn't seem that way at all. So far. It's not like she'd spent a whole lot of time with him, so it was a bit early to make any kind of real judgment, but so far so good. Maybe she could even get him to cook her a meal. Suppressing a laugh, she slowly continued eating. Was he even going to ask her out again? Honestly, she hoped he would, which surprised her. She was usually so wary of men and if they were genuine, but something about Luke rang true to her. Their ice cream was just about gone. He regarded her. "Will you give me your number?" Pleased that he'd asked, Kate couldn't stop a smile from curving her lips. "All right. If you give me your number, I'll text you." He told her, and she sent him a text with her name. Just her first name, though. No reason to get too personal. She didn't ask him for his last name either. Though she wouldn't mind stalking him on social media, she decided to wait and see if he asked her out again before taking that step. "Well," he said, his tone saying he was ready to wrap this up, "it was nice meeting you, Kate." She smiled. "You too. Thank you for dessert." Wanting to make her interest clear, she added, "Maybe sometime you can whip up something fancier than a sundae." He chuckled. "Maybe so." Sounded like they were on the same page. At least, he had asked for her number, not that it meant he would actually reach out. She slid off of her stool, and he stood as well. "Have a good evening," he said with that smile that grabbed her each time she saw it. "You too." With a final smile, she turned and left the restaurant and went straight to her car. A minute later, Amy got in the passenger seat and began fanning herself. "Woohoo! That guy was hot!" Kate laughed. "Right? Even better, he seems like a nice person." A nice person who was smoking hot. Her eyebrows rose with curiosity. "Did he give you his number? Because it looked like you texted him." Thrilled with the prospect of maybe going out with Luke again, Kate grinned. Yep. She turned on the engine of her older Honda Civic before pulling out of her parking space and driving out of the parking lot. Luke got in his newly purchased car, a used, though still in good shape Toyota Prius. He'd bought it earlier that day to complete his disguise as a regular guy. Admittedly, buying a car just to project a certain image might seem extreme, but he was committed to this experiment. His normal mode of transportation was a blue carbon fiber Bugatti Chiron. It was his pride and joy, and he would have loved to drive it to his date with Kate, but that had been out of the question. There was no way a run-of-the-mill chef could afford to rent a Bugatti Chiron, let alone own one. He left the parking lot, his mind on the woman who had obviously been proud of her scholarship. He probably should have asked her for her last name, but if he decided to ask her out again, and he was leaning heavily toward doing so, he could get it on their next date. If he took her out again, or rather, when he took her out again, what would he plan? Suddenly, that seemed more important than anything else that had been on his mind. Silently grinning, Luke drove home to his downtown loft. When Kate received a text from Luke the next afternoon as she was about to leave work, she was pleasantly surprised. Though she'd had a good feeling that he would ask her out again, she honestly hadn't expected to hear from him so soon. She read his text. From Luke. I enjoyed meeting you yesterday, and I'd love to see you again. Was he for real? He was so attractive. Did he realize how hot he was? But even hot people needed to find dates. Kate was just slightly surprised that he was interested in her. Although, why not? She wasn't bad-looking. People liked her. Sure, like all of the other men she dated, he would probably eventually ghost her. In her experience, it was inevitable. But in the meantime, what would it hurt to get to know him? She sent a reply. From Kate. I'd like that too. Moments later, he responded. From Luke. I'm free tomorrow afternoon. You? Kind of giddy that he was setting it up for the very next day, Saturday, Kate immediately responded. From Kate. Yes, that works. He suggested that they meet at a local bowling alley at 4 o'clock. Kate agreed. Then she set her phone aside and tried not to think about the man that she'd met only once, but who had definitely captured her interest. Chapter 5. Kate walked into the bowling alley, the sound of pins being knocked over reaching her ears. It had been ages since she'd been bowling, but she was excited to do it again. And yes, she admitted, it was primarily because she would be hanging out with Luke. After their dessert date 2 days earlier, she hadn't been able to get the man with a handsome face and ripped body out of her mind. But it wasn't only his physical appearance that attracted her. He seemed like a nice person, humble and kind. At least, that's what she'd begun to believe in the short span of time she'd spent with him. Even so, she would keep her guard up against the distinct possibility that he was just like every other man she'd dated, putting on a show before his true colors were revealed. Hating that she felt that way, she knew it wasn't her fault. It was simply what experience had taught her. Even so, she couldn't stop searching for the one man who could prove her assumptions wrong. Could Luke be that man? Feeling optimistic, she stopped near the shoe rental counter and scanned the space, on the lookout for Luke. She didn't see him anywhere, and she was a few minutes late. If he wasn't there yet, had he stood her up? At the thought, her heart sank with disappointment. Shoulders sagging, she softly sighed and shook her head. "Hey there," a deep male voice said from behind her. Startled, she spun around. It was Luke. A smile blossomed on Kate's lips at the sight of him. He was as handsome as she remembered. She took in his jeans and blue t-shirt, a t-shirt that did nothing to hide those biceps. "Hey," she said, unaccountably relieved that he'd shown up after all, because in those moments when she'd believed he'd ghosted her, she'd instantly begun to tell herself that she'd known he was too good to be true. Now, though, she shoved that idea aside, ready to put him back in her give him a chance column. "You just got here?" he asked with his beautiful smile. "Yep." "Great, let's get our shoes and get started." Kate noticed he didn't apologize for being late, but how could she expect him to when she'd been late herself? Okay, so maybe he wasn't as perfect as he appeared. They walked together to the counter and got their shoes before Luke rented a lane. Then they went to their lane and put on their bowling shoes. "Disclaimer," Kate said with a smirk as she tied her laces. "I haven't been bowling in years." Luke chuckled. "Then we'll be evenly matched, because I haven't either." "Perfect." She stood. Who should go first? He swept an arm toward the ball return. "Ladies first, of course." He was chivalrous. She liked that. She slid her fingers into a ball and lifted it from the return before going to the lane and stopping several steps behind the black line. She held the ball up in front of her. Then as she swiftly walked toward the line, she swung her arm back, then forward, before releasing the ball. It rolled aggressively toward the pins, smashing into them and knocking over all but two. Pleased with herself, she spun around and grinned at Luke. "All right." He laughed. "Nice. I hope I do as well." Kate raised her eyebrows. "Guess we'll find out soon." She waited for her ball to return, and once it did, she bowled again, knocking down one of the remaining pins and leaving one standing. She turned to Luke with a grimace. "So close," he said, completely focused on her. Feeling a bit self-conscious to have this delicious man watching her, she smiled. "Your turn." He nodded, and as he picked up his ball and got into position, Kate took the opportunity to admire his physique. He clearly worked out. She was so distracted by admiring his hotness that when he pumped a fist in the air a moment later and turned to grin at her, she realized she hadn't paid any attention to what had happened when he'd rolled his ball down the lane. "And that is how you do it." Her eyes shifted to the lane, where she saw no pins left standing. Impressed, she laughed. "Nice." He swept his arm toward the return. "Let's see what you can do." Up for the challenge, Kate stood and went to the ball return. Luke hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Behaving like a man who wasn't a billionaire was refreshing. It really wasn't that long ago that he had been in college and had done stuff like this. What had happened to him? But he knew what. Life had gotten crazy. Every waking moment had been devoted to building his business. It had paid off. He was 31 years old and supremely successful. But at what cost? He didn't have much of a personal life. "You're trying to do something about that now," he told himself. Was he, though? Because Kate had no idea who he really was. Playing at this was rather intoxicating, but what would happen if she found out his true identity? Shoving aside that concern, this was only their second date after all, and who knew if either of them would want a third? He focused on Kate as she prepared to bowl. Her form looked great, athletic with curves in all the right places, and her bowling form looked pretty good too. He smirked to himself, then admitted that he enjoyed her personality just as much as her looks. Her ball barreled down the lane, then knocked over all but 3 of the pins, but the remaining pins were grouped together. She turned around and gave him a mock frown. "Come on," he said, really wanting to see her succeed. "You're going to get a spare." She seemed to perk up at that. "That's the goal." When her ball appeared in the return, she picked it up and sent it down the lane. Moments later, the 3 pins were down. "Yes!" She made a fist and held it in front of her, then turned to him with a satisfied smile. Seeing the happiness on her face brought an unexpected rush of warmth to his heart. What was that all about? It was a game of bowling, for heaven's sake. Softly chuckling, he stood from his seat. "Nice job." Her blue eyes sparkled. "Thank you." "After I take my turn, let's order a pizza." "That sounds great." All of a sudden, he realized why he felt that rush of warmth toward her. It was because he deeply appreciated that something so simple had brought her such happiness. His world had gotten too complicated, and he knew that he needed this, needed to be with someone who could remind him of what was most important. And it wasn't money. No, it was the simple things in life. He desperately needed to rediscover those things, and he had a feeling that Kate was just the right woman to take him on this journey. Chapter 6. The cheese stretched out from the slice of pizza Kate was eating as she sat across from Luke at the small table near their lane. By the time the pizza was ready, they'd finished their game. Their first game, one that Luke had easily won. Luke had suggested they play another, and he'd already paid for them to play again. They would start after they'd eaten. Kate looked forward to it. Even though she'd had a couple of gutter balls after her spare, she was having a blast. "How's school going?" he asked as he picked up a second slice. "Great. There's this one little boy, Aaron. He just loves it when we have reading time. He gets the biggest smile on his face." Luke seemed to be appraising her, which was when Kate realized she was babbling. Forcing herself to stop talking, she lifted a slice of pizza and put the front of it into her mouth. Luke's lips tilted into a smile, and out of the blue, Kate wondered what it would feel like to have those lips pressed against hers. Shocked at the thought, she felt heat race up her cheeks. This was only their second date, and the first one was barely a date at all, more like a meet and greet that had lasted less than an hour. Why was she already picturing herself kissing him? Sure, she was wildly attracted to him, and she found him easy to be around, but come on, she'd barely met the man. She had to chill out. "For our next game," he said as he reached for another slice, "I'm going to increase my score by 10 points. "You seem pretty confident about that." He laughed. "I am." Glad for the change of subject, and wanting to up her score as well, which wouldn't be hard as her score had been pretty dismal. "I'll see your 10 and raise it by 5. Luke's eyebrows went up. 15 more points? That's a pretty lofty goal. She laughed. "True, but hey, I can't do much worse, can I?" He chuckled. "Let's hope not." Determined to prove that she could do better, once they finished their meal and went back to their lane, Kate picked up a ball and strode with pretended confidence right up to the line. She squinted at the pins before moving backwards to where she wanted to start. Tossing a hopeful smile at Luke, she sucked in a breath, then focused on the pins as she strode forward. When she released the ball, she stared at it, willing it to strike all 10 pins, but the ball resisted her mental effort, instead nearly rolling into the gutter, although it managed to hit 2 pins on the edge. "Ah," she said with disappointment. She heard soft laughter coming from nearby. Ready to frown at Luke when she turned and found him standing closer than she'd expected, only about 4 feet away, her breath caught in her throat. But it wasn't the distance that took her by surprise. It was that smile, the one that was so perfect, but perfectly suited to his face. Dang, he was hot. "Not the best start," he said, then he winked. His wink felt very intimate, like the two of them were in their own world. What was up with that? Why did she feel that way? For all she knew, he winked all the time, at anyone and everyone. Swallowing over a sudden knot in her throat, she scrambled to come up with a clever reply. "You just wait," she finally said. "I'll get a spare." His smile grew. "If you do, I'll make you lunch tomorrow." The challenge jolted her, because at that moment she wanted nothing more than to have this hot chef make her lunch. "You're on." "But if you don't," he added, his head tilted at a sexy angle, "you have to make lunch for me." She pictured them having a quiet lunch, just the two of them, then thought, "Hang on, girlfriend, you don't even know his last name. He could actually be a psycho luring you into his trap, and you're walking right into it." "Wait," she said, forcing her mind to take control of the situation. "Where would this lunch take place? I hardly know you." He looked thoughtful. "I have a friend who owns a restaurant. I'm sure he'd let us use his kitchen." This challenge was becoming even more interesting. Cooking in a professional kitchen? That would be amazing, especially if Luke, a professional chef, did the cooking. "All right." She paused. "By the way, what's your last name?" "Hudson. What about yours?" Glad to have a full name she could now stalk on social media, she smiled. "Sullivan." He looked toward the ball return. "Let's see what you've got." Kate went to the ball return and scooped up her ball, then went to the starting point. She dragged in a deep breath, slowly released it, studied the path she wanted the ball to take, then made her move. As the ball careened down the lane, she silently repeated, "Spare, spare, spare." Moments later, the ball slammed into the remaining pins, all of them. "Yes!" she shouted, spinning around while wearing the biggest grin ever. Luke was on his feet, a broad smile on his face. "Nice job." Placing her right arm across her waist, she bent forward in a bow. "Thank you." When she straightened, she saw something in Luke's eyes, something that said he was liking her as much as she was liking him. Confidence blossoming, she said, "What are you going to make me for lunch?" Luke had surprised himself with the challenge he'd given Kate, not because he didn't think she would do it, but because he rarely asked a woman out on another date before the current date was over. In fact, he wasn't sure he'd ever done that. Interesting. To top it off, he was really looking forward to their lunch. Now he just had to make the arrangements to use his friend Tito's restaurant, and he had to make sure Tito didn't give away Luke's secret identity. But he knew he could trust Tito, so he wasn't worried about that. "It will be a surprise," he said in reply to her question, because in reality he had no idea what to make. He thought about the fake last name he'd given her. No doubt she would try to find him on social media, but there would be nothing there, not under that name at least. Though he felt some guilt for lying to her about who he really was, the overwhelming need to keep his true identity a secret was enough to overcome his pangs of consciousness. "He's making you lunch, huh?" Amy asked, after Kate had reported the details of her date. "Yep." She'd only been home long enough to spill the particulars of her afternoon with Luke. Now that she had, as she and Amy sat on the couch, Kate pulled up one of her social media accounts and did a search on Luke Hudson. Several people with that name appeared, but none of the pictures matched Luke. "Well?" Amy asked as she looked over Kate's shoulder. "Nothing yet." Kate tried all the sites she belonged to, but Luke wasn't on any of them. "Guess he's not into social media," Amy said. Turning to Amy with a frown, she said, "You'd think he'd at least have an Instagram page for his business, to show off pictures of the food he makes." Amy shrugged. "Maybe it's under a business name instead of his name." She hadn't thought of that. "That's true. I'll ask him tomorrow." Knowing she had a date with him the next day, she felt her body tingle in anticipation. Chapter 7. When Kate arrived at the restaurant on Sunday afternoon, her chest felt light with excitement, while at the same time she had a pit in her stomach. She was really starting to like Luke and found herself thinking about him all the time. What if after today he no longer wanted to see her? She hated being captive to her emotions, especially when it was over something she had no control over. With a loud exhale, she pulled open the door to the restaurant and walked inside. It was a beehive of activity, full of people sitting at tables eating their meals. She approached the hostess, who stood behind a small wooden counter. "Good afternoon," the woman said with a bright smile. "Hi," Kate said. "I'm meeting someone. Luke Hudson?" The woman scanned a sheet of paper in front of her, but before she had a chance to find Luke's name, he was there, having come toward her from the main dining area. His smile was welcoming and oh so attractive, and with his eyes only on her, Kate felt special in a way she rarely had before with a man. "There you are." For a moment, she just drank him in. He wore dark gray slacks and a sage-green button-up shirt that set off his skin tone to perfection. Then, when she realized what she was doing might be construed as staring, she smiled with embarrassment and stepped away from the hostess and over to him. "Hello." She swept her gaze around the beautiful restaurant before turning back to him. "This place is amazing." "I'll be sure and tell Tito you think so." "He's your friend who owns it?" Luke nodded. "Yes." Impressed that he knew people who owned restaurants, at first Kate didn't know what to say, until she remembered why they were there. "He said you could cook in his kitchen?" A smile of delight curved Luke's lips. "He did." He swept an arm toward the interior of the restaurant. "Our table's over here." When Luke had seen Kate speaking to the hostess, he'd been somewhat taken aback at how pleased he'd been to see her. Although as much as she'd been on his mind, he didn't know why that should have surprised him. Even so, now that she was here, his day had become substantially brighter. He led her to their table and held out a chair for her. She slid into it, and with her passing so close, a lovely floral scent reached his nose. Enjoying her intoxicating scent, Luke smiled, then sat across from her. "So," she asked, her eyes dancing, "how does this work? Do I order something from the menu for you to make, or do I pick something random?" He laughed. Let's stick to the menu, because they may not have the ingredients for random food items. Her lips twitched in a barely suppressed smile. Fair enough. He tilted his head. Out of curiosity, if you were to pick something random, what would it be? She tapped a slender finger against her chin, her blue eyes sparkling in a way that drew Luke in. I've always been a big fan of shrimp carbonara. That's perfect then, because I do believe that is on the menu. Her eyes narrowed. And that's something you know how to make? Knowing Tito would help him, he laughed. Of course. She straightened, a look of chagrin on her face. I'm sorry, Luke. You're a professional. Of course you know how to make that. I didn't mean to insult you. Since he'd actually never made shrimp carbonara, he wasn't insulted at all. In fact, seeing how contrite she was made him feel bad for his lies. It's for a good reason, he reminded himself, although the more he was growing to like Kate, the harder it was to believe that he should carry on with his deceit. He waved his hand. I'm not insulted. Relief washed across her lovely features. Okay, good. Would you like a green salad and something to drink first? She smiled. Yes, I'd love a Diet Coke. Luke stood. I'll be back soon. As he walked to the kitchen, he had to chuckle to himself. Here he was, a billionaire playing the role of server to an elementary school teacher, and he was loving every moment of it. When Luke came back with her salad and drink, Kate couldn't stop the smile from bursting upon her lips. She'd never had a man serve her while on a date. It was novel, original, and oh so fun. He set her salad and drink in front of her. There you go. She looked up at him. Did you make the salad? I did. She looked toward his empty seat. Are you going to join me? Soon. I'm working on our entrees, and then I'll join you. She held back a frown. As fun as it was to have him serve her, it would be more fun if he sat with her. Oh well, she would enjoy this anyway. Back soon, he said with a wink. She watched him retreat, her insides fluttering from that wink. What was this power he seemed to have over her? She had no idea, but she liked it. Except she was still wary that soon enough he would ghost her, as always seemed to happen with the men she dated. Picking up her fork and stabbing a lettuce leaf, she told herself to enjoy his company as long as she had it, which was ironic, since at that moment she didn't have his company at all. Soon, he was back with their entrees. He set her shrimp carbonara in front of her and a thick steak and a baked potato at his place, then he sat down. Creamy noodles with a generous serving of shrimp, bacon bits, and fresh parsley filled her plate. Steam rose from the dish, tempting her with its delicious scent. She said, her mouth watering with anticipation. She lifted her eyes from her meal to his face. He was watching her closely, like he was worried she wouldn't like what he'd made. This looks yummy. He nodded once toward her plate. Give it a taste. Eager to have some, she picked up her fork, twirled some pasta onto it, then pierced a shrimp before placing it in her mouth. It practically melted on her tongue. Beyond impressed with his cooking skills, she felt like she'd won the jackpot with dating a chef. Sure, she didn't mind cooking, but she didn't love it like he obviously did. Well? He asked, his forearms on the table as he leaned forward. It's scrumptious. She smiled. You're very good at this, Luke. Luke had to crush the laugh that wanted to burst forth. Yes, he'd made her dish, but only with a lot of Tito's help, who thought the whole thing was hilarious, but Luke had done much of the work. He cut off a piece of his steak, which Tito had made. Luke had only promised to make Kate's lunch, not his own. As he chewed the tender cut of meat, Kate said, Can I ask you a question? Sure. She grimaced as her chin dipped down. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I tried to find you on social media and couldn't find you anywhere. He'd figured this might happen. Fortunately, he was ready with an answer. Yeah, I'm not really into all the socials. Her head cocked to the side. But what about your chef business? Don't you want to show off your work on Instagram at least? Oh boy, he hadn't thought of that. Scrambling to come up with an answer, he took another bite of steak. Then he figured out what to say. What I do is more of a boutique kind of thing, you know, through word of mouth. He was really starting to hate all of this lying. She nodded, like that made total sense. Giving her shrimp carbonara a meaningful look, she said, "I can see why. You can't let just anyone eat this well." Then she softly laughed. "Come on, Luke. You shouldn't be shy about telling the world what a good chef you are. People would pay good money to have you cook for them." "Would you?" he asked on impulse. "What?" His question had clearly taken her by surprise. Then she laughed. "As much as I'd like to hire a personal chef, that's not something I can afford on my teacher's salary." Which reminded him how different their circumstances were, and how different she was from the women he usually dated, women who paid ridiculous sums of money to have their hair done, their nails polished, their bodies sculpted. Hiring a personal chef was just par for the course for them. But he preferred Kate, preferred the simplicity of her life. "Right," he said, slightly embarrassed that he'd even asked her such a thing. "Anyway," she said, "if I ate this well every day, I'd blow up like a balloon." He didn't think her gaining a few pounds would change how attracted he was to her. "You are in great shape, Kate." A soft blush rose on her cheeks, which he found adorable. "Thank you." He leaned forward. "There's so much I don't know about you." Although he'd done his own social media stalking of her, he hadn't found much that revealed anything beyond what she'd already shared, and he wanted to know more. Chapter 8. Kate liked Luke's interest in her. She smiled at him. "What do you want to know?" He straightened. "Tell me about your family." "Okay. My mom and my younger sister still live in San Jose, where I grew up." "No other siblings?" She gave him a wry smile. "Not that I know of." He tilted his head in question. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. Now she felt the need to explain. "My dad, he left us when I was 11. She couldn't stop the frown from tugging down the corners of her mouth. "I take it you don't have much contact with him." She shook her head. "No. He always said he wanted a relationship, but his actions proved otherwise." Pursing her lips, she looked at her plate. "If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a man who lies." She said this softly, her heart aching with memories of her father's promises that he would come see her when he had no intention of doing so. Luke's heart lurched. She hated liars, which he most definitely was, at least in regards to a pretty important piece of information about himself. His eyes drifted to the food in front of Kate, food which she believed he'd whipped up because he was a professional chef. Swallowing over the knot that had leapt into his throat, he considered the implications. If she found out the big whopper he'd been telling her, she would walk away without a backward glance. That was something he did not want to happen. Briefly tempted to spill the truth, he bit his tongue to stop from doing something rash, which is when he realized how much he had grown to care for the gorgeous schoolteacher and knew he had no intention of losing her, which meant he would have to tell her the truth eventually. Just not yet, not now. He would wait until the time was right, although he had zero idea when that would be. "Anyway," she said, her face brightening as she looked at him, "enough of my sad story. Tell me about your family, Luke." Switching his train of thought away from the disaster in the making and to her question, he only hesitated for a second. "I have just one sibling too, an older brother. He and my parents live in Los Angeles." Although he had no idea where Thomas was. His brother had gotten involved in drugs at a young age, and it was a battle he kept on fighting and losing. In and out of jail, Thomas's life was a challenge. Currently, he was out of jail, which was good, except that when he was in jail, at least then Luke knew where he was and that he was alive. "Are you close to your family?" Kate asked. He didn't want to get into his brother's issues, so he kept it simple. "I'd say so." "I'm close to my mom and sister." He liked that, because family was important to him, even if his was messed up in some ways. Enough of that. He wanted to focus on Kate. "What does your week look like?" Her eyebrows rose, which made him chuckle, because even he was a little surprised that he was so eager to get the next date set up. "I'm going to be honest with you," he said, then inwardly winced, because his very presence there was dishonest by omission. A smile slowly built on her face. "Okay." "I like you, Kate." Her eyes began to dance. Oh, really? At the look on her face, he suspected she reciprocated his feelings. Smile growing, he said, "Yes, really." She rested her forearms on the table, and with her gaze unwavering from his, she said, "I like you too, Luke. You're—" Her lips squished together like she wasn't sure she wanted to say what was on her mind. Then she said, "When I first met you, I thought maybe you were too good to be true, but—" She smiled. "It looks like I was wrong." Too good to be true? What did she mean by that? And when she discovered he was lying about who he really was, would she go back to believing her initial impression? What would happen then? "Thank you," he said with a laugh. "I, on the other hand, knew from the moment I saw your profile that you were special." Kate's eyebrows bunched, but only for a moment, because this super attractive and, from all appearances, wonderful man had just confessed that he liked her. Then again, it wasn't a huge surprise, not after they'd gone out 3 times now. Why would he have continued asking her out if he didn't like her? Still, she liked that he was willing to say it out loud. "That's sweet of you to say," she said in reply to his obvious exaggeration. How could he have known much of anything about her just from reading her profile, besides the obvious of name, looks, occupation, and basic interests? "I can see you don't believe me," he said with a look of mock disappointment. She laughed. "How can you tell?" "By the expression on your face, pretty lady. You're not good at hiding your feelings." She barely heard the second part of his statement because she was stuck on him calling her pretty lady. Wait, he thought she couldn't hide her feelings? Perhaps that was true. Should she worry about that? No, she wasn't going to concern herself with changing that aspect of who she was, or any aspect. Besides, it wasn't like not being able to hide her feelings was a bad thing, right? "What about you?" she asked. "Me? What about me?" "Are you good at hiding your feelings?" He chuckled. "Did I or did I not just tell you how I feel about you?" She tilted her head. "You're avoiding the question. What I meant was, just because you state something out loud doesn't mean you're saying everything on your mind." Not that she would say whatever was on her mind, but apparently Luke believed he could read her well enough to know. A thoughtful look came over him. "I suppose I have a pretty good poker face, if that's what you mean." Slowly smiling, she said, "Guess I shouldn't play poker with you then, since I obviously have no poker face at all." He laughed. "Guess not." Then he paused. "And you didn't answer my question. What does your week look like?" Thrilled by his clear interest in her, Kate couldn't suppress her smile. "Besides grading papers each evening, it's wide open." Wait, did that sound pathetic? Like she had no life outside of work? Oh well, it was too late to suck the words back in now. Besides, it was the truth. "Perfect. Would you like to go out on Wednesday evening?" The thought of a 4th date with this man who straight up said he liked her and who she was so attracted to excited Kate way more than she thought it would. "Yes, I would like that." "Would you allow me to pick you up this time?" So far they'd met for each date, but she felt ready to allow him to know where she lived. "Yes, I'll text you my address." That smile that she found irresistible blossomed on his mouth. "All right." She took out her phone and sent her address to him then and there. A moment later, he checked to make sure it had arrived. Then he glanced at her nearly empty plate. "Would you care for dessert?" She placed a hand on her stomach. "I would, but I think if I did, I would explode." He chuckled. "We wouldn't want that." "Thank you for a delicious lunch, Luke. I'm so impressed with your cooking skills." An unreadable expression flashed across his face, but it was gone so fast that Kate wasn't sure she'd actually seen it. "I hope you'll give me the opportunity to cook for you again." Was this personal chef offering his future services to her? The answer to that was a no-brainer. "I'd love that." "I'll keep that in mind." "What time should I expect you on Wednesday?" "I should be able to get there by 7 o'clock." "That sounds great." As much as she enjoyed being with him, she sensed that this date had come to an end, but at least she could look forward to seeing him 3 days later. "Would you like me to walk you out?" She glanced toward a nearby server. "Don't you have to pay the bill?" He chuckled. "I'll square it up with Tito later." Leaving it in his hands, she said, "Then yes, I'd like that." They walked out of the restaurant together, and when they reached her car, she stopped and turned to face him. He gazed at her. "Thank you for having lunch with me." He was such a gentleman, but she suddenly realized she wanted him to kiss her. Was he going to kiss her? "Thank you for making it." His smile grew. "Any time." He reached out and ran a finger along her jawline. Captivated by his touch, she sucked in a breath. His gray eyes pinned her in place. "I'll see you on Wednesday." His voice was low and sexy as his hand fell away from her cheek. "Yes," she breathed out, and when he turned and walked away, it took her a moment to regain control of her faculties, but once she did, she managed to get in her car and drive home, where Amy was waiting, eager to hear all about her date with Luke Hudson. Chapter 9. It had been a rough day, and Luke was more than ready to turn his mind away from work and instead spend time with Kate. As he drove his Prius to her place, he thought about their final interaction after their lunch several days prior. He'd nearly kissed her, had desperately wanted to, had even read in her eyes that she wanted him to, but something had held him back. Now, as he attempted to analyze his reasons, he was pretty sure he knew what had stayed him. It was the darn lies he told. It would feel wrong somehow to kiss her when she believed he was simply a chef and when she liked him as that persona. All along, he thought pretending to be someone he wasn't would be a fantastic way to meet a woman who would like him for him. Unfortunately, it hadn't exactly gone that way, because how could Kate like him for him if she didn't really know who he was? It was all so messed up, but it was a problem he'd created for himself. On the other hand, if he hadn't created that false profile, he never would have met Kate, so maybe it wasn't such a terrible thing after all. When are you going to tell her the truth? He didn't like his inner voice asking him that because he wasn't ready to come up with an answer. Telling her the truth, which would mean admitting that he'd been lying all along, would risk the relationship they'd begun to establish. He couldn't bring himself to do it yet, and if he was honest with himself, he had to admit that in many ways the role he was playing, a role that relieved him of the burden of all the expectations one would have when dating a billionaire, it was freeing. In fact, when he'd been deciding what to do on this date, he'd come up with what he thought was a rather interesting idea. He was going to keep all of their dates as inexpensive as possible, just to see how Kate responded to that. He'd come to realize that not only was he looking for a woman who was interested in him while believing he was a man of modest means, but he wanted to find a woman who had little to no interest in the fancy things money could buy, basically the opposite of the women he typically dated. When he considered this, he knew it was possible that Kate would not be that woman, so really, did it matter that she didn't know the complete truth about him? Even though he knew he was rationalizing, it still relieved him of much of the burden of guilt he'd been carrying around. Soon, he arrived at Kate's place, an apartment in a decent area, although the thought crossed his mind that he hoped she didn't have to go out alone at night much. He parked his Prius in the visitor's parking area, then used his phone's GPS to navigate on foot to the right building, eventually finding her apartment. Standing at her door, as he raised his fist to knock, he felt a surge of anticipation at seeing her, a sensation he hadn't had since high school when he'd had a crush on a girl in his art class and had only looked forward to going to that class because he knew she would be there. Softly chuckling, he knocked on the door. When he heard approaching footsteps on the other side, he drew in a swift breath before exhaling. The door swung open. "Hello," Kate said, with a bright smile that immediately washed away all of the stress he'd been feeling at work. She looked so relaxed and welcoming in her jeans and pale blue blouse. Luke glanced at her feet and saw she was barefoot, then met her eyes. "Hey." She swept an arm toward the interior. "Come on in while I grab my shoes." He stepped over the threshold. Compared to his huge loft, her place seemed minuscule. A living room large enough to hold a couch, coffee table, and a small television. A dining room with a square, glass-topped table with 4 chairs around it, and a short hallway where Luke could see what looked like 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Kate disappeared into one of the bedrooms, and while she was gone, another woman came wandering out of the other bedroom. With black curly hair resting on her shoulders and a friendly smile on her face, she walked straight to Luke. "Hi there," she said. "You must be Luke." Assuming this was Kate's roommate, he nodded. "Yes, I am." Her smile grew. "I'm Amy, Kate's roomie." "Nice to meet you, Amy." Kate joined them, a pair of stylish boots on her feet. "I see you met Amy." She gave her roommate a look that Luke couldn't interpret. Maybe, "What do you think of this guy I'm dating?" Luke didn't know, but hoped her friend would give him a good review. He knew a girl usually valued what her friends thought of the men they dated. "Am I dressed okay for what you have planned?" Kate asked him. He took the opportunity to look her over, although he already knew the answer. Smiling at her, he said, "Yes, you are." Kate tilted her head. "And what are you planning?" He laughed. "You'll see." Then a thought occurred to him. "Have you eaten yet?" She shook her head. I assumed food might be involved tonight, so I waited." "Then you must be starved." Her nose crinkled. "Kind of." "All right, then let's get going." He turned to Amy. "Nice to meet you." She smiled at him. "Same." Luke regarded Kate. "Ready to go?" "Oh, yeah." Her stomach rumbled as if to emphasize her answer. A blush climbed her cheeks. Luke chuckled, and before long they'd reached his Prius. "Nice car," Kate said, obviously impressed with his mode of transportation. Inwardly, he grinned. If she saw his Bugatti Chiron, she would be way more impressed, but he liked that she admired his simple Prius. "See," he thought, "she is the kind of girl you're looking for." Though he hoped his inner voice was right, logically he knew there was a long way yet before he could determine how far their relationship would go. Although he couldn't deny that the more time he spent with her, the farther he hoped it would progress. Chapter 10. Kate kept an eye on Luke as he rounded the hood of his car. With his perfectly trimmed beard, his full lips, and those biceps. Yeah, her tummy fluttered at the sight of him. He reached the driver's side door, opened it, then climbed inside. This was the first time they'd been in such a small space together, and Kate found herself drawn to him even more. Wanting to reach over and place her hand on his, she briefly closed her eyes and smiled as she silently told herself to calm down. She wouldn't be the one to make the first move. Nope, she would leave that to him. He turned to her with a smile, which only made her pulse rocket higher. Then he started the car and backed out of his parking space before leaving the apartment parking lot. The sun was drifting toward the horizon. Kate estimated it would be setting in less than an hour. Where was he going to take her? What were his plans? Curious, she sat back and enjoyed the comforts of his car, which, with the leather seats and quiet interior, was much nicer than her old Civic. "I'll bet this car gets good gas mileage," she said, then immediately regretted it. Who said stuff like that on a date, for heaven's sake? Luke studied her. "Sure does." Then his lips tilted in that smile that tugged at her every time. "That important to you?" She dipped her chin and cleared her throat before meeting his inquisitive gaze. "I guess so. Why waste money on gas if you don't have to, right? Especially here in LA. Every place I go is always such a drive." His attention had gone back to the road, but he glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "That's life in LA, all right." Eyes pointed to the road again, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. What an idiotic topic of conversation, she thought, feeling silly and unsophisticated while she struggled to come up with something to show off her non-sparkling personality. At least, that's how it felt to her. And for a moment, maybe longer than a moment, she wondered what this incredibly hot chef could see in her, a run-of-the-mill elementary school teacher. "Stop it, Kate," she thought. "You know you're fun to be around and a great person. Why wouldn't he want to be with you?" She worked to absorb the positive self-talk, but it wasn't working all that well. "What are you thinking?" Luke asked, yanking Kate out of her reverie. "Oh, just that it's beautiful tonight. Not too hot for August." She had to stop herself from rolling her eyes as she thought, "Nice, now you're talking about the weather. Gas mileage and weather. What is wrong with you?" Swallowing over a knot of self-consciousness, she tried to conjure up the girl who had had such a fun time bowling, as well as sitting across from Luke at lunch several days earlier. She hadn't had such a hard time then. What was different now? Oh yeah, no one else was around. So, she said, kind of desperate to come up with something interesting to say, tell me about the last family you cooked for. Yes, she thought, that was a good question, open-ended and about him. Smiling in satisfaction, she turned to look at him, ready to hear all about his job, but he just stared at the road, his jaw clenching. What was wrong? Had something happened? Maybe she should go back to the gas mileage and weather. Those were safe topics, even if they were beyond boring. Then he glanced at her with a smile that seemed forced before facing the road and saying, It was a couple, no kids. Glad she'd gotten a response, albeit not the longer one she'd been hoping for, she asked, I guess they must both work a lot. What do they do? She could see him swallowing before he answered, If I remember right, they're both attorneys. Yeah, that would be a busy job. I can see why they'd want a personal chef to prepare their meals. Yep, Luke said, as he tucked away this most recent fib. Then he glanced at Kate, ready to turn the conversation away from his fake job. Tell me about your class. Her face lit up, which he found endearing. She obviously loved what she did, which he appreciated. All right. She launched into a story about one of the girls in her class who couldn't seem to stop talking to her neighbor and the struggle she was having with finding the right desk to put her in so she wouldn't talk so much. Then she laughed. I think I'm talking just about as much as she does. Thoroughly enjoying her story, Luke chuckled. When you have something to say... He let his words trail off and gave her a wink. To his surprise, a blush climbed her cheeks. She was so genuine and sweet. He hoped she liked what he had planned for this evening. It had cost next to nothing. Would she feel insulted that he hadn't spent money on her? He considered her comment about saving on fuel costs. Was she a frugal person? If so, he liked that. Not that he needed to worry about being frugal. That wasn't the point. Being with someone who wouldn't toss money at things willy-nilly, who would never dream of spending a small fortune on superficial things like facials and nips and tucks, someone who didn't expect someone like him to spend on them, someone who valued people and relationships more than money. He was looking for someone like that. Are we almost to our destination? Kate asked. They'd been driving up a canyon, and just as she asked that, they reached the turnoff to where he'd planned on taking her. Tossing her a smile, he said, Yes. He pulled into an overlook, pointed the car toward the valley below so that they had a clear view, and shut off the engine. We're here. Chapter 11. Kate glanced around. They were at the top of a canyon, overlooking a gorgeous view of the valley below. The sun was dipping toward the horizon, and the weather was perfect. Then her stomach rumbled loudly, completely destroying the mood. Embarrassed, she quietly giggled. I have something to fix that, Luke said with a grin. Great, he'd heard it. Well, she had told him she was hungry before they'd left her apartment. Deciding to own it, she said, That's good, otherwise my stomach might make it difficult to have a conversation. That earned her a laugh. She smiled with relief and pleasure that he found her joke funny. He reached into the back seat and pulled out an insulated bag. Curious what he'd brought, and expecting it to be delicious because she assumed he was the one who had prepared it, when he took out sandwiches, fresh fruit, single-serving bags of chips, cookies, and cold drinks, Kate was slightly perplexed. This was dinner? Not that anything was wrong with it. She had just figured it would be something a little more elaborate. He handed her a paper plate, which she set on her lap, then he asked, Turkey or ham? Turkey, please. He handed her a sandwich wrapped in plastic. He placed a wrapped sandwich on his own plate, then held out a bag of corn chips. Sorry this isn't fancier, he said, as if he'd read her mind, although he didn't offer an explanation. She picked up her sandwich, ready to take a bite. But you made them, right? He regarded her, then he smiled. Does it matter? She considered his question, then she shook her head. No. It was being with him that mattered, not him cooking for her. In fact, maybe she was making too much of the fact that he was a chef. Just because he cooked for a living didn't mean he wanted to do it all the time in his private life, right? Which gave her an idea she almost immediately discarded as presumptuous before deciding she should do it despite her misgivings. She nibbled on her sandwich, then said, "I'd like to cook for you." His eyebrows rose. "You would?" Feeling more confident about the idea, she nodded. "Yes, I'm sure my cooking is nowhere near as good as yours, but you deserve a night off from doing all the work to, have someone else cook for you." His lips tilted upward. "All right, I'd love that." Luke was surprised at Kate's offer, but also impressed. To believe he was a professional chef, yet to be willing to cook for him showed that she wasn't afraid to put herself out there. If he was dating an actual chef, he wasn't so sure he would want to cook for her. That took a lot of guts, in his opinion. He studied her. The more he got to know her, the more he wanted to be with her. She was without guile. She would never lie to anyone. He believed that, which only emphasized his own deception, a deception he was becoming less comfortable with. "What night works for you?" she asked, pulling his attention away from his dilemma and back to her. Friday?" She laughed. "Are you asking or telling?" Why was he suddenly so unsure of himself? He was a wildly successful businessman, a billionaire for heaven's sake. Why was this woman making him feel less than confident? Could it be because he was starting to believe he wasn't good enough for her? Yeah, it kind of was. Startled at the realization, Luke forced himself to focus on the conversation, even if he had to pretend the confidence he normally felt. He forced a laugh. "Telling you, of course. Friday works for me. Does it work for you?" She tapped her chin with one finger, like she was mentally reviewing her calendar. Then she dropped her hand to her lap as she grinned at him. "Yep, Friday works." She took a bite of her sandwich. Luke stared at her. He had the sudden urge to kiss her, but he held back. Before he could do something so bold, he had to work through these conflicting feelings he was having. Feelings he'd never had with a woman before. Everything about this budding relationship was so different from what he'd experienced before that it kind of knocked him off balance. "Great," Kate said. "Now, the question is, what should I make?" Luke had no suggestions. Not only was he not a chef, but he hardly ever prepared his own meals. Eating out, or ordering something delivered, was way more convenient. Sure, he could suggest one of his favorite dishes, but he didn't want to assume what she was comfortable making. He smiled. "Surprise me." "Okay, but I don't know if my surprise will be a good surprise or a bad surprise." "I'm sure it will be perfect." Wearing an uncertain smile, she tilted her head. "Guess we'll see." "How is it?" he asked, with a chin lift toward her sandwich. "Really good." He lifted his and took a bite. After swallowing, he said, "Mine too." A sudden fit of conscience hit him. "True confession. I bought them at a deli." The fit of conscience wasn't strong enough to tell her the truth about his identity. He had to squash a laugh at the thought. She grinned. "I kind of figured that out." His mouth fell open with a look of mock offense. "What? You really didn't think I made them?" She reached toward him, but before her hand touched him, she pulled it back. "I'm sorry, Luke." Confused and a little disappointed that she hadn't touched him, he asked, "About what?" Her lips stretched into a smile of regret. "For assuming you should make every meal we eat." Now he felt even worse about his charade. Still, he couldn't get past the fact that he liked that she didn't know he was a billionaire. It kept everything so much simpler. That is, if he considered lying about his occupation and keeping all the facts straight a simple thing. He just had to figure out how to walk the line between keeping a secret and telling the truth. He knew he was only digging himself in deeper. Even so, he said, "How about this? I only cook for you on rare occasions." That was sort of walking the line, right? Not feeling great about his answer, he stayed quiet to give her a chance to respond. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I think that's fair. And of course, I'll be cooking for you in 2 days. He smiled in return. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 12. Friday came much faster than Kate had anticipated, and now she was running late. The faculty meeting had gone over, and she'd barely had time to stop by the grocery store before rushing home. As she pulled into her parking space, she hoped Luke would be running late too. She didn't see his Prius in the parking area. Exhaling in relief, she grabbed the grocery bags from her trunk and carried them into her apartment. As promised, Amy had made herself scarce. Remembering the way her roommate had gushed about how attractive Luke was after Kate had come home from the picnic dinner 2 nights earlier, Kate smiled. When Luke had dropped her off, she'd mentally urged him to kiss her, but he hadn't. Though she'd been disappointed, and had half wondered if something was wrong with her, she'd also rather appreciated that he wasn't getting physical with her. Most men she'd gone out with seemed to want a lot more than a kiss after a couple of dates. It was refreshing to be with a man who wasn't like that, a man she knew she was starting to fall for. Luke was so great. Besides being a straight-up hottie, he was kind and thoughtful and sweet and... Sighing with contentment, Kate unpacked the bag of groceries and set out the ingredients she needed to make the chicken casserole she'd planned. She was also going to make her mom's baked custard recipe, although she wasn't sure she had time. I should have done it ahead of time, she scolded herself. She worked as quickly as she could to put the casserole together, but before she'd finished, a knock sounded at her apartment door. Suddenly nervous that Luke would be less than impressed with her cooking, Kate felt her heart begin to pound. It's fine, she thought. He knows you're not a professional, barely a novice, really. Pushing a smile onto her lips, she crossed the room and opened the door. Hello, he said with that smile. Pulse racing, Kate smiled back. Hi there. She stepped back and held the door open. Come on in. Then she grimaced. I hope you're not starving. I got a late start. Faculty meeting went over. He chuckled. No worries, I can wait. Perfect. Then she gave him an ambivalent smile. In fact, maybe you wouldn't mind helping me out with one of the dishes? A flash of something, Kate wasn't sure what, crossed his face. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Great. She closed the door and went into the kitchen. Luke followed. Reaching the counter where several ingredients were set out, sugar, salt, nutmeg, and vanilla extract, she turned to him with a smile. It's a family recipe for baked custard. Hoping he wouldn't be insulted, she added, I'm sure you've made this 1,000 times and have your own way of doing it, but I only have the ingredients for this specific recipe. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. He glanced around. Do you have the recipe? Tapping her forehead, she said, It's all up here, but I can tell you the basics. You should be able to adapt it to the way you normally make it. Well, crap, Luke thought. He worked hard to hide his growing panic. He'd never made baked custard, wasn't even sure exactly what it was. Even so, he would strive to make it. How hard could it be anyway? It's not like Kate was a chef. Then again, she didn't even have an actual recipe for him to follow. Instead, she assumed, as she should, that he would know what to do. Maybe it's time to come clean. The moment the thought popped into his head, he disregarded it. He feared if she knew the truth, she would look at him completely differently. Who was he kidding? If she knew he was a wildly successful billionaire, of course she would look at him differently. Yes, he was taking a huge risk by keeping up this lie, but he had to see this through. Had to find out if she would stick around believing he was a simple chef. Knowing he was a billionaire was a distraction he didn't want to introduce into their budding relationship, not with how much he had already grown to care for her. Convinced that keeping up the lie was the right thing to do, Luke became even more determined to impress her with his extremely limited cooking skills. All right, he said with more confidence than he was feeling. Tell me your secret family recipe. She laughed. It's not really a secret, just a recipe we always enjoyed. He smiled at her, loving the openness in her expression, her sweetness. She was so kind and giving, so passionate about teaching those little kids. She was something special. There was no question that he more than cared for her. He was deeply drawn to her, so very, very drawn to her. Gazing at her, he saw his attraction to her reflected in her eyes. Silence descended as they appraised each other. Boy, he wanted to kiss her, was desperate to discover what those gorgeous lips felt like pressed against his, needed to know how it felt to hold her in his arms. And the more he gazed at her, the more he believed she wanted it too. The way Luke was looking at her woke a whole flock of butterflies in Kate's stomach. Nearly holding her breath, when he moved toward her, closing the small distance between them, she froze in place as her lips parted. His gray eyes were upon her, evaluating her, delving into her soul. He lifted a hand. 2 of his fingers brushed across her jaw, light as a feather, but hot as a branding iron, searing her skin. Barely breathing, Kate held very still, her eyes locked on his, and when his lips began to descend toward hers, moving slowly, slowly, she couldn't breathe, didn't even want to. Her whole world was focused on those full lips and imagining what it would feel like to have them crushing hers. And then she knew, and it was all she'd hoped for. She curled her arms around his neck, and his arms went around her waist. Pulled tight against him, Kate savored the moment and had no doubt she was falling for the hot chef with the very kissable lips. Several moments later, he drew away, and although Kate didn't want to be released from his embrace, she knew it was a good idea. Kissing was as far as she wanted to go, and if he didn't stop, she wasn't sure she would be able to end it or that she would want to. He took a step back, his gaze still on her, his eyes burning with a fire she felt as well. Wow, she thought, just wow. Elated to be in the first blush of a serious crush, she smiled with radiance. Chapter 13. Luke was in awe. He'd never been as drawn to a woman as he was drawn to Kate Sullivan. And that kiss, it was amazing, beyond amazing. It was the most real kiss he'd ever experienced in his life. Rather overwhelmed, he needed a moment, needed to turn his mind away from this woman he was definitely starting to fall for. "So," he said with a half-grin as he struggled to slow his racing heart, "that recipe." She softly chuckled, clearly feeling the same way he was, which filled him with unimaginable joy. "Right." She turned around and opened the refrigerator and took out a gallon of milk and a carton of eggs, then set them on the counter. "Beat 4 eggs and then whisk in half a cup of sugar, half a teaspoon of salt, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Then you'll scald 4 cups of milk and temper the egg mixture with the scalded milk 1 cup at a time." Was she speaking Greek? Luke slowly blinked as he tried to decipher what she was telling him to do. He understood some of it, but scald? Temper? What did that even mean? He could guess scald, but he'd never heard of temper. Panic swelled within him. He stammered. Kate laughed. "Sorry, I can tell you the measurement amounts as you go." That wasn't the issue, although it would help. Fearing his cover was about to be blown, he said, "Before I start, I need to use your bathroom." "Oh, sure." She pointed down a short hallway. "First door on the left." He turned and walked away, working to stop from dashing down the hall. Once inside the bathroom, he took his phone out of his pocket and sat on the closed toilet lid. He looked up the terms scald and temper and quickly read them over. Panic dissipating, Luke tucked his phone into his pocket, washed his hands, and went back into the kitchen. Kate was putting what looked like the finishing touches on her chicken casserole. Though tempted to suggest she make the baked custard, he knew he had to do it, otherwise she would be suspicious for sure. "All right," he said with a smile, "let's do this." He had no trouble beating the eggs with the electric beater she gave him, and he whisked in the sugar, salt, and vanilla with ease, but then he poured the 4 cups of milk into a saucepan and set it on the stovetop. "Sorry it's not a gas stove," she said with a tiny frown. "I'm sure you prefer those, right?" Yeah." He barely used the stove or oven at his apartment, so he had no preference whatsoever. He turned the heat on under the saucepan and stirred. "Do you have a thermometer?" Oh, no, sorry. I just eyeball it. Well, wasn't that just great? He'd read that the milk should reach 180 degrees. How did you eyeball a temperature? He couldn't very well ask her, could he? A chef would just know these things. He went back to his task as a line of perspiration popped out on his upper lip. He had to get this right. Fortunately, his back was to Kate, so she couldn't see his nervousness. I really appreciate you doing this, Luke. I'm happy to, he said with enthusiasm he didn't feel, his eyes glued to the milk, watching for the telltale bubbles around the sides of the pan that would indicate it was getting hot. At least, that's what he'd read online a short time ago. I need to put this casserole in the oven, she said from beside him a few minutes later. Her nearness grabbed his attention, and as he stepped out of the way while she opened the oven and slid the casserole inside, he had the urge to wrap her in his arms and nuzzle her neck. Down, boy, he thought, quietly clearing his throat. When she straightened and immediately stepped back so he could resume his task, Luke had to work to tear his attention away from her. She tossed him a smile, and after she turned away, his eyes slid in her direction of their own volition. He watched as she went to the refrigerator and took out vegetables, and then removed a cutting board out of the cupboard. She was actually quite proficient in the kitchen, much more than he was, big surprise there, which reminded him. Turning his focus to the milk, he was alarmed to see robust bubbles already popping. Shoot! He quickly began stirring, then realized he should probably turn the heat down. He hoped he hadn't gone beyond scalding and reached burning. Chewing on his lower lip, he wondered at what point he should remove the pan from the heat. Turning his head, he grabbed a sideways glance at Kate, who he wished would take over. Nope, he was on his own on this one. Swallowing over his concern, he stirred for another 15 seconds, then turned the heat off and removed the pan from the stovetop. Was it time to do the tempering thing? He hoped he'd properly understood how to do it. Using a 1-cup measuring cup that Kate had set out for him, he scooped out some of the scalded milk and began slowly pouring it into the egg mixture. Then he remembered he was supposed to whisk it constantly as he poured. Dang it! He could see a few bits of cooked egg. Shoot! Well, nothing he could do about it now. He continued pouring and whisking. Maybe he could whisk those little suckers enough to hide them. When the cup had been poured out, he scooped out more and repeated the process until all the milk had been added to the egg mixture. There were several tiny chunks of cooked egg floating around. Maybe he could fish them out and toss them before Kate noticed. How's it going? Kate asked as she stepped to his side, killing his idea. Chapter 14. When Kate looked at the mixture in the bowl, she was surprised to see several bits of cooked egg floating in the liquid. Maybe that's how Luke made his custard? Although she couldn't imagine people preferred that over having it smooth and creamy. Ignoring the pinch of something that dragged at her mind, she said, I'll grab my custard cups. She set them on the counter and turned back to Luke, and when she saw him standing there, obviously waiting to move to the next step, she forgot about the odd sensation she'd felt and instead remembered the way it had felt to be held in his arms and kissed with such passion, and was half tempted to ask him to kiss her again. Face flaming, she turned around and pretended to straighten the already straight cups. Getting herself under control, she turned back around to face him. I don't know how you do it, but my mom taught me to bathe the custard cups in a hot water bath to prevent the custard from curdling or cracking. His eyes widened, but half a beat later they went back to normal. What was up with that? Shoving down a sudden feeling of unease, she asked, How do you do it? He visibly swallowed. The same way. What was going on with him? Do you feel all right? Grimacing slightly, he said, You know, something might have disagreed with me. Would you mind, taking over? She was done with making the salad and was just waiting for the casserole to cook, so she had nothing else to do, although she'd been looking forward to having Luke make her baked custard. Of course. He flashed her a smile. Thanks, if you'll excuse me. She felt bad for him. Having an upset stomach on a date. Awkward. She watched him walk toward the bathroom, then got busy on finishing the custard. As she poured the mixture into the cups, she was kind of perplexed about the way Luke had done it, the way there were small bits of cooked egg, and when she saw that the bottom of the pan he'd used to scald the milk was somewhat burnt, the unease she'd felt earlier grew. How was it that a chef made these kinds of mistakes? Was he feeling that unwell? Pushing aside her concern, she focused on the task at hand. As she worked and waited for Luke to return, she thought about that amazing kiss. Had she ever enjoyed a kiss as much as she'd enjoyed that one? She didn't think so. By the time she was ready to put the custard cups into the oven, the casserole was just about done, and Luke came back. "Feeling better?" she asked, worried he would leave before they had a chance to eat the meal she'd prepared. He glanced at the custard cups, which were ready to go in the oven, then smiled broadly. "Yeah, I feel fine now." Thinking he was acting just a bit odd, Kate shoved down any questions she had and smiled. "Good. I was afraid you'd want to leave." He shook his head. "Nope. I'm looking forward to trying that chicken casserole you made." He paused a beat. "And that baked custard." It wasn't going to be as creamy as it normally was, but that wasn't her fault. Even so, she wasn't about to point that out. She didn't want to make him feel bad. She took the casserole out of the oven and placed the custard cups inside. "Ready to eat?" "Sure am." Luke felt like he dodged a bullet with his "something disagreed with me" excuse. Kate seemed to have bought it, and he'd managed to avoid blowing his cover. At least, he hoped he had. He knew he'd messed up on the tempering thing, but hopefully that wouldn't be an issue. He certainly wasn't going to point out his mistake. The important thing was that he'd come to realize how much Kate meant to him, enough that he would do what it took to keep things going with her. Which means you should tell her the truth, he thought. He knew his inner voice was right, but he just couldn't quite bring himself to confess the truth. Not yet. Soon, though. He knew it would be soon. "How is it?" Kate asked him, after he took a bite of the casserole she'd painstakingly made. At least, he assumed it was painstaking. It seemed like a lot of work to him, but what did he know? Suppressing a self-deprecating smirk, he smiled instead. "It's delicious." "I'm glad you think so." Her nose crinkled, which he found adorable. "I admit, I was a little nervous to cook for you." "Really? Why?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt like an idiot. Of course she would be nervous to cook for a professional chef. Shaking his head, he softly chuckled. "Never mind. Anyway, you have nothing to be nervous about. You're a great cook." She fairly beamed, which told him he'd said the right thing. "Thank you, Luke. That means a lot coming from you." Guilt blossomed within him, and he thought, "I don't know how much longer I can take this. Maybe I should just do it, just tell her the truth." He even opened his mouth to speak, although he was stumped on how to proceed. Just say it, he thought. Drawing in a breath, he gathered his thoughts, but the moment he was about to speak, the front door burst open. Chapter 15. Kate's attention shot to the apartment door, which someone had flung open. It was Amy. What was she doing there? Yeah, she lived there, but she wasn't supposed to be home for a couple of hours. "Sorry, guys," Amy said, out of breath as she bustled in. "I forgot something." She hurried past them and down the hall to her room, re-emerging moments later with a bag in her hand. Slowing as she approached the small table where Kate sat with Luke, she looked at the food. "Looks yummy." "I'll make sure and save some for you," Kate said with a smirk. Amy laughed. "See you later." "Bye." Kate watched as Amy left, then turned to Luke and shook her head as she smiled. "Roommates." Which made her wonder, do you have a roommate or do you live alone? "Alone. I had roommates in college." He chuckled. "That was enough for me. I definitely prefer to live by myself." As much as Kate loved Amy, she had to admit that there were plenty of times she wished she lived on her own. "One day," she said, her voice wistful. Luke was glad they'd been interrupted by Kate's roommate, because if she hadn't burst into the apartment, he would have confessed his true identity. Well, he hadn't lied about his identity so much as what he did for a living and about his net worth. But did those things really matter? Besides the fact that he had to keep pretending he was a chef, would Kate really care that he ran his own international corporation? She liked him for him. At least, that's the impression he got. And that was exactly the reason he'd started this experiment. An experiment that was turning into so much more than he'd expected. So, he was glad Amy had shown up in the nick of time, stopping him, which had given him the chance he'd needed to reconsider what he'd been about to do. He needed, to see where things went with Kate before the big reveal. And when it came time to spill the beans, if they meant as much to each other as he hoped they would, she would understand, right? Kate studied Luke's face. He seemed to be deep in thought. What was he thinking about? Curious, she said, "Penny for your thoughts?" His eyes snapped to her, then he laughed. "Just, thinking about when I'll be able to see you again." Thrilled to hear that, Kate felt her lips curving into an eager smile. "And when would you be able to do that?" "Well, tomorrow is Saturday. I don't have anything planned. What about you?" "I have a few errands to run, but I'm free in the afternoon." A smile slowly built on his lips, drawing Kate further into his orbit. What was it about him that made her so crazy for him? She made a mental list. His smile, the way he made her feel like she was the most important thing in the world, the fact that he was always eager to set up their next date before the current date ended, his interest in her life. "The afternoon will be perfect." Excited to know they would spend time together the next day, she asked, "What do you want to do?" Cupping his chin, he said, "How about an afternoon hike?" Being out in nature, plus being with Luke, win-win. Kate smiled. "I'd love that." That amazing smile grew. "Awesome." As they ate, they chatted about hikes they'd been on in the area, then chose one neither of them had done before, but that Luke had wanted to go on. "I can bring the food this time," Kate offered, then immediately worried that she was stepping on his toes. "Unless you wanted to?" "No, that would be great if you brought it." Relieved he wasn't offended that she was encroaching onto his territory, she smiled. "All right." They finished the casserole and salad, and as they cleared their dishes, the timer went off for the baked custard. Concerned about how it had turned out, Kate opened the oven and removed the dish holding the custard cups. They looked good. She inserted a knife into the center of one of the cups. It came out clean. They were done. "Those turned out great," Luke said. Was he trying to downplay the fact that he'd seemed to struggle with making them? Kate didn't want to think about the sense of unease she'd felt earlier, not with the way she was growing to care so much about him, but she also didn't want to ignore it. Still, now wasn't the time to dissect it. That could come later, after he left. "They do look good," she agreed as she set a custard cup on a small plate for each of them. Luke picked up the plates and carried them to the nearby table, then they sat across from each other. "We should let them cool a bit," she suggested. "Yeah, they definitely look hot." Nearly as hot as you, she thought. Smirking to herself, when the memory of that sense of unease filled her mind, she got an idea. "What are some of the desserts your clients have you make? Do you have a specialty that you do?" He stared at her for a beat, then smiled. "Are these your specialty?" Was he avoiding the question? Pushing a smile onto her lips, she said, "Among a few other things." Why did she say that? She was no chef. "Like what?" He rested his forearms on the table and leaned forward slightly, like he could hardly wait to hear what she had to say. With the way he was looking at her? Yeah, she loved having his undivided attention. "I don't love to cook, but I do enjoy a good meal, so I've had to learn how to make a few things." She swept her hand toward the baked custard. "These, of course. I also make a mean chocolate chip cookie, and I have a few recipes my mom made growing up that I like. Casseroles and things like that." Wait a minute. He'd completely turned the conversation around, and away from himself. She had to get it back on track. "You didn't answer my question, though, Luke. Do you have a specialty dessert?" He nodded. "There's a chocolate cake that my clients seem to request a lot." His answer helped to soothe that sense of unease, that nagging suspicion that he wasn't all that he claimed to be. She arched an eyebrow. As a chocolate lover, I wouldn't mind having the recipe." He laughed. "All right, I'll see what I can do." Relieved that his answer was what she'd been hoping to hear, she picked up her spoon and scooped out some custard before lifting it to her lips to test the temperature. It was still hot, but she blew on the custard before sliding the spoonful into her mouth. Mmm. It tasted wonderful, although the texture wasn't as creamy as she would have liked. "Good?" he asked as he scooped some out. She nodded, slightly disappointed that it hadn't turned out as perfectly as it might have had she made it. She wanted him to love it, to be impressed by her cooking. Would he realize it was his mistake that made it less than perfect? That nagging feeling returned, but on the heels of it was her need to impress him. "Stop obsessing, Kate," she thought. Easier said than done. Luke was a chef. He would know if something didn't turn out right, and more than anything, she wanted to dazzle him. She watched him as he ate his spoonful. "That's good custard." Was he just saying that? She almost wanted to mention that it wasn't as creamy as normal, but she didn't want to make him feel bad. He'd said he hadn't been feeling well when he'd been making it. That had to be the reason he'd messed up, right? "Thank you." It didn't take long to finish their small dishes of custard, and when they were done, he offered to help clean up. Working side by side in her small kitchen, her rinsing the dishes and him loading them into the dishwasher, she felt a kinship with him, an intimacy that seemed to build each time they were together. She really, really liked this man, and she really, really wanted to develop their budding relationship. When they were done loading the dishes into the dishwasher, she used the hand towel to dry her hands, then held out the towel to him. As he took it, his hand brushed against hers. A jolt of electricity surged through her at the brief touch, eliciting a small gasp from her. His gaze was on her, appraising her. Heart racing, Kate felt the weight of his attention, but it was a weight that felt like a cozy blanket, warm and soft. The memory of their earlier kiss flew into her mind, pushing out any other thought except the way it felt to have his lips on hers, a feeling she was eager to re-experience. His gray eyes never wavered as he studied her. What was he thinking? She hoped his thoughts involved another kiss. Her lips tingled in anticipation. The simple evening had been one of the best Luke had ever had on a date. No expensive restaurant with servers hurrying to do his bidding. No fancy meal and flashy entertainment. No dressy clothes and sparkling jewels. Just him and Kate in her tiny apartment with food she'd made herself and a dessert he'd nearly screwed up. Intimate, quiet, unpretentious. He loved the simplicity of it, and he loved the easiness he felt with her. He could see himself doing this night after night, with her, for years. Yes, he enjoyed going out once in a while, but it was the company he kept that made all the difference. And if Kate was the one he was going with, going out would be just as easy, just as wonderful. Being here, in her home, where the vibe was calm and relaxing, yeah, that was a vibe he wanted in his life on a regular basis. With her he felt good, settled, at home. A smile slowly lifted his lips. He was beyond attracted to her on so many levels, and at that moment, the only thing he wanted was to show her how he felt, wanted to stake his claim, wanted to kiss her with all the passion that was sweeping over him. Chapter 16. Kate was pinned in place by Luke's gaze, by his eyes burning with desire. The message she read was loud and clear. "I want to kiss you." Her lips parted, and her breathing seemed to slow as her pulse went into the stratosphere. Her anticipation ratcheted up as her mind shouted, "Kiss me already." A smile slowly tugged his lips upward. It was as if he could read her need, her desperate desire, and he was making her wait. Why was he doing this to her? Did he enjoy torturing her? Maybe he wanted her to make the first move this time. He'd instigated their last kiss. Did he want her to show that she wanted this as much as he did? All right, if that's what it took. She moved fractionally closer, closing the small distance between them. Then she lifted a hand and brought it up just enough to slide it into his. His fingers closed around hers, and his smile grew, his focus never wavering from her face. About to reach up and touch his cheek with her free hand, she paused and asked herself if she wanted to be the aggressor. Sure, it was just a kiss, and not their first, but still, did she want to go after him like that? If she wanted this, then she had to go for it, and she wanted this. Her hand rose as if it had a mind of its own. Fingers brushing across the trim hair on his jaw, she was surprised that it wasn't as rough as she'd expected it to be. His eyes were locked on hers. His fingers that were intertwined with hers tightened. Kate's hand moved from his jaw to his lips, sweeping across them light as a feather. His lips parted. She felt his warm breath on her fingers. Her hand lowered until it was at his shoulder. Her gaze drifted to his impressive biceps. She had to touch the taut skin over the rounded muscle. Using just one finger, she traced the visible vein on the side of his upper arm, and then glided her finger across the muscle that had caught her eye the first time she'd seen him. What was it with her and biceps? Maybe it was the strength, the masculinity, the maleness of it. Didn't really matter. All that mattered was that she had a thing for Luke Hudson, and she believed he had a thing for her. A thing that could turn into something more, something deeper. At least, she hoped so, because she was well on her way to falling for this man who seemed to want to be with her as much as she wanted to be with him. What was she doing to him? Luke had never been so intrigued by a woman's touch as he was by Kate's at that moment. She was focused on running her fingers over his upper arm, which sent all kinds of sensations rocketing through him. He could feel the smolder in his eyes, and when her blue eyes returned to his face, he knew she saw the fire burning bright. Her hands stilled on his arm, then fell away. Enough of this teasing. He needed to hold her in his arms, needed to capture those luscious lips with his. With her hand still held in his, he slid their clasped hands around her waist, pinning her arm behind her back. Her eyes were on his, trusting, eager. He cupped the back of her neck with his free hand and heard a small sigh escape her lips. He had her where he wanted her, and as powerful attraction surged through him, he lowered his mouth to hers, taking possession of those kissable lips, making clear the way he felt about her. Even as he did, he felt her eager response as her free arm wound around his neck. He released her hand and slid both of his arms around her, holding her close. Both of her arms curled around his neck. Kissing her, holding her, Luke had never felt like this before. With Kate, everything was so real, so genuine, so right. He was amazed that he'd found her and that she seemed to feel just as strongly toward him as he did toward her. After a long, passionate kiss, Luke reluctantly drew away. Trying to slow his breathing, he observed the passion in her eyes and had no doubt that his feelings were reciprocated. Running a finger along her jaw, he whispered, "Kate." Her eyes fluttered closed, but after a moment she opened them and met his gaze. He was ready to kiss her again, needed to kiss her again, but as he was about to, the door to the apartment opened. Kate was in heaven, was experiencing sensations she'd never felt before. It was more than the physical desire that coursed through her. It was Luke's very presence, the no-doubt sense that he cared for her, that he would do anything for her. At least, that's what she believed. She could see he was about to get another kiss in, and she welcomed it, but then the door opened. Kate's attention shot to the doorway, where Amy was stepping across the threshold. Amy saw them, and a grimace formed on her lips. "Oops," she muttered, but it was so silent in the apartment that her words were clearly heard. She lifted a hand and pointed down the hall. I'll go in there." She hurried across a living room and down the hall. Not able to help it, Kate laughed and shook her head. Leave it to Amy to have the world's worst timing. Maybe it was a good thing. Kate didn't want to get carried away with Luke. She smiled at him, and to her relief, he didn't seem annoyed at the interruption. Instead, he'd barely glanced at Amy, and now he smiled at Kate as he took a small step back. "I should probably go." Still smiling, she nodded. "Probably." He lifted her hand and kissed the smooth skin on the back. "Until tomorrow." Captivated, Kate just nodded. With a final smile, Luke turned and strode to the door, then walked out and closed the door behind him. Waiting several seconds to make sure he was gone, Kate wore a broad smile as she called out, "Amy!" Chapter 17. Moments later, Amy appeared. "Where is he? Did he leave?" She frowned at Kate. "I'm sorry I interrupted." Then she grinned. "What was I interrupting?" Kate couldn't suppress the huge smile on her face as she sank onto the couch. "Just a little kiss?" Amy waggled her eyebrows. "That's what I thought." She sat beside her. "So, the personal chef approved of your cooking?" When she heard the title Amy gave Luke, Kate's smile faltered. Now Amy's eyebrows bunched. "What's wrong?" Her mouth fell open. "He didn't like your food?" Kate shook her head. "No, that's not it." Narrowing her eyes, Amy asked, "Then what?" Chewing on her lip, Kate debated whether to say anything. She liked Luke so much. Why introduce questions that could mess the whole thing up? Questions that were probably her overreacting to something silly. "Kate, tell me." Okay, maybe it would help to get a second opinion. Most likely, Amy would come up with a reasonable explanation and put the whole thing to rest. Yes, she should tell Amy. That would solve the whole thing. Feeling better, Kate said, "It was probably nothing, but I found it a little odd." Amy tilted her head to the side. "Now you've really got me wondering." Kate pursed her lips, then said, "So, I asked him to make the baked custard cups." "Oh, I love those. You have some left, right?" "Of course." Exhaling in obvious relief, Amy smiled. "Great." She leaned toward Kate. "Go on." He didn't seem to know what he was doing." This earned her a look of confusion from Amy. "What do you mean?" "You know how I'm so careful to pour the scalded milk into the egg mixture?" "Right," Amy said, "so that it turns out creamy. You've told me 1,000,000 times to be careful of that step." Glad Amy was getting it, Kate nodded. "Exactly. Well, It felt like she was telling on him, like she was tearing him down. "What, Kate?" Audibly sighing, she said, "I guess the milk was too hot, and he didn't stir it when he started pouring it in, because there were bits of cooked egg in the custard, and the pan he scalded the milk in was kind of burnt." Ready to hear Amy's reasonable explanation, Kate watched her face. But instead of smiling and nodding like she'd figured it out, Amy pinched the skin at her throat and kind of grimaced. Crud, maybe she shouldn't have said anything. Then she remembered Luke's excuse. He did say something had disagreed with him, and he ran to the bathroom a couple of times. Slowly nodding, Amy said, "I guess that could have something to do with it, but did he run to the bathroom in the middle of scalding the milk and pouring it into the egg mixture?" Kate wished she could say yes, but that would be a lie, and she refused to lie, even for Luke. "No, it was right before he started, and then when I told him that I bathed the custard cups in a hot water bath, he gave me this look like he didn't know what I was talking about, and that's when he said he wasn't feeling well and asked me to finish." Amy rubbed the back of her neck as she frowned. Seeing Amy's reaction, Kate felt her earlier sense that something was off with Luke roar back to life. When Amy didn't speak, Kate felt her whole body tense up. "What?" "I'm just remembering how we couldn't find anything on social media on a chef named Luke Hudson," Amy said. Oh yeah, Kate thought, right. She'd completely forgotten about that. "You said he made you lunch, though," Amy said. "The other day? At his friend's restaurant?" Kate nodded, but knew what she was about to admit wouldn't help Luke's case. "He was in the kitchen, but I never actually saw him cook anything." And then another memory filled her mind. "What is it, Kate? I can see you're thinking of something." "Well, the other night when he took me on a picnic dinner overlooking the view, the food he brought, sandwiches, He said he bought them at a deli. All of these small things were adding up to something that Kate didn't want to think about, yet she knew she had to use her brain and not her heart. Amy wore a grimace, then she squished up her nose like she was reluctant to say what was on her mind. "What?" Kate asked, terrified to hear what she knew Amy was thinking, because she was thinking it herself. "Kate," Amy said, as she set her hand on Kate's knee, "I'm not sure Luke Hudson is who he claims to be." "No," she thought. This was exactly what Kate didn't want to hear, but she knew she had to hear it. After the time she and Luke had spent together, after those kisses, she was getting lost to him. She wanted to wail in despair that things were going off the rails already, especially when he claimed to care for her, really seemed to care for her, as much as she cared for him. Why? Why did she always fall for the men who were the worst for her? Was it some sort of internal gut instinct, or some self-destructive thing that made her fall for men who lied to her just like her father had lied to her? Was it her attempt to try to right the wrongs of the past? "I'm sorry, Kate," Amy said, her face scrunched up in sympathy. "I know how much you like him." That was an understatement. Kate wasn't ready to toss him aside just yet. She wanted to get to the bottom of this. Maybe she and Amy were wrong. Maybe he was exactly who he said he was. Despite her gut feeling that something was off, maybe it was just her fear of falling for the wrong men that was leading her astray. "What else do you know about him?" Amy asked, like she was trying to solve a great puzzle. "Like, do you know where he lives?" Kate shook her head. "No. I know he has a younger brother, and he said he's close to his family and that they live here in LA. "Okay." "Maybe," Kate said as she bit her lip, "maybe I can just ask him." Amy immediately shook her head. "No." "Why not?" Tilting her head like the answer was obvious, Amy said, "If he's lying, what makes you think asking him will get him to suddenly tell the truth? There's no way to know what's true and what's false." Reluctantly, Kate nodded her agreement. She could ask him straight out, but what would stop him from adding lies upon lies? How would she have a clue what was true? Much to her dismay, Kate knew Amy was right. They would have to figure this out on their own. "We're supposed to go out tomorrow," Kate said. She pictured his handsome face, and her heart hitched. She'd been looking forward to their date. Now what would happen? "On a hike," she added. She looked at Amy, and with a pleading tone asked, "What should I do?" Pursing her lips, Amy was silent. Then after several moments, she slowly nodded. "You'll go on your date. You'll act like everything is normal, and when he drops you off, I'll follow him. We'll find out where he lives, and we'll stake it out, see what we can discover." Though she didn't love the idea, she had no better plan, and maybe, just maybe, everything would turn out fine. Grasping onto a sliver of hope that they would discover that Luke was exactly who he said he was, Kate allowed a tiny smile to curve her lips. "Okay, let's do it." Chapter 18. Kate had never been so nervous in all of her life. Luke was supposed to pick her up for their hiking date any minute. How was she supposed to act perfectly normal when she had so many questions? And she'd already determined that asking him straight out if he was really a chef wasn't an option. Not when she had no way to know if his answer would be the truth. No, she and Amy had a plan, and they were going to stick to it. "What should I do if he wants to kiss me?" she asked Amy, before peeking out the blinds to see if Luke's Prius had pulled up yet. "Kiss him, of course." Kate released the slat and spun around to stare at her best friend. Amy laughed. "Otherwise he'll know something's up, right?" "Yeah, I guess so." Secretly, she was thrilled that Amy had given her permission to kiss him. Not that she needed permission, but this way she wouldn't feel guilty if, when, she kissed him. Even though she had a million questions for him, and had all kinds of doubts about his story, she was still wildly attracted to him. "All part of the cover, right?" she asked. Amy tossed her a smirk. "Exactly." A loud and confident knock sounded on the door. Kate's eyes went wide. Luke must have pulled up right after she turned away from the window, and now her heart was galloping. "Deep breath, Kate," Amy said, before demonstrating how to breathe. If she wasn't so nervous, Kate would have laughed at the way Amy was dramatically inhaling. As it was, she mimicked Amy and felt her heart begin to slow to a more normal rate. Another knock. "Do you want me to get it?" Amy asked with a cocked eyebrow. Quickly shaking her head, Kate gave Amy a shooing motion. "Remember," Amy stage whispered, "text me when you're 5 minutes away so I can be ready to follow him." The reminder of their covert operation sent Kate's anxiety back into action. Dragging in a sharp breath, Kate nodded. Then, when Amy was safely in her room, Kate reached for the doorknob. Plastering a smile onto her mouth, she pulled the door open. When she saw Luke standing there, looking as cute as ever, all concern of him not being who he said he was flew out of her head, and for several seconds she tried to convince herself that none of that mattered. But then her logical mind took over, and she knew it mattered very much. "Hello," he said, with his trademark fabulous smile. Though that smile still tugged at her heart like it always did, underlying that was her skepticism that it was all for show. For half a second, she was tempted to blurt out her suspicions, but that would be a mistake. If he was lying about being a chef, he could lie about anything. "Everything okay?" he asked, his forehead creased in question. "Get it together, Kate," she thought. She shoved her own smile back onto her mouth. "Yep, I just need to grab the food." She stepped back. "You can come in if you'd like." He crossed the threshold. Kate placed the sandwiches she'd made into her backpack, hyper-aware of Luke standing nearby. Next, she took the half-filled and frozen water bottles out of the freezer and filled them the rest of the way from the faucet. Then, after screwing the caps back on, tucked them into the backpack. "You didn't happen to make those chocolate chip cookies you mentioned, did you?" She'd been so discombobulated with her questions regarding him that she'd totally forgotten that she'd told him about those and that he'd expressed an interest in having some. She turned to him with a look of regret. "No, sorry, I didn't have time." "That's all right. I'm sure there will be other opportunities." She wasn't so sure. It all depended on what she and Amy found out about him when they staked out his house, assuming Amy was able to follow him successfully. She shoved those thoughts aside. If she had any hope of pulling off her charade that everything was normal, she couldn't allow her thoughts to stray to the undercover operation she and Amy had cooked up. Cooked up, she thought, like what a chef would do. A real chef. Oh man, this pretending thing is going to be hard. She focused on putting the rest of their meal in the backpack. Luke didn't know if he was imagining it, but something seemed a little weird with Kate today. Her vibe was completely different than it had been the night before. Why, though? The only thing he could think of was that kiss. Had it been too much? It had been pretty passionate. Was she not ready for something like that? She'd seemed to enjoy it as much as he had, although when Amy had interrupted them and he'd suggested that he should head home, she had agreed. So yeah, maybe it had been a bit much for her. Maybe today he should hold off on more kisses. We'll see, he thought. He squashed the smirk that played around the edges of his mouth. Good thing Kate's back was to him. She turned to him with a smile. "All set." Seeing her in that moment, he had to crush the powerful desire to kiss her. "Cool it, cowboy," he thought. "You've got all afternoon." "All right," he said with a smile. Then he went to the door and held it open for her. She picked up the backpack and walked toward him. "Let me take that," he offered, with a hand held toward the backpack. She held it out to him, and he took it, tossing it over one shoulder. Then they walked out the door together and toward his Prius. Chapter 19. As they drove to the trailhead, Kate couldn't stop sneaking glances at Luke. What if she and Amy discovered something nefarious about him? Everything would fall to pieces, and their budding romance would be destroyed. Her heart would take a beating. She really, really hoped that didn't happen. "You doing okay over there?" he asked, catching her off guard. To throw him off the scent, she tossed him a bright smile. "Yeah." "Really? You're awfully quiet." She met his eyes as he glanced at her. Dang, she was so enamored of him. Why did she have to have these questions? She hated it. Just thinking about the hike. It's been a while since I've gone hiking. She followed that up with another smile. Me too. Beautiful day for it, though. Yes, it is. Kate let her gaze wander over the trees that surrounded them as they drove up the canyon. Though it was August, it wasn't as terribly hot as it sometimes got in the summer. It was a great day for a hike. She just had to focus on enjoying nature. Although really, she should use her time with Luke to try to dig a little. She had to be subtle, though. She didn't want to give away her suspicions before she and Amy had a chance to do their reconnaissance that night. Eventually, they reached a gravel parking lot at the trailhead. There were quite a few cars there already, which wasn't surprising since it was early afternoon. Luke parked his Prius, then hopped out and came around to her door, opening it for her and holding out his hand. She placed her hand in his, and when their skin made contact, she felt that draw to him that seemed to be her constant companion. Once her feet were on the gravel, she wasn't sure if she wanted him to let go of her hand, but when he did before getting the backpack out of the rear seat, she decided it was best to not get distracted by his touch. Just being around him was distraction enough. He hefted the pack onto his shoulders, which she appreciated. Then he did a head tilt toward the trailhead. Ready? Yep. They stopped and studied the map posted on the wood board. Looks like a loop, although at the highest point there's an overlook. He turned and smiled at her. Let's eat there. Sounds good. He took his phone out and took a picture of the map. For reference, he said, as he tucked his phone back in his pocket. Good idea. They turned to start the hike, but had to wait as a trio of men who were just finishing walked past them. Luke and Kate said hello, then started up the trail. It was wide enough for them to walk side by side. Kate wanted to get back that feeling she'd had for the brief moment when Luke had taken her hand. Flexing her fingers, she wondered if she should do it. Should she slip her hand into his? They'd never held hands for a long period of time before, but now that they'd kissed, twice, holding hands should be perfectly natural. So yeah, it was something she should do. And distraction or not, it would help sell the everything is normal ruse, right? Blowing out a tiny breath, she gathered her nerve. Their hands swung back and forth as they walked. She moved her hand toward his, but wasn't about to look to see how close she was. Instead, out of the corner of her eye, she watched the rhythm of his swinging arm, and when the timing seemed right, she put her hand in the path of where his hand would be in 3, 2, 1. Bingo! Their hands connected. He took the hint, intertwining his fingers with hers. Kate turned her head and smiled at him. He smiled back and winked. Oh, what was it about those winks and that smile? Feeling lost to him, even though all they were doing was walking and holding hands, Kate smiled to herself. Until she remembered the whole, is he really a chef thing? Nope, she thought, not going to think about that right now. With their hands clasped, they walked along for several minutes, chatting about books they'd read and movies they'd watched. I have to admit, I don't have much time to go to the movies or watch TV. Good segue into learning more about his personal chef career. Kate turned and looked at him, taking in his strong profile. How many hours do you work per week, would you say? He shifted his eyes to her, his face calm, giving nothing away. Some weeks more than others. On average. Had that come out sounding too strident, like she was demanding an answer? Well, she kind of was. He looked away like he was calculating how many hours he spent in the kitchen each week. That never-ending hope that she was wrong and that he was exactly who he said he was suffused her as she waited to hear his reply. He looked at her again. At least 50 hours. With the planning and shopping and the actual cooking, it adds up. He smiled at her before facing the trail again. The way he spoke with such assuredness made her believe him. At least, made her want to believe him. She hated this back and forth, this roller coaster of emotions. Why couldn't it all be simple instead? Suppressing a sigh, when the trail began to narrow, making it necessary to go single file, Kate frowned. You want to lead? Luke asked her. She nodded. Sure. He released her hand, and she took the lead, striding along the trail while enjoying the warmth of the sun. Lots of shade kept her cool, and the sound of the leaves fluttering in the breeze soothed her. Do you think we'll see any wildlife? She asked as she looked over her shoulder at Luke. He shrugged. Maybe a squirrel or two, but I doubt we'll see anything else. Too many people on this trail. She had to agree, although with it being a loop, they weren't passing people going the opposite way. There are other hikes I know of where we could maybe see a deer. She turned and smiled at him. That would be cool. She loved the idea of going on more hikes with him. Look how good I'm doing with acting like everything is fine, she silently congratulated herself. Let's stop and have some water. Good idea. She paused in a shady spot under a tree. Luke stopped beside her. He shrugged the backpack off of his shoulders and unzipped it before taking out 2 of the water bottles Kate had loaded in there earlier. He handed her one, then set the pack on the dirt and unscrewed the cap on his. Good idea to freeze part of the water. Pleased that he liked her ingenuity, she smiled. I almost forgot to stick them in the freezer last night. He took a deep swallow. I'm glad you remembered. Ice-cold water is the best on a hike. There was still a core of ice in the bottles, which kept them nice and chilled. Yes, she agreed, especially in August. They drank some more, then Luke put the bottles back in the pack before lifting it onto his shoulders. Let's see if we can figure out where we are on the map, Luke said, lifting his phone out of his pocket. Suddenly curious what other photos were on his phone and whether they would give a clue to the truth about him, Kate wondered if there was a way she could get a peek. It would be even better if she could look at other things on his phone, but she didn't feel right about that. Standing beside him as he opened his Photos app, Kate tried to get a glimpse of other pictures. When the app opened, it displayed a number of pictures divided into squares. Quickly scanning them, all she was able to see before he tapped on the image of the map was a few pictures of Luke smiling with other people beside him. She did manage to see that a couple of the pictures were of him with women. Who were they? Women he dated? Was he still dating them? They'd never discussed being exclusive, so it was possible he was dating other people. The thought of him dating, kissing, another woman sent a spike of jealousy right through her. Let's see, he said, completely oblivious to the thoughts charging through her head. I'm guessing we're about here. He touched a spot on the map, which he'd zoomed in on. So about halfway to the overlook. He turned to her with a smile. Swallowing her jealousy, Kate smiled back. Nice. I'll be ready to eat when we get there. Me too. As he tucked his phone back in his pocket, she focused on the here and now and not what he might be doing when she wasn't with him. Chapter 20. Luke suggested Kate lead the way again, not only because he could easily see over her, but because he enjoyed watching her walk. Her high ponytail swung from side to side like it was having as much fun as they were, and her hips, yeah, he enjoyed watching them sway. When she'd taken his hand early on, he'd been surprised, but also thrilled. Feeling the smooth skin of her hand in his made him feel closer to her, more intimate in a way, and that weird vibe he'd gotten from her at the apartment seemed to be gone, much to his relief, which to him said that kissing was back on the agenda. Grinning to himself, he called out, "How are you doing, Kate? Do you want to take a break?" It had been 20 minutes since their water break, and he was getting thirsty. He imagined she was as well. She stopped in the shade of a tree and turned to him with a smile that sent a burst of tenderness to his heart. Sure, I could use some water. He went to where she stood and took the pack from his shoulders, then removed a water bottle before handing it to her and getting one for himself. The water still had a few chunks of ice floating in them, which made him think about the custard and how he'd messed it up. Had his mistake tipped Kate off to his false title of chef? If so, she hadn't let on that she was suspicious. Maybe his excuse that something had disagreed with him had worked. Unless she said something, he wouldn't bring it up. Never point out your mistakes, he believed. Then there was their conversation about how many hours he worked each week. That had been a little awkward. He'd said 50 hours. In reality, that was an understatement. Even so, she seemed to have believed him. You really need to tell her the truth about who you are, his inner voice reminded him. With a subtle shake of his head, he shut that down. Yes, he knew the truth needed to come out soon, but his fear that her knowing the truth would change everything was too strong. He wasn't quite ready to go there. That was so good, she said, as she screwed the cap on her now empty bottle and handed it to him to stow in the pack. He'd finished his, too. Good thing there were 4 full ones still in the pack. We should get to the Overlook soon. Good, she said with a smile. I'm starving. He hefted the pack onto his shoulders, then shifted his eyes up the trail before turning to her. Looks like we don't have to go single file. She gave him a shy smile, which he found endearing. She was obviously thinking about how they'd held hands earlier. As he laced her fingers with his, he gave her what he considered his most charming smile, then he pressed a kiss against the back of her hand. He thought he heard a small gasp. Smiling, he met her gaze. Her eyes had a sparkle to them that led him to believe she was open to him kissing her. Deciding to save that for now, the anticipation was delicious, he smiled more broadly. Ready? She nodded, and with their hands clasped, they started up the trail. If Kate's heart wasn't completely lost to Luke, it was getting close, which filled her with both excitement and dread. The dread was completely due to her fears that he wasn't who he said he was, which meant her heart would soon be crushed. Then again, maybe he had a good reason for stretching the truth. If that was the case, perhaps they could figure things out. Even as the thought entered her mind, the more practical and logical part of her brain argued that if he lied to her now, he would lie to her in the future. She squashed a frown. She didn't want to think about that right now. Right now, she wanted to focus on the afternoon she was spending with Luke. Everything else could be dealt with later. There it is, he said a short time later, pointing with his free hand to a wide area where several people were standing or sitting. As they got closer, Kate could see an amazing view of the cityscape below, but what really caught her attention was the sight of the ocean in the distance. The sun was gleaming off of the blue water, and it seemed to stretch on forever. Oh, she breathed out, it's gorgeous. It is something, isn't it? Her lips quirked up as she turned to him. We have to take a selfie with that view behind us. He chuckled. All right. The fact that he didn't hesitate settled her mind somehow, like he wasn't worried about her posting the picture on social media. One thing, though, he said, as they got in position and held his phone up to capture the image. What? He took the picture, then turned to her. I don't really like to plaster pictures of myself on social media, so if you wouldn't mind keeping it to yourself. Kate's heart thudded. What was he hiding? Then an absurd thought filled her mind. Maybe he was a spy, and he was using the chef thing as a cover. Crazy as it sounded, it would definitely explain everything. And since she knew that she and Amy had a plan to discover the truth about Luke, she agreed. Sure. Yeah, spying on a spy? How would that go? He smiled. Thanks, I'll send it to you. A moment later, her phone chimed a notification. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and saw the picture and a text from Luke. Studying the image of the two of them, she bit her lip, then smiled and lifted her eyes to his. Turned out great. The people who had been at the Overlook when they arrived moved on, leaving the two of them alone for the moment. Ready to eat? Though her appetite was no longer as strong as it had been, she nodded. Yep. He motioned to a large boulder. That looks like a good place to sit. She walked over to it and settled on a relatively flat spot. Luke sat beside her, then set the backpack on the dirt in front of her. Since you supplied the food, you should hand it out. Okay. She took out a sandwich and held it out to him, along with a baggie of grapes and a package of chips. She took out the same things for herself, then focused on the view as she took a bite of her sandwich. Her mind began to wander, and she thought about Luke as an international spy on the hunt for bad guys. The image was very appealing. What are you thinking about? He asked, snapping her attention back to him. A blush warmed her cheeks. Luckily, it was hot enough in the sun to cover for her reddened face. Just enjoying the view. He stared at her. I'm enjoying the view too. Now her blush burned brighter. She looked away with a smile. Kate? She lifted her gaze to his, and as she stared into his dreamy gray eyes, she fervently hoped that she would discover that he was a good person. Chapter 21. Kate savored being with Luke, and when he shifted his body slightly so that he was facing her straight on, then gently stroked her cheek, she closed her eyes. When she opened them and saw the way he was looking at her, a powerful yearning swept over her. A yearning to have him in her life always. But you don't even know if he is who he says he is, her inner voice reminded her. She shut that voice down and instead focused on the way he was studying her, like she was a precious gem he had to have. Her tummy fluttered, and when he began to lean toward her, his lips drawing closer, ever closer, she caught her breath. Then his lips were pressing against hers. She lifted her arms to wind around his neck, but her sandwich was still held in one hand. Oh, who cares, she thought. With his sandwich gripped in one hand, she curled her arms around his neck. She just hoped no food got smeared in his hair. At the thought of ngaio marring that thick, dark hair, a giggle climbed her throat and burst from her mouth. Luke pulled away with a questioning look. Not able to stop the laughter from continuing, she stared at him with mirth-filled eyes and shook her head. What's so funny? He asked, his own lips curved into an amused smile. She showed him her sandwich. This was in my hand, and I didn't want to get ngaio in your hair. He laughed. I appreciate that. He still held his sandwich as well. He glanced at it. Maybe we should finish lunch first. Feeling flirty, Kate arched an eyebrow. First? And then what? He grinned. And then I can kiss you without food getting in the way. That's a plan I can get behind. Wow, Kate, she thought. You're nailing the act natural thing. Good job. As they continued eating, more people showed up, and by the time they had finished their meal, there were more than half a dozen people at the Overlook with them. Not about to make out in front of an audience, Kate tucked her trash in her backpack, then held the pack open to Luke. He put his trash inside, and after Kate zipped it closed, Luke offered to carry it again. Thank you, she said as he took it from her and tossed it over his shoulders. They both stood. Ready to head back? Back, she thought. That meant it was getting close to the time that she and Amy would launch their covert operation, and close to potentially having her heart broken. Kate? She realized she'd been staring off into space. Oh, she smiled. Yeah. He frowned as he watched her. You sure? You seem preoccupied. She thought, that's because I don't know if you're a chef, a spy, or just a liar. There went her act normal success. She plastered a smile onto her face. No, I'm just... She glanced around, frantic to find an excuse. She saw a woman wiping sweat from her forehead. Kate gave Luke a half-smile. I'm just hot. Then let's get to the air-conditioned car. Sounds good. They began the hike, which would close the loop and bring them back to Luke's Prius. Struggling to come up with something to talk about, although since they were walking in single file it wasn't all that easy to have a conversation anyway, Kate focused on not tripping over the occasional rock on the trail. Besides, she was so focused on the plan she and Amy had come up with that it was hard to think about anything else. Since the hike back was all downhill, they reached the parking lot in half the time it had taken to reach the summit. AC, here we come, Luke said with a grin as he opened the passenger door for her. Kate climbed inside, and once the AC started hinting at blowing cold air, she exhaled with relief. This feels so good. Luke laughed as he pulled out of the parking lot. Indeed it does. As they drove back to her place and got closer to the point where she needed to alert Amy to their arrival, her heart began to pound. Should she go through with this? If she never told Amy they were coming, then that would basically call it off. Sliding her eyes to Luke, she felt herself wavering. Maybe that saying was true, the one that said she would be happier not knowing. But no, that would be dumb. She needed to know. Even if it was bad news, it would be better to know the truth now. Anyway, maybe she was worrying for nothing. Perhaps she and Amy would discover that they had let their overactive imaginations get the better of them, and Luke was exactly who he claimed to be. But what about him asking you to not post the picture on social media? Her inner voice reasoned. On top of everything else, don't you think that's a little suspicious? As much as she didn't want to, she knew she had to go through with the plan that she and Amy had pulled together. She took her phone out of her pocket and sent Amy a quick text. 5 minutes away. I have to work tonight, Luke said with a quick glance in her direction. But what are your plans tomorrow? Oh, Her mouth went dry as she tucked her phone back in her pocket. Too late now to back out of her spying plan. I'm free tomorrow. Unless she found out something nefarious about Luke, then she would have to either come up with an excuse or flat out ignore him. And the fact that he was allegedly working that night was great. That would help her discover the truth. Great, he said with that smile that made her heart trip all over itself, and when he reached over and placed his hand on hers, Kate thought she was going to lose it. Not because she was so wildly attracted to him, but because the thought of following him on the sly made her nerves sing with a mixture of hope and dread. Forcing herself to settle down, she consciously relaxed her body and let herself just be. Soon, they arrived at her apartment. Kate's attention shot to where Amy was supposed to be waiting. At first, she didn't see her and wondered if she'd gotten the message. But then, there she was, slumped down in her seat, but Kate recognized her car and could see her eyes just peering over the dash. Luke removed his hand from hers as he shut off the engine and got out. Good thing, too, because Kate felt herself starting to tremble. Get it together, Kate, she told herself. Moments later, he was opening the passenger door and holding out his hand to her. She placed her hand in his, hopeful that the sweat that seemed to be flowing to her skin wouldn't be too noticeable. She got out, and when he continued to hold her hand as they walked to her apartment, she struggled to hide her trepidation. Think about kissing him, she thought. You know he's going to kiss you before he leaves. Unfortunately, that didn't help. They reached her door, and she turned to face him. I'm sorry I'm not available tonight, he said with a half-frown, but tomorrow we'll do something fun. That's okay. Gotta earn a living, right? He chuckled. Exactly. He studied her. Before I go, though. His words trailed off as he cupped a hand behind the back of her neck. Mesmerized by the way he was looking at her despite the turmoil in her mind, Kate held still. Then his lips were on hers, and she forgot all about her covert operation, instead letting herself melt into his arms as he kissed her with the kind of passion she'd only dreamt of. When he drew away, they were both slightly breathless. He smiled. I'd better go. Silently nodding, she smiled in return. Then after he handed her the backpack, she watched as he turned and walked away. She went inside the apartment, then dashed to the window and watched as he pulled away from the curb. Moments later, Amy followed. Chapter 22. Kate's phone began to ring. She dropped the slat from the blinds back into place and snatched her phone from her back pocket. Amy? I'm following him, Amy said, nearly breathless. Kate didn't feel nearly as excited as Amy seemed to be. Then again, Kate was the one who had everything to lose. For Amy, this was just a lark. Where's he going? Kate asked, then shook her head at the stupid question. We'll find out soon enough, Amy said. Do you want to wait until he stops before you meet up with me, or do you want to come now? Really, Kate didn't want to do either, but burying her head in the sand would solve nothing. I'm going to take a quick shower, and then I'll head out and meet up with you. Sounds good. Just use the Find My app on your phone to find me. Yeah, I'll do that. She knew she couldn't hide her lack of enthusiasm. This isn't a bad thing, Kate. Sighing audibly, Kate frowned. I know. See you soon. I'll let you know if there's anything to report before you reach me. Okay, bye. After a shower to wash off the hiking dust, Kate grabbed her purse and went out to her car. Using the Find My app on her phone, She found where Amy was, then started her car and began driving. Amy was still on the move, and as Kate drove, she kept an eye on the app to make sure she was going to the right place. She also used the time to think about Luke and how much she'd fallen for him. If this didn't turn out well, she didn't know what she was going to do. Her phone rang over her car's Bluetooth. It was Amy. Heart pounding, Kate answered. "What's happening now?" "He pulled into a parking garage at a tall building," Amy said. "Looks like condos. I guess this is where he lives. I found a good place to park where we can watch for him to leave. Where are you?" Kate glanced at the screen of her phone. "I should be there in about 15 minutes. "Okay, hurry up and get here before he leaves again." Biting her lip, Kate recalled Luke's parting words. "He has to work tonight, Amy, so yeah, he'll be leaving eventually." "Right, so hurry up." "I'm going as fast as I can. Traffic, you know." "Oh, I know." Forcing a laugh, Kate said, "See you soon." When Kate reached Amy, she drove past her and gave her a wave. Amy waved back. Kate drove a short distance away until she found a place to park. Then she hustled to Amy's car and got in the passenger seat. "Is it wrong for me to admit how much I'm enjoying this cloak and dagger thing?" Amy asked with a grin as Kate closed the door. She barely glanced at Kate, instead keeping her eyes peeled toward the parking garage. "I guess not," Kate said. "If I were you, I'd probably feel the same way. But you know, this is only my life we're talking about." "Your love life," Amy said with a head tilt and a frown. "Right now it feels like the same thing." "I get it," Amy said. "I do, but this is for the best." They sat in silence for a while, their windows rolled down against the summer heat. They watched as cars came and went from the parking garage. Every time a car left, they each used a pair of binoculars to see who was inside. So far, there was no sign of Luke. Amy reached into the back seat. "I brought snacks." Kate couldn't stop her laughter. "Of course you did." She fanned her face with her hand. "Dang, it's hot in here." Lifting a small cooler, Amy grinned. "Never fear. I knew it would be hot, so I brought cold drinks." "Thank goodness for that," Kate said as she unscrewed the cap on a bottle of ice-cold Sprite, then took a deep drink. They'd been there nearly 2 hours when Kate leaned her head back and closed her eyes. "Hey, no sleeping on the job," Amy said, startling Kate. Lifting her head from the headrest, she frowned at Amy. "Is this what a stakeout is like? Because it's super boring." Amy chuckled, her eyes pointed toward the parking garage. Her eyebrows rose. "Look at that beauty." Kate shifted her gaze. A fancy blue car had pulled up to the exit and had paused as it waited for a break in traffic. "What kind of car is that?" Kate asked as she picked up her binoculars and lifted them to her face. Amy already had hers pressed to her eyes. Can't tell, but it looks super expensive. Let's see if it's a hottie driving it or some old guy." Then she gasped. "What?" Kate asked, turning her focus to the driver and taking a gander. Then her mouth fell open. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" Kate asked. "If you're seeing the hottie you've been dating, then yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing." Kate's focus was glued to Luke as he waited for an opportunity to pull into the ever-increasing traffic. It looked like he was wearing a suit. No, a tux. Was that what he usually wore when he was working as a personal chef? Somehow she didn't think so. And what was up with that car? It looked super expensive. Heart thudding dully, Kate lifted the binoculars to see if there was a passenger, like a woman. When she saw that he was alone, she exhaled in relief. But that still didn't explain why he was driving a car that wasn't his Prius and why he was so dressed up. "He's pulling into traffic," Amy said, as the sound of her engine turning on reached Kate's ears. Not able to stop staring, when Amy's car jerked forward and a horn honked, Kate lost sight of Luke through the binoculars. She set them on her lap and searched him out with her naked eyes. He wasn't too far ahead. "I don't think that man is happy with me," Amy said with a laugh. "Then again, I did cut him off, but hey, he wasn't going to let me in otherwise." Completely focused on the car Luke was driving, Kate barely heard her. "Uh-huh." She glanced at Amy. "Don't lose him." Wearing a wicked grin, Amy said, "Oh, I don't plan to." Then she cut into the adjacent lane. Another horn honked. "Be careful though, Amy. We don't want to get in an accident." "Do you want me to keep up with him, or do you want me to drive safely?" Kate gaped at her. "Can't you do both?" I'm trying. Her mind racing, Kate followed Luke with her eyes. What was going on? He told her he would be working that night. She could see why he would get dressed up, but why was he driving a car that wasn't his? Unless it was his. Maybe her earlier guess had been right. Maybe he was a spy. "You okay over there?" Amy asked. Kate realized she was making a meal of her bottom lip. She stopped and glanced at Amy. "No, not really." "Never fear," Amy said. "We'll figure out what the heck is going on." Thankful she wasn't alone in this, Kate nodded. "Thanks. This is the most fun I've had on a Saturday night in ages." Kate couldn't stop the laugh from exploding from her lips. It was either that or burst into tears. Chapter 23. Kate was impressed with Amy's tailing job, keeping Luke in sight, yet staying far enough back that he wouldn't notice them. The heavy LA traffic didn't hurt. They'd been following him for 20 minutes when he turned into a hotel parking lot. Amy smoothly followed, although when Luke stopped beside a valet, Amy drove past. Never taking her eyes from Luke, Kate swiveled her head to keep him in view, and when Amy stopped a short distance away, Kate was able to watch as Luke got out of the fancy blue car, leaving it in the hands of the valet. "He looks good in a tux," Amy murmured. He looked good in everything he wore, but Kate decided not to point that out. Not when she was practically dying inside from a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Moments later, Luke disappeared inside the hotel. Kate lifted the binoculars and scanned the car. She could see the front of it now. "Bugatti," she said as she read the red emblem that was affixed to the car's grille. The soft toot of a horn sounded behind them. All right, Amy said to her rearview mirror. Then she glanced at Kate. "Let's find somewhere to park." Setting the binoculars on her lap, Kate nodded in response, although she barely comprehended what Amy was saying. Not with her mind going 100 miles an hour. Amy pulled into a parking spot, one that had a decent view of the door Luke had walked through. "What do you think is going on?" Amy asked as she shut off her engine and turned to face Kate. "Do you think he's really not who he says he is?" The crazy idea of Luke's actual identity flooded Kate's mind. Really, it was the only reasonable explanation, right? And if she was correct, it was an explanation that she could live with. Maybe. At least it would be a good reason for him to lie to her, right? "What?" Amy asked, her eyes narrowed. "I can tell you have a theory." Suddenly embarrassed by the outlandish idea, Kate shook her head. "It sounds ridiculous." "I like ridiculous theories, so tell me." Laughing self-consciously, Kate shook her head. "All right, but I warned you." Amy just stared at her with raised eyebrows. "What if he's just say it, Kate. What if he's what?" "A spy, okay? What if he's a spy?" Amy's eyes lit up. "Like James Bond?" Amy slowly nodded in answer to her own question. "He does fit the mold. Suave, debonair, tall, dark, and oh so handsome." Now she was nodding vigorously. "I like it." Feeling validated, Kate went on. "It would explain everything, Amy. His cover as a chef when he clearly isn't one, driving the fancy car and wearing a tux, and not wanting me to post our selfie on social media." "Wait," Amy said. "What? You didn't tell me about that one." Everything had happened so quickly she'd forgotten to mention it. "Yeah, just today." She pulled out her phone and brought up the picture. Staring at Luke, she felt that familiar yearning to have him in her life. But if he was a spy, that would complicate things. "Let me see," Amy said, with her hand held out. Kate gave her the phone. "He asked me not to post it on social media." Amy studied the picture, then frowned deeply. That would make sense. If his enemies find out about you, Kate, it would put you in danger. That wasn't an angle Kate had considered. A thread of fear wove its way through her. Amy handed her phone back. What kind of car did you say he was driving? Bugatti, Kate said absently, her mind conjuring up a scenario where she was kidnapped to get to Luke. Would it work? Did he care enough about her to come after her? Holy cow, Amy said, snapping Kate's attention away from her imaginings and back to her friend. Amy was staring at her own phone, her mouth hanging open. What is it? Kate asked. With her eyes wide, Amy lifted her gaze to Kate's. Those cars cost millions of dollars, Kate. What? Why did her voice go so high-pitched all of a sudden? Amy held out her phone. This looks like his car, right? Kate studied the car on the screen. Yes. Amy yanked the phone back. They start at $3 million. Now it was Kate's turn for her mouth to fall open. That can't be right. Amy shoved her phone in Kate's face. It says so right here. Kate read the numbers in disbelief. Maybe he rented it. Making a scoffing sound, Amy set her phone on the dash. Even renting one of those things has to cost a ton of money. Well, Kate said, if he's a spy, then his employer probably loaned it to him. Amy stared at her, the wheels obviously cranking away in her brain. What are you thinking? Kate asked. A smile slowly built on Amy's lips. Let's go inside the hotel and see what soiree your boy Luke is attending. Panic swept over Kate at all the things that could go wrong. What if he sees me? I'll lead the way, Amy said, and make sure he's not looking in our direction. Anyway, I'm sure they won't let us into the party, but we can see what it's all about. That sounded harmless, she hoped. Okay. Amy's face lit up. Awesome! She hopped out of her car, then leaned back inside. You coming? Swallowing over her nervousness, Kate nodded. Yeah. With a hand that was trembling slightly, she opened the door and stepped onto the pavement, her eyes going to the doorway where Luke had gone inside. His car was no longer there. The valet had driven it off to park somewhere Kate couldn't see. She tried to act natural, whatever that meant if you were someone walking into a fancy hotel wearing jeans and a t-shirt. At least she'd showered after her hike. Relax, Amy murmured out of the side of her mouth. Kate wished she could be as cool as Amy, but there was no way that would happen. Not when all she could think about was Luke and what he was doing there and who he really was. They strolled into the lobby and past the registration desk. I know, right? Amy said with a chuckle, like they were having a conversation and not completely out of place. Kate shoved a smile onto her lips and nodded like she was in complete agreement with the phantom conversation. They headed toward a hallway where there seemed to be a lot of activity, but before they got far, a burly security guard stepped into their path. No admittance, he said, his face implacable. Oh, sorry, Amy said with a goofy smile. Kate tried to see around the man. She could see men in tuxes and women in dresses that were appropriate for movie award events. Hoping her face didn't show the frantic desperation she felt, she asked the guard, What's going on? Some charity event. Taking that in, Kate nodded. Okay, thanks. The guard motioned for them to turn and leave. Right, Amy said with a smirk. We're going. Half hoping to get a glimpse of Luke, Kate took a final gander before turning away and falling into step beside Amy. Charity event, huh? Amy quietly said. Perfect place to meet up with his... What would it be called? Kate shifted her eyes to Amy, wondering what she was trying to say, because all Kate could think about was Luke in a room filled with glamorous, beautiful women. Women who were so much more sophisticated than she was. His target, Amy said, nodding in satisfaction. Right, because he was a spy, or some sort of undercover agent. Wait, was Luke using her as some sort of cover? A cover of being every man? Because if he was an international spy who mingled with the rich and famous, what could he possibly see in her except as a useful idiot with whom to play out his role? Feeling a mixture of anger and hurt, Kate clenched her jaw. He thought she was a vulnerable woman he could use for his own designs, which she guessed she was because she'd fallen right into his trap. Then she considered the implications. He put her in danger without her consent. Even more, he'd lied to her, used her, underestimated her. "I'm going to find out the truth," she said, her voice sounding more confident than it had since Luke had dropped her off earlier that day. They were crossing through the lobby again. "Of course you are," Amy said, "and then you'll make him pay." Wearing a determined smile, Kate nodded with firmness. Chapter 24. "He's picking me up in an hour," Kate told Amy the next morning, Sunday, after reading a text Luke had just sent. "Okay, where's he taking you?" "Brunch, and then something that's a surprise." She just hoped the surprise didn't involve criminals that would take her hostage or something. Pushing aside that worry, she pictured Luke's handsome face and tried to imagine what he would say if she confronted him straight out. But she wasn't going to do that. She wanted to be subtle, because if she asked him, would he even tell her the truth? She shook her head as she went into her bedroom to get ready. An hour later, a knock sounded at the door. Kate's heart went into a gallop. This would be the first time she would see Luke face to face since discovering the night before that he was hiding something major about himself, like who he really was. Would she be able to keep her own secret? The one that said, "I know you're lying to me." She dearly hoped so, because if she had any hope of discovering the truth, she had to pretend like everything was fine. Amy had made herself scarce, so Kate strode to the door, plastered a smile onto her face, and pulled it open. Dang, why did he have to be so attractive? He was smiling at her, that smile that got her every single time. The way his eyes were focused so intently on her, like she was his world, it did crazy things to her insides. "Good morning," he said, his voice deep and warm and wrapping all around her. "Good morning," she said, proud that her voice sounded normal. "Would you like to come in?" He shook his head. "Got lots planned today. Are you ready to get going?" Intensely curious about what he had planned and eager to be with him, Kate nearly managed to forget about what she'd discovered. Nearly. "Yep," she said in reply. He stepped back. "Perfect, because I'm starving." She walked out the door, closing it behind her, and as she walked beside him, she scanned the cars in the parking area, half expecting to see that fancy blue car he'd been driving the night before, the Bugatti. But nope, there was his Prius. Narrowing her eyes at his deception, she frowned. But then, concerned her feelings would be visible on her face, she crushed those emotions and focused on acting the part he was expecting her to play. He opened the passenger door for her like he always did and helped her inside, then went around the hood to the driver's side. She took the opportunity to study him, but instead of thinking about the lies he'd told, all she could do was visualize him in his tux. He'd looked so amazing. Moments later, he was behind the wheel and they were pulling away from the curb. Time to start her probing. "How was work last night?" She was surprised at how she was able to keep her voice so casual. "Good," he said, with a smile and a glance her way. He wasn't lying, she realized. He had been working, just not as a chef, she was sure. And if she was right and he was a spy, it was no wonder he'd had no trouble lying to her all along. He'd been trained to lie. It was probably second nature. Determined to push him and to see how he would react, she asked, "What did you cook?" "Oh, just basic meals for the week, you know, so the client can just pull the meals out of the freezer." Kate felt her heart seize with disappointment, which is when she realized she'd been hoping, deep inside herself, that he would tell her he'd been cooking food at a big charity event. Now, though, there was no question that he was a big, fat liar. Fury, hot and bright, burned inside her. "Are you okay?" Which was when she noticed that she was breathing heavily and her heart was pounding. Get it together, girl, she thought. Swallowing down her wild emotions, she softly exhaled and nodded, then turned to him with a winning smile. "Sorry, Yeah, just thinking about work and, She waved her hands. You know what? Let's not talk about work. Wait, she needed to talk about his work. He grinned. Sounds good to me. I'll bet, she thought. Suppressing her frown, she faced front. So, you going to tell me what you have planned for us after brunch? He chuckled. Nope, you'll have to wait and see. She forced a laugh. Fine, fine. Luke sensed something was off with Kate this morning, but he had zero clue what it was. She couldn't be angry that he'd had to work the night before, could she? Not that he'd been working as a chef, but yeah, going to a charity event and being on the entire time felt like work, so he really had been working. No, that couldn't be it. He knew she understood that he had to work because she did too. And what was with that heavy breathing a moment ago? Was she really that stressed about teaching second graders? Sure, that could be it, but he didn't really think so. Maybe she would confide the truth in him. Yeah, like he deserved to know the truth when he had his own secret he was keeping from her. Then he smiled to himself, because today was the day. Today he would tell her the truth about who he really was. He just hoped she would be able to forgive the lie he'd been telling her all along. Chapter 25. As Kate sat across from Luke at brunch, she managed to put aside her angry feelings and focus on the meal and his company. If she was to ask what seemed to be innocent questions that were really meant to uncover the truth, she had to be her normal, happy self, not some annoyed woman he was dating. I really enjoyed our hike yesterday, she said, then immediately recalled their passionate kiss. Heat burned a path up her neck and to her cheeks. A smile slowly grew on Luke's face, like he knew what she was thinking about, and he was remembering it too. Being so crazy about him sure complicated things, but after his flat-out lie earlier, the one where he'd said he'd been cooking meals for some pretend family, when she knew perfectly well he'd been at a high society soiree in a tux and driving a multi-million-dollar car, she was more determined than ever to find out the truth, and she would do it even if it killed her. How's your quiche? He asked, with a meaningful look at her plate. She needed to get out of her head. Smiling brightly, she used the side of her fork to break a piece off, and as she lifted it to her lips, she said, It's delicious. Glad to hear it. He glanced around. They do make a mean quiche here. You've been here before? Many times. So you prefer to go out to eat rather than prepare your own meals? Does that surprise you? No, she thought, not when I know you're not actually a chef, but that you're some international man of mystery. She shook her head. I guess not. You probably get tired of your own cooking. He chuckled and nodded like she'd figured him out. After eating a few more bites of her quiche, she said, Do you travel much with your personal chef duties? He paused like he was considering his answer. Kate held back a frown. It wasn't a difficult question, just required a yes or no. I travel from time to time, but not too often. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a simple question. Still, why did he have to think about it so hard? Was it because he was trying to tie in his chef lie with his real line of work? How could she get him to tell the truth, and to know it was the truth? That was the hardest part, believing what he said. Kate wanted to dig deeper, so she asked, What's the most exotic place you've been? Luke was ready to tell Kate the truth, but not here. He had a plan for when and where. So, despite not wanting to dig a deeper hole for himself, he would let this charade play out a little while longer. The payoff would be worth it. At her question, he smiled. Good question. I'd have to say... He tapped a finger against his chin as he thought of an answer. Cancun. He laughed. Okay, maybe it's not exotic, but it was a beautiful place to work. And he had been there, and he had worked while there, just not as a chef. He'd been on vacation, but hadn't been able to leave work behind. Cancun wasn't what he would consider exotic. He'd been to places that were exotic, but he doubted a personal chef would have been to those places while on the job. So, she said, as she speared a chunk of cantaloupe, Your clients flew you out to Cancun just to cook for them? At the sincerity in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to lie. It was kind of a working vacation. Her eyes narrowed, like she didn't know what to make of that answer. Ready to move on to the main activity he had planned, and not wanting to lie any longer, he smiled. If you're done, we need to get going. We're on kind of a schedule. Her lips pursed like she wasn't satisfied with their conversation. He was confident he would remedy that soon, very soon. Yep, she finally said with a small smile. I'm done. As Luke paid the bill, Kate let her mind turn over the answer Luke had given. Cancun? Working vacation? She was getting nowhere fast. Feeling rather desperate, pretty soon she might have to just come out and ask him and simply hope he would tell the truth. Too bad she had no confidence he would. They walked out to his car, and he held the door for her as she got inside, then they left the parking lot. It was a beautiful summer day, a little warm, but Kate liked the heat, so it was perfect for her. As they drove, she began to feel agitated. In her mind's eye, all she could see was Luke in his tux, in the fancy car, going somewhere he wasn't willing to tell her about. Sure, he didn't owe her an explanation of everything he did, but he'd lied about where he was. She had to know, had to find out. It was driving her insane. Are you a spy? She blurted, then threw her hand over her mouth as her eyes went wide. She hadn't meant to say that out loud. He jerked his head in her direction, his face awash in shock and confusion. What? Now that the question was out there was no reason to hold back. I know you're not a chef, Luke. His face fell, like he was shocked she'd figured that out. Oh. So who are you, really? She narrowed her eyes at him. And if you're going to lie, then just take me home now. His lips pressed tightly together, then he looked her way. No more lies, I promise. Though thrilled to hear that, she wasn't sure if she could believe anything he said, including his promises. He must have read the doubts on her face, because he added, Just give me a chance. But not here, not while we're driving. Let's get to our destination first. Somewhat assuaged, Kate nodded. Okay, but I'm trusting you to be honest, Luke, or we're done. She deeply and sincerely hoped that what he told her would not only be the truth, but that it wouldn't be something she couldn't forgive, because she was so beyond attracted to Luke Hudson that she didn't know what she would do if she had to cut him out of her life. Chapter 26. Luke glanced at Kate as she sat in her seat and stared out the passenger window. Why he'd been surprised that she'd figured out he wasn't a chef, he didn't know. He thought he'd done a pretty good job of playing the part. What gave it away? He finally asked, curious to know how she discovered his lie. She turned and looked at him. That I'm not a chef, he added. Her lips pursed, then she shook her head as a sardonic smile curved her lips. It was the baked custard. He tilted his head in acknowledgement. Yeah, he'd screwed that one up. You could tell I didn't know what I was doing. Yep. She bit off the word. She was angry, understandably so. I'm sorry, Kate. I'm sorry I lied to you. He exhaled through his nose. You deserve better than that, but I had a good reason. Which is? I'll explain everything soon. She shifted in her seat like she was impatient to know the truth. He would be too, but he needed to look her in the eyes when he explained himself, needed her to understand, needed to see her genuine reaction, needed to know how she felt about him before she found out his true identity, because once she knew he was a billionaire, he feared it would change everything, and not necessarily for the better. Kate was itching to know the truth and becoming frustrated that Luke was putting her off. Then again, they were driving. Not the best place to confess something so monumental as, I'm an international spy, or whatever the truth was. So she would wait. But not for long. There was a limit to her patience. Then she considered something frightening. What if he was taking her somewhere dangerous? What if he was a spy and he was going to kill her? She thought of that expression people jokingly used, "If I tell you, I'll have to kill you." What if it was real? What if he was going to confess that he was a spy and then kill her afterwards? She had to know now. She couldn't let him take her where there would be no witnesses and she would be at his mercy. "Tell me the truth now," she demanded, her voice holding an edge of fear as she stared at him with wide eyes. He looked her way, his eyebrows bunched like he didn't know what was wrong with her. Then he nodded. "I will." He glanced toward their surroundings and did a chin lift. "Anyway, we're here." Kate tore her gaze from him, which was when she saw they were at the beach, a very busy beach. People were everywhere. Not exactly a good place to off someone. Confused, because she'd really been expecting him to take her deep into the woods or something, she shifted her eyes to the sparkling blue ocean and immediately felt her spirits lifting. Being at the beach always did that to her. The sound of the waves crashing and the seagulls cawing overhead, the soft sand warming her bare toes, the clear sunny sky, the smell of salt water. She loved it. Luke parked his Prius, and a moment later he was standing at her open door holding out his hand. Without even thinking, she placed her hand in his and let him help her from the car. As they began walking, he didn't let go of her hand. Though torn over whether to leave her hand in his or yank it away, she decided to go with it, to see where this led. After all, every time she mentioned the idea he could be a spy, the suggestion seemed to genuinely shock him. So maybe that wasn't it. Maybe she was in no danger at all. He'd said he had a good reason for lying to her. Though she still hated that he'd lied at all, she would at least hear him out. She cared enough about him to give him that. They walked toward a man wearing a cowboy hat, holding the reins on a pair of saddled-up horses, one horse on each side of him. A third horse was tethered to a horse trailer. Wait, were they going horseback riding? Excitement swept over her. She hadn't been horseback riding in ages, and she'd never been horseback riding on the beach. "Mr. Luke?" the man with the horses asked. Luke nodded as he stopped in front of him. "That's me." He held out the hand not holding Kate's. The man shook it. "Bryant." "Nice to meet you, Bryant." Luke turned to Kate. "This is Kate." The man touched the brim of his hat to Kate. "Ma'am?" "Hello," she said with a broad smile, the thrill of the moment only making her more attracted to Luke, despite all of her questions and concerns. Bryant turned his attention back to Luke. "The horses are ready." "Perfect." Bryant nodded toward the horse on his right, a tan and white beauty. "This is Sunrise." He turned toward the other horse, a majestic chestnut color. "And this is Cinnamon." "They're beautiful," Kate breathed out. She reached a hand toward Sunrise, then paused and looked at Bryant. "May I?" He smiled. "Of course." Kate ran a hand down the soft muzzle of the horse. Sunrise blew a breath out through her nose. "Do you need help mounting, ma'am?" "Oh, maybe." Luke grinned. "I can help her." Bryant smiled. "All right." Kate moved to Sunrise's side and put a sneaker-clad foot in the stirrup. Luke's hands were at her waist. A tingle went through her at his touch. Luke easily lifted her as she swung a leg over the saddle. Bryant moved forward and handed her the reins, which she held comfortably in one hand. "Don't forget, girlfriend," she thought, "Luke has a lot to explain." Distracted by the horses, she'd almost forgotten. Kate watched Luke as he easily mounted Cinnamon. He smiled at her, that smile, and she couldn't stop her own lips from tilting upward. Bryant trotted up to them on the third horse and faced them. "If you'll follow me." He led out, Kate went next, and Luke took up the rear. They made their way across the sand until they reached the place where the waves slid up the shore. The sand was more packed here, and Bryant turned his horse to follow the shoreline. As Kate followed Bryant, Luke moved Cinnamon to walk beside Sunrise. They slowed a bit, allowing for more space between them and Bryant. "How are you doing, Kate?" She met his gray eyes, which were filled with sincerity. "I don't know yet. Depends on what you tell me." He scrubbed one hand over his face, then he cupped the back of his neck and closed his eyes. When he opened them, his eyebrows gathered in. "Before I tell you the truth, there's another truth I want to make clear." Their horses plodded along, making it easy for Kate to focus on Luke and what he was saying, and she was intensely interested in what he was saying. "The truth is, Kate, He shook his head. "The truth is, I'm falling for you." Shocked to hear this, she didn't know what to say. How could she when there was still so much unknown about him, except that her heart knew exactly how it felt. "I'm falling for you too, Luke." The words were out before she could stop them. A smile curved his lips, a smile that said her reply was exactly what he'd been hoping to hear. Only problem was, she still had no idea who he really was, so how could she possibly be falling for him? His smile was more amazing than ever, which only drew her in deeper. She had to look away, had to turn her attention to something else, had to remind herself that he still hadn't answered the most important question. Squinting at the sunlight glinting off of the ocean, Kate bit her lip, scared now to hear the truth. What if his answer destroyed everything? What if she was falling for a man who was all wrong for her? She swung her head back to face him. "I wish you were a chef, Luke." "Why do you say that?" Then he chuckled. "My cooking's not that great." Was he making fun of her? He knew what the score was, so he had nothing to worry about. But for her, the stakes were sky high. "I'm scared for what you're going to tell me, that's why." A solemn look came over his face. "I promise that there's nothing to be scared of." Chapter 27. Kate couldn't take him at his word. This was something she would have to decide for herself. "All right, then tell me, who are you, really?" He nodded, then he looked toward Bryant and let out a shrill whistle, signaling him to stop. Bryant came trotting back to them. "We're going to stop here for a bit," Luke said. Bryant nodded his understanding, then slid off of his horse, taking the reins of Sunrise and Cinnamon. Luke slid off of his horse, then came to Kate's side and held out his arms. She wanted to go into them, wanted him to hold her and tell her everything would be okay, but that was yet to be decided. Instead, she swung her leg around to slide off of Sunrise. Her back was to Luke, and as her leg came around, she felt his hands at her waist, steadying her as she dismounted from her horse. When her shoes touched the sand, he released her. She missed his strong grip, but she stepped away from him and turned to face him. "Let's go sit over there." He pointed to a group of rocks a distance away. Walking beside him, her hands swinging by her sides, she felt her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. They reached the rocks, and although there were lots of people sunning on the beach, no one was close enough to overhear their conversation. Kate settled onto a relatively flat part of a rock. Luke sat beside her, but kept a little distance between them. Swiveling to face him, she scrutinized his face, watching and waiting for any indication that he wasn't telling the truth. While keeping his eyes focused on hers, he took her hands in his. "Kate, I told you I had a good reason for making up who I am, and I do." Heart thundering, Kate stayed silent. "When I created that profile on the dating site, I wanted to meet someone who knew nothing about me, who would get to know me for me, not for—" His words trailed off, and he audibly exhaled. "My name is Luke, that's true, but my last name isn't Hudson, it's Mills." Dread wound its way up her throat. He hadn't even given her his real last name. Why? Why? What was he hiding that was so bad that he had to make up a fake last name? Paralyzed with anxiety, Kate hardly dared to breathe. "I couldn't give you my real last name, or you would have easily found me online, and that would have blown my cover." His cover? Was she right? Was he a spy? Hardly daring to so much as blink, Kate hung on his every word. "If you'd found out who Luke Mills is, it would have changed everything." Wanting to pull out her phone and do a search on him right that very second, the only reason she was able to stop herself was because he was holding her hands captive in his. "You would have looked at me differently." He shook his head and laughed, but the sound held no humor. "Who am I kidding? As soon as I tell you who I am, you're going to look at me differently. but at least I know how you feel about me before you know the truth." The truth? She thought. The truth? Yes, she needed to know the truth. Desperate to have all of her questions answered right now, Kate felt like she was about to explode. He took a deep breath, loudly exhaled, then said, "I'm the sole owner of Mills International Holdings." Kate shook her head. She had no idea what that meant. A smile slowly lifted Luke's lips, then he laughed, a genuine laugh. "You've never heard of it. Why would you?" Luke could see the wheels turning in Kate's head. Only problem was, he had no clue what those wheels were telling her. "So, you're not a spy," she finally said. He barked a laugh, the idea ludicrous. "No, definitely not a spy." "You're a business owner." "Yes." "Oh." She closed her eyes and shook her head, and when she opened them, Luke gazed into her baby blues, which were filled with sincere confusion. Frowning, she asked, "Why did you need to keep that a secret?" He hadn't explained very well. She bit her lip. Does it do something illegal?" So glad that was not it at all, Luke couldn't stop a broad smile from filling his face. "No, it's nothing like that." "Then what, Luke? What is it that's so bad that you had to keep it a secret?" Oh, he thought, that's what the problem was. She thought he was hiding something bad, something nefarious. Still gripping her hands in his, because he didn't want to give her a chance to run away until he had a chance to explain everything, he gathered his thoughts. "It's not because of anything bad, Kate. It's because of my financial worth. Some women get distracted by that number, and, that's all they can see." As he looked at her sweet face and played her words from moments ago, the ones that said, "I'm falling for you too, Luke," his heart swelled with warmth and deep, deep caring, bordering on love. This woman had burrowed into his heart in a way no other woman had, and the fact that she'd stated her feelings for him, despite not knowing what he'd lied about, the way she was without guile, it only strengthened his attraction to her. As Kate heard Luke's explanation, she felt herself calming down. The reason he'd lied wasn't because of anything bad, but rather because of his net worth. Fine, he had some money, but had it really been necessary to make up so much about himself? He couldn't be worth that much, right? After all, she'd never heard of him. Weren't all the super-rich people famous? Maybe he thought a little too much of himself. Maybe his claim that women couldn't see beyond his financial worth was an exaggeration. Maybe he was just such a liar that as soon as women discovered his lies, they dumped him. Wait, was he telling the truth now? Or was this claim just another lie? Despair swept over her, and hot tears pressed against the backs of her eyes. Would she ever know the truth? "What's wrong, Kate?" Did she want to admit that she had no faith in his words? Yeah, she had to. Even if he wasn't an honest person, she was. "How can I," she began. "How can I know what's true?" His expression softened, like he understood her dilemma. He released her hands. "You can look me up if you want." Yes, that's what she would do. That was the best way to know. Blinking away her tears, she took her phone out of her back pocket and pulled up a search engine, then typed in Mills International Holdings, Luke Mills. Almost instantly, a number of links came up, as well as pictures. Pictures of Luke. With her heart pounding, she clicked on an article and skimmed over it. When she got to the part that mentioned his net worth, she had to slow down and reread it. Over $1 billion, it said. He was worth over $1 billion. Her throat tightened in stunned disbelief. Not disbelief like she thought he was lying, but disbelief that someone like him was interested in someone like her, a second-grade schoolteacher. All of a sudden, a conversation they'd had on one of their early dates filled her mind, a conversation where she'd said getting good gas mileage was important. He must have been silently laughing at her when she'd said that. Spending money on gas wasn't something he probably ever thought about. Why would he? He was unbelievably rich. Not wanting to look at him, she stared at her phone as her mind went in a million directions. No, 1 billion directions. Suppressing the hysterical laughter that wanted to climb her throat, Kate swallowed convulsively. "Kate?" Luke's voice was soft, tender, worried. Forcing herself to meet his eyes, Kate didn't know what to say. Chapter 28. This was exactly what Luke had feared. He could see it in her eyes. She saw him differently now. "What are you thinking?" This isn't what I expected you to tell me." Then she laughed, like what he told her was the complete opposite of what she'd expected to hear. She hadn't jumped up and run away screaming, so he considered that a win. "It does explain a lot, though," she added, her voice surprisingly calm in light of his big reveal. Did that mean she understood his reasons? Did she forgive him? "But it's a lot to take in," she added, before he could ask his questions. I need some time." What would that look like? "All right, that's fair." She glanced around like she was looking for a means of escape. Afraid she would dash away never to be seen again, he interlaced his fingers with hers. She turned and looked at their intertwined hands, then she lifted her eyes to his. "It's going to be all right, Kate." He made his tone as soothing as he could, without making it sound patronizing. She had to decide for herself if everything would be okay. He just wanted her to know that he thought it would be. Did that even make a difference? Even though she slowly nodded, she didn't look convinced. Wanting the chance to head off any crazy thoughts, he asked, "What are you thinking?" What was she thinking? Kate was having trouble grabbing any of the thoughts that were flying through her mind. Luke's a billionaire. Why is he with me? How would I fit into the life of a billionaire? What will Amy say when I tell her this crazy news? Is he going to dump me soon? Is my heart in peril? What should I do now? "Tell you what," he said, his voice completely calm, like he hadn't just announced that she was dating, falling for, a billionaire who was way out of her league. "What?" she asked dumbly, proud she'd managed at least that one word. "Let's finish our date, and then I'll take you home and give you time to process what I've told you." Kate's gaze slid to the beautiful horses. This billionaire was taking her horseback riding on the beach. She decided that getting back on Sunrise and listening to the crash of the waves could be a soothing thing. Maybe it would help her process what he'd shared with her, or maybe it wouldn't. She had no idea, but she could at least give it a chance. "Okay." He smiled that $1,000,000 smile. Of course, now she knew it was a $1,000,000,000 smile. Insane laughter clawed at her throat, but she managed to tamp it down. "Awesome," he said before standing. He released one of her hands while keeping the other clasped in his. She clung to his hand like it was a life preserver as she stood as well. They walked together back to the horses, and once they reached them, Kate allowed Luke to help her mount Sunrise. Moments later, he was on Cinnamon. Luke nodded to Bryant, who led the way. Luke stayed by Kate's side as their horses walked along the packed sand, their hooves leaving depressions that the incoming water quickly filled. "Where are we headed?" Kate asked, wondering if there was an actual destination or if they were just wandering aimlessly along the shore. To my beach house." "Your beach house?" She had yet to confess that she and Amy had followed him the night before, and that she knew he lived in a fancy high-rise and drove a ridiculously expensive car. He also had a beach house? Well, she thought, he is a billionaire. He probably has many houses. Struggling to wrap her mind around that, she looked toward the ocean and thought, beautiful blue water, crashing waves, soothing, soothing. "If you're okay with that," Luke added. She turned to look at him, then thought, why not? "Is it, right on the beach?" A smile lit his face. "Yes, I think you'll like it." Of course she would. It was right on the beach. Amy was going to freak when she found out the truth about Luke Mills. "Where did you come up with the last name Hudson?" she asked, more curious than angry about his lies. Maybe she was starting to understand his reasons, and even think it wasn't a terrible idea. It's my mother's maiden name. Speaking of his mother, she thought, you told me your family lives in LA and that you have a brother. She paused. Is that true? She hated the idea that he'd lied to her about everything. He smiled. It's true. Softly exhaling in relief, Kate smiled in return. My brother, though, he began, his tone sounding decidedly downcast. I haven't seen him in a while. He struggles with addiction. So, everything wasn't perfect in his world. Even billionaires had challenges. Why had she thought any different? Everyone had challenges. Money just wasn't one of his. Realizing this made her look at him in a new light. I'm sorry to hear that, she said, truly saddened by his brother's struggles, as she was certain it affected his entire family. His expression was stoic. Thanks. It's been hard, but I'll never give up on him. Why did she feel like she finally had the chance to actually get to know Luke? But she knew why. Now, he could be honest with her, completely honest. He could be himself. Brightened by the thought, she found herself smiling. What brought on that smile? He asked, which let her know how attuned he was to her reactions, which made her feel cared for, treasured, seen. She turned her smile on him. I was just thinking how now that you've told me your deep, dark secret, you don't have to hide anything, and I can get to know who you really are. One side of his mouth lifted in a half-smile. I guess that's true. Then his eyebrows drew together. You don't think you got to know the real me before? She laughed. She couldn't help it. How could I? I thought you were a chef. That's not who you are. She shook her head. How often do you even cook your own meals? Luke was feeling a little distressed by Kate's questions. Was she becoming enamored of his wealth, thinking he threw his money around, that he took what he had for granted? Sure, he had spent an obscene amount on his car, but that had been an unusual extravagance for him. And yes, he owned both the beach house and the sizable loft, but those were investments that he expected to make a profit on when he sold them one day. Maybe taking her to his beach house was a mistake. Too bad he'd already told her that's where they were headed. Trying not to feel discouraged at the idea that Kate seemed to be seeing his financial worth rather than seeing him, Luke forced a smile. Sometimes I eat out, and sometimes I cook my own meals. Are you going to make something for us to eat at your beach house? Sure, I can do that. One of her eyebrows arched. Just not baked custard. He chuckled. No, I'll leave that particular dish to you. Good idea, she said, as her lips tilted into a smile. That smile, which he was so familiar with, helped to settle his worries that she had suddenly changed because of his confession. She was still the Kate he was falling for, the second-grade school teacher who he enjoyed spending time with, not some money-hungry woman who had sought him out because of his wealth. He tore his eyes from her sweet face and scanned the row of beach houses up ahead. Wondering what she would think of a sunny and spacious home on the beach, he lifted his hand and pointed. There it is. Chapter 29. Kate squinted in the direction of Luke's outstretched hand, but there was a whole row of houses. Which one? She asked, although it didn't matter. They were all fabulous. 5 houses down, the white one. When she saw that it was set on piers, presumably to keep it above the ocean when the tide came in, her eyes widened. It was not only right on the beach, but practically in the Pacific Ocean, and it was stunning. The neighboring houses were right beside it, but Kate knew that his house had to have cost a fortune. He can afford it, she reminded herself. Knowing that this was his second home intimidated her. He was not the type of man she usually dated, not even close. It's, she said, struggling to find the right word, one that would convey how impressed she was without sounding overly effusive. It's gorgeous. He chuckled, the sound filled with pride. Thanks. It's nice to be able to get away from the office and enjoy the tranquility of the ocean. She smiled at him, although it was a little forced. I love the sound of the crashing waves. She did. It was true, but in her experience, when she went to the beach, it was a day trip filled with hauling her stuff from her car to the sand, and she only ever stayed a few hours. Better to beat the traffic back to the city that way. They stopped the horses right in front of his house. Luke whistled for Bryant to stop as well. Bryant came back to them and took the reins of Sunrise and Cinnamon. Then Kate waited for Luke to get off of his horse before he helped her off of hers. When he put his hand into hers, Kate felt a tingle go through her body. It was surreal, knowing who Luke really was, and she had decidedly mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, she was beyond impressed with his success, but on the other, she wasn't sure he was right for her. Dating a billionaire? That wasn't her. Pushing aside her feelings, she faced Bryant with Luke. "Thank you for the ride," Luke said to the cowboy. Confused, Kate shifted her eyes to Luke. "Are we done?" He smiled at her, his eyes twinkling. "Yes." A little surprised, she nodded, then turned to Sunrise and stroked her soft muzzle. "Thank you for the ride, pretty girl." Sunrise lifted her chin and blew a breath out through her nose like she was acknowledging Kate's words. After Luke and Kate both told Bryant thank you, Bryant turned his horse around, and with Sunrise and Cinnamon following, he began the trek back along the beach. With a head tilt toward his house, Luke asked, "Shall we?" Trying to ignore her kaleidoscope of feelings, Kate said, "Sure." With his hand in hers, Luke led her to a steep staircase on the left side of the house. "It's a bit of a workout going up, but it's worth it." He released Kate's hand, then led the way up, with Kate a couple of steps behind. When she reached the top, she took in the wall of windows that fronted this level of Luke's beach house, then turned and looked at the spectacular view of the ocean stretching out to the horizon. "Wow," she breathed out as she shaded her eyes with one hand. "It goes on forever, doesn't it?" "It sure does. And the sunsets." He smiled at her. "Just wait until you see those." She turned and studied his face, wondering again what he saw in her, a simple school teacher. Surely he mingled with the rich and powerful. In fact, she was sure of it. She'd seen him go to that charity event the night before with people dressed to the nines. "What's wrong?" he asked, as always attuned to her mood, which touched her. She'd never dated someone so aware of what she was feeling. Good thing he didn't know exactly what she was feeling. The nagging doubts and negative self-talk. She didn't want to put her feelings into words, not yet. She still had so much to think about, and she didn't want to say something she would later regret. "I'm just a bit overwhelmed, that's all." With his focus on her, he lifted a hand and gently stroked her cheek, sending a wave of longing surging through her. With her eyes locked on his, she felt that yearning that accompanied all thoughts of him, a yearning to have him in her life always. It was too bad that now she was having all kinds of doubts about their future. Before her thoughts spiraled, his hand cupped the back of her neck, and he was leaning toward her, his lips drawing closer, ever closer to hers. As his lips met hers, her eyes fluttered closed, and her arms curled around his neck. His arms went around her waist and pulled her tight against him. "It will be all right, Kate," she thought. "Don't overthink things." As much as her heart tried to convince her, her mind wasn't yet completely on board. Finally, he released her, his eyes broadcasting his attraction to her. She knew her eyes reflected the same message back to him. He slowly smiled, then he gestured toward the house. "Come on, I'll give you the tour." Chapter 30. Luke knew Kate was a bit overwhelmed by everything. She'd said as much, but she seemed to be handling it well. And since he knew her attraction to him was genuine and not at all based on his financial worth, he had confidence in their relationship, a confidence that she was there for him, not for his wealth. He'd never felt that with any other woman before. It was liberating, and oh, so amazing. He unlocked the French doors on the spacious deck, then swung the door inward before gesturing for Kate to enter first. She did, and he followed her in. "As you can see, this is a living room." She slowly turned in a circle, taking it all in, then she walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the ocean. "I can't get over the view." He chuckled. That's what sold me on this place. That, and the investment opportunity. The house had cost millions of dollars, but the value was only increasing. She turned and gave him a bright smile, but underneath, it seemed a little forced. Her eyes went past him to the kitchen. And this is obviously the kitchen. He laughed. Yes. Luke's beach house was amazing, and this was just his place where he got away from work, not even his full-time home. What would that be like, to have multiple homes, and not just regular houses, but something that had to have cost millions? This isn't my life, she thought, her heart beginning to pound with a sense of panic. She didn't belong here. She had been raised by a single mother who had had to work multiple jobs just to get by. They had lived in apartments, not houses, and certainly nothing anywhere close to this. More likely, her mother would have been the person cleaning this place. The panic began to blossom inside her. She would never fit into Luke's world. If he were a chef, then yes, that would be fine. But a billionaire who ran an international business and who had who knew how many houses? There was no way. Are you all right? Luke asked, his forehead furrowed as he scrutinized her. No, she most definitely was not all right. She stammered, I would like to go home. Worry bracketed his eyes. Of course. He didn't even argue, which only made her adore him more. Why did he have to be so wonderful, yet at the same time all wrong for her? Calm down, girl, she told herself. You just need a minute. Yes, that was it. I need a minute. He nodded like he totally understood. Whatever you need, Kate. She wanted to throw herself into his arms and have him make all of her doubts go away, but that was impossible. Not when the doubts were all about him and his world and how she could possibly fit in it. I can take you home, he offered. But your car, it's in that parking lot. One side of his mouth twitched up. I have a car here we can use. Of course he did. How many cars did he have? One for each house? No, because he had the blue one, the Bugatti, in town, as well as the Prius. Did he have multiple cars here too? It was too much, all of it. Can you just call me a lift? The slight shakiness in her voice betrayed her calm demeanor. I need to be alone. He stared at her, his mouth tight. You're not going to disappear, are you? Did he really care about her that much? That knowledge calmed her, just a bit. No, of course not. His face relaxed, then he smiled. Just wanted to make sure. He took his phone out of his pocket, tapped on the screen, entered information into an app, then tucked his phone away. Someone will be here soon. Thank you. She felt a little guilty to be running away from him after such a lovely date. Well, maybe it wasn't completely lovely, not with the way she was feeling now. Still, she didn't want to seem ungrateful. I really enjoyed the horseback ride, Luke. I'm glad. He rubbed one ear. I do want to apologize again for deceiving you about who I am. I hope you understand why I did it, and I hope you can forgive me. I do understand, and I don't hold it against you. It's just... Kate let her words trail off, unsure she wanted to spill all of her thoughts. If she'd known who he was from the beginning, she didn't think she would have gone out with him in the first place. She would have had too many doubts as to why he was interested in her. On the other hand, that was exactly why he'd lied, so she didn't fault him. Even so, she wasn't sure she wanted to spell it all out, not until she had time to process everything. What is it? He asked. She shook her head. Can I take a rain check on this conversation? Of course. Then his lips tilted upward. I'd love to see you tomorrow night. Would she be ready by then? Would she have things figured out? Can I get back to you on that? He winced. If that's what you want. That guilt again, like her indecision was hurting him. Regardless, she had to take care of herself, had to do what was best for herself. A short time later, his phone chimed a notification. He glanced at the screen. Your ride is here. Thank you. I'll walk you out. He led the way to the front door, unlocking it once he reached it, and then opened it for her. She stepped outside and onto a cobblestone driveway. Trying to ignore the sense of not belonging, she focused on the car that had arrived to take her home. A run-of-the-mill car, not anything fancy at all. "Kate?" She turned around and faced Luke, his sincere expression tugging at her heart. He exhaled through his nose. "Just know how much you mean to me. This," he swept his arms around to indicate his house and all its trappings, "means nothing without the right person to enjoy it with." Was she the right person? That was the big question on her mind. "I'll text you." Seeming resigned to her leaving, Luke opened the rear door for her. She slid inside, then smiled at him before he closed the door. She gave her address to the driver, then leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes as he pulled away from Luke's house. Chapter 31. On the drive home, Kate didn't text Amy, didn't even touch her phone. Instead, she just let herself feel. With images of Luke flowing through her mind, she felt her heart swell with how much she was falling for him, how much he meant to her, how much she wanted him in her life. Was that enough, though? Just because she wanted it, was that all it took? She arrived at the apartment she shared with Amy. Luke had already paid for the ride, so she thanked the driver and got out, her mind on what she was going to tell Amy. She unlocked the door and went inside. "Amy, are you here?" Silence greeted her. Maybe that was a good thing. She could take the time to quietly process all that had happened. An hour later, Amy walked in the door, her arms filled with bags of groceries. When she saw Kate sitting on the couch, she set the bags on the counter and hurried to Kate's side. Glad to have her best friend there, Kate smiled at her. "How did it go?" Amy asked, her eyes wide and her voice nearly breathless. "Did you tell him we saw him last night? Did he tell you who he really is?" Softly laughing at Amy's eagerness, Kate said, "No and yes." Gasping, Amy grabbed Kate's arm. "He told you?" Then her expression kind of fell. "Do you believe him?" Picturing his amazing house and remembering what she'd seen online, Kate nodded. "Yes." "Really? What did he say?" "Let me start from the beginning." Then she did, describing each detail. Amy hung on every word. Kate ended by saying, "He said I mean a lot to him, and that all that he has means nothing without having the right person to enjoy it with." "Which is you, obviously." "Maybe." Amy's head jerked back. "What do you mean, maybe? Of course he means you." "I know that's what he was implying. I'm just not sure if I agree." Amy threw her hands up. "Wait. Are you telling me that a hot billionaire told you that he wants to enjoy his riches with you, and you're what?" She waved her arms around like she was batting away craziness. "Uncertain if you agree?" Maniacal laughter burst from her throat. "Are you insane, Kate?" "It's not because of the money, Amy. I mean, yes, it is because of the money." Hot tears pressed against the backs of her eyes. "I don't care about his money, okay?" Narrowing her eyes, Amy asked, "What's really going on?" Taking a deep breath, Kate got her emotions under control. Barely. "His world is not my world, that's what." Amy shook her head. What does that even mean? How could she explain this? Then she realized it was good practice for what she needed to tell Luke, because she was going to have to end things with him. She had to, right? Gathering her thoughts, she tried to picture what Luke's face would look like when she told him goodbye for the last time, but that was too difficult, too heartbreaking. Instead, she focused on Amy's face, which was filled with expectation. "Okay, let me try to explain what I'm feeling." Amy nodded her encouragement. After huffing out a sigh, Kate went on. "You saw his crazy expensive car and his tux and the fancy people he was partying with. Maybe partying is the wrong word. Mingling with." "Uh-huh, so?" "So?" Kate shook her head. "So, I would not fit in with those people. I teach second grade. I don't go to extravagant parties. I don't know any heads of corporations or movie stars or people who are super accomplished or famous. It would be so—" Now she waved her hands around. "So awkward. What would we talk about? I never travel. I have no money. I spend my days with 7- and 8-year-olds. Those people would take one look at me, hear about my life, and walk away due to boredom. Or pity." Despair swept over her. I would not be an asset to Luke. I would be a hindrance. And when he starts to see me the way his friends do— She shook her head as tears flooded her eyes. "He'll lose interest. He'll break my heart." Amy was quiet, which told Kate that she agreed with her. Kate's despair bloomed. There was no way it could work with Luke. No way. "Screw 'em," Amy finally said, her lips twisting into a derisive sneer. "Every last one of them. If they can't appreciate you for who you are, who needs 'em?" As much as Kate liked Amy's attitude, it didn't solve her biggest concerns. "Sure, fine, but what about Luke? What if his friends convince him I'm not right for him?" "Did he propose to you?" The thought was preposterous, especially at this point in her relationship with Luke. "No, of course not." "Then why are you worrying about these things, Kate? You're not his wife, not his fiancée, not even his girlfriend, right?" "Right." Although hearing that only made her feel less significant. Where was Amy going with this? "Okay then," Amy said. "Why not see where things lead? Take it one day at a time. Maybe now that you know who he really is, you'll find out he's an arrogant jerk, and you won't want to be with him anyway. But maybe—" Amy held up one finger and smiled. "You'll find out he's the really great guy you've come to believe he is, and he won't care about what his friends think." Amy sat up straighter. "Assuming they look at you in the way you think they will, which I don't think they will." Kate could see Amy's point. "Anyway," Amy went on, "the thing that matters is how you and Luke feel about each other, not what other people think." "I know. It's just, what I learned today totally took me by surprise, and all my insecurities that I didn't even realize I had totally rose to the surface." "You love teaching those little cuties in your class," Amy said. Kate pictured her students, who sometimes drove her crazy, but who she adored. "Yes." "And you love your life, right?" It was true. She felt fulfilled, and having Luke in her life only added to her satisfaction. "Yes." "That's all that matters, Kate, and that will come through with any interaction you have with people, whether they're rich or famous or both, so no need to be insecure." Amy was right. Kate knew that, and hearing her say those things helped tremendously. Besides, it was true that maybe once she got to know Luke better, she wouldn't even like him, although she deeply doubted that. Regardless, in the back of her mind she still had some doubts, still felt the need to protect her heart against what could happen. She smiled at her friend. "Thank you, Amy." "For what I just told you? Or for swiping right?" Laughing, Kate gently shoved Amy's arm. "For both of those things." Grinning, Amy asked, "When are you going to see Luke again?" Her eyebrows went up. "And are you going to tell him we followed him?" "I don't know if I'll tell him about that. Maybe eventually. And he wants to see me tomorrow." "Sounds like he's got quite a thing for you." A smile slowly formed on Kate's face, because despite her doubts, she was crazy about him and was eager to see him. "Maybe." Her phone chimed a notification. Kate picked it up and saw a text from Luke. She tapped on the message to read it. From Luke. "How are you?" Touched that he was thinking of her, she felt her heart blossom with tenderness. "Is that him?" Amy asked. Kate nodded. "He wants to know how I am." Grinning, Amy said, "See? You're on his mind, Kate." She placed her hand on Kate's arm. "Trust yourself. Trust your instincts. You'll figure it out." Then she stood. "I need to put these groceries away." "Okay." She typed a reply. From Kate. "I'm better." She paused as she considered if she was ready for this. Then she typed, "I'm available tomorrow night." She hit send, her heart pounding a little. Moments later, he replied, "I'm glad you're all right. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 6. Dress for a nice evening out." A nice evening out? Since it would be with a billionaire, what would it entail? Flying her to some exotic place for dinner? A candlelit dinner on a yacht? She would prefer a simple meal at home. All she wanted was to be with Luke, not to see what his money could buy. Frowning slightly, she replied, "See you then." Chapter 32. As 6 o'clock approached, and Kate struggled to decide what to wear, panic wound its way up her throat. "Amy! Amy, I need your help." "Coming." A moment later, Amy popped into Kate's room. "What do you think?" Kate asked, turning this way and that in a flattering red dress that made her feel pretty. Amy sized up Kate's outfit, then to Kate's relief, she grinned. "It's perfect." She laughed. "I think. I mean, I have no idea what he has planned." "Neither do I. That's the problem." Lifting one shoulder in a shrug, Amy sat on the bed. "When he gets here, you can ask him if it's okay." Turning back to the full-length mirror with a critical eye, Kate nodded. Right. But she wanted it to be right without him telling her. Wanted to show him she was sophisticated enough to at least dress herself properly. Maybe she was overthinking this. That was something she'd done too many times to count. "He'll love it no matter what," Amy said, her voice calm and soothing. "He's into you, not your clothes. Besides, he knows you're a teacher, not a model." Laughing, Kate spun around and faced Amy. "I'm not sure if that's actually helpful." Amy laughed too. Then a knock sounded at the door. Kate's eyes widened. "Want me to get it?" Amy asked. Kate was suddenly filled with nerves. "Yes." Amy's eyebrows shot up like she would relish another chance to see Luke close up. "All right." She leapt from the bed and hurried into the front room. Kate heard the door open, Amy's greeting, and then Luke's deep voice. Her pulse quickened at the sound. She inspected her reflection one last time, running her hands down her sides to straighten the dress before drawing in a deep breath and slowly releasing it. Amy walked in wearing a broad smile. "Your prince awaits." Kate turned around, then softly chuckled. "Thank you." Amy left Kate's room, turning down the hall toward her own room. Luke had been thinking about this evening the whole day. Kate's cryptic reply that she was better hadn't told him much, but at least she'd been willing to see him again. He just hoped it wasn't a goodbye date. As he sat on the couch waiting for Kate to appear, he checked his email on his phone to see if anything important had come up since leaving the office. "Luke?" Kate's soft voice grabbed his attention and he jumped to his feet, his eyes going right to her. She looked stunning in a red dress that clung to her curves, and he had the urge to go to her and drag her into his arms. Her honey blonde hair was swept up in an elegant way, and her blue eyes sparkled. "You look lovely," he said, which felt like a huge understatement. A beautiful smile covered her face. "Thank you." Then uncertainty washed over her. She swept her hands downward toward her dress. Is this okay?" Not able to help himself, he closed the distance between them, stopping in front of her and placing his hands on her arms. "It's perfect." A relieved smile turned up the corners of her lips. "Okay. When you said a nice evening, I didn't know what you had in mind." He chuckled. "And you still don't, but you nailed the outfit." She softly exhaled, then grinned. "Go me." That made him laugh. He took one of her hands, lifting it to his lips before gently placing a soft kiss on the back. He heard a quick intake of breath. He met her eyes, which broadcast surprise, then he smiled. "You have the most exquisite skin, Kate." And it was natural, he was sure. As long as he'd known her, she'd barely worn any makeup, and he was fairly certain she wasn't one to pay for expensive skin treatments like the women he typically dated. Her beauty was 100% natural, and it wasn't only on the outside. Dang, Luke, he thought, are you head over heels for this woman or what? Which is when he knew he'd fallen for her more deeply than he'd realized. With Luke standing right in front of her, Kate's worry seemed to melt away. Sure, there was still that slight but persistent fear that she would be found wanting, But he was here, in her apartment, apparently very happy to see her. That meant something, right? His hands dropped away from her, which left her feeling vaguely bereft, but when he smiled that smile that she loved, her heart warmed. "Are you hungry?" She didn't care about eating so much as spending time with him. Still, she nodded. "Yes, and I'm curious to see where you're taking me." He chuckled, then took her hand. "Then let's go, and all will be revealed." Now that she knew he was a billionaire, the thought still stunned her. She wondered how things might be different. Would they do things that cost more money? Would he act differently, more confident, more demanding? With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, because what if she really didn't like him when she got to know the actual him? She walked with him out of her apartment, which is when she saw that fancy blue car, the Bugatti. Before this, he'd always driven his Prius. Now that his mask had come off, she guessed he no longer had to hide anything from her. "Is that your car?" she asked, as they walked straight toward it. Of course, she knew that it was, but he had no idea that she'd seen him drive it before. "Yes, it is," he said, his voice matter-of-fact, like he wasn't at all impressed with owning a car that she knew had cost millions. "It's very nice." What an understatement. Softly chuckling, he opened the passenger door. Kate slid inside and was immediately plunged into luxury. The buttery soft leather seats caressed her, and everywhere she looked she saw sleek and understated splendor. Luke got in on the driver's side, then pressed a button on a steering wheel labeled engine, and the engine sprang to life. With the console separating the driver and passenger sides, Luke seemed slightly out of reach. Maybe that was a good thing. Better to keep a little space between them. At least for now, while she figured out how she felt. Well, she knew how she felt. She was crazy about him, crazy about Chef Luke. She had yet to get to know billionaire Luke. Chapter 33. As Luke pulled away from the curb, he wondered if driving the Bugatti had been a bit over the top. Maybe he should have stayed with the Prius while Kate was adjusting to the knowledge that he was a billionaire. Too late now. He glanced at her in the passenger seat. She seemed all right and hadn't appeared overly impressed with his car. Either she really wasn't dazzled by his awesome car, or she had learned how to have a poker face. Either way, he was just glad she was with him, because the more he realized how much she meant to him, the more important it became that she stick around. "I feel kind of dumb now," she said out of the blue. He shifted his eyes to her. "Why's that?" She laughed, but it held an edge of embarrassment. "Because I told you how getting good gas mileage was important, especially with driving in LA. One side of his mouth lifted as he glanced at her. "It is important." She shook her head. "Not when you don't have to worry about money." He felt bad that she believed she needed to amend her earlier comments now that she knew the truth about him. Obviously, she never would have commented about gas mileage if she'd known the truth from the start. But that's what he loved about her genuineness. He needed to put her at ease. He glanced her way again. "Just because I have money doesn't mean I want to waste it." Which was true. He never wanted to feel too comfortable with his wealth. The moment he did, he would be in danger of not appreciating it. She tossed him an amused smile. "Right." He smiled in return. "What?" "I'm sure your gas budget is a big concern." "Well, maybe not gas specifically, but I do have a number of employees that I have to pay, and many other expenses." He paused a beat. "Kate, just because my business has been a success doesn't mean I'm different from the man I was when I was struggling to get it off the ground." "I didn't know you then." "I know that. My point is, I never want to take my success for granted." She tilted her head. "I can respect that." She paused, then asked, "By the way, where's your Prius?" Was she trying to point out that it was extravagant for him to have 2 cars? Not to mention 2 houses and the car he had there? He guessed it would seem pretty extravagant to her, and he hated that his money was a possible point of contention between them, which only underscored the reason he'd lied in the first place. "It's at home." "Which home?" He gave her a sideways look. How many homes do you think I have? She gave him a saucy smile. I only know about the 2. You showed me your beach house, which is amazing, and you implied you have a place in the city. Any others? Nope, just the 2. A loft apartment and the beach house. Did she approve or disapprove? It was hard to tell. And why did he care so much that she approved of his choices? Of course he knew why, because he cared so much about her, so of course he cared what she thought. I think it's great, she said, putting his concerns to rest. It sounds like you've worked really hard for what you have. I'm glad you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. What about you? What do you want from the fruits of your labor? She laughed. My desires aren't nearly as lofty. Just students that listen and hopefully learn a few things. Luke loved that. Simple, yet so very important. Much more important than having multiple cars or houses. Smiling, he turned to her. Nice. You don't think it's too unambitious? He shook his head. Not at all. I think getting young kids to listen is very ambitious. That earned him a laugh. That's for sure. Then she started talking about a couple of her students that sounded like they were a handful. Luke quietly listened, loving Kate's enthusiasm for her teaching and her passion. Not able to stop himself, he reached over and took her left hand in his. Kate tried not to get distracted by Luke taking her hand. She was in the middle of telling a story about one of her students, a young girl who was a chatterbox. But with the warmth of Luke's hand in hers, and the bright spark of attraction it triggered, it wasn't easy. Especially when she remembered that he wasn't a regular guy, but rather a billionaire who was into her and who she was powerfully drawn to. Don't think of him like that, she thought. He really is just a regular guy who's super rich and who's had great success in business, but he's still a human with feelings and needs. It helped thinking of him like that, mortal, human, just as vulnerable to a broken heart as she was. In fact, it made her heart fill with tenderness for him. He'd had to resort to making up a story about himself on the dating site just so he could meet someone without the baggage of his wealth and all that it entailed. Sure, it didn't seem like baggage, except even she had gotten a little caught up in it. Wanting to put that away, to not let it detract from her pure feelings toward him, the ones she'd had when she still believed he was a chef, she focused on him as a person, not as a wealthy man. Because when you stripped all of that away, it was Luke she cared about, not his money. What's on your mind? She'd finished her story and had gone silent, deep in thought. Not wanting to tell him exactly what she was thinking, she turned to him with a hesitant smile. That I'm glad I got to know you before, as a regular person. Did that sound dumb? She wondered. Well, it was the truth. Almost afraid to see his reaction, when she looked his way, she saw him slowly smile. So, you're not mad that I lied? No, I'm not mad. But to be honest, if I'd known the truth, I never would have gone out with you. Really? Why not? His reaction made her laugh. Why does that surprise you so much? I don't know. I guess I figured most women would be flattered to go out with someone. His words trailed off. Kate raised an eyebrow. Someone like you? He chuckled, his chin dipping down. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but the moment I was about to say it, I realized how it sounded. Arrogant and egotistical? He grimaced. Exactly. It was fun to tease him a bit, and she realized how easy it was to be with him. It always had been. It was comforting to recognize this. At his core, he was still the same person she'd originally met. I guess I'm one of the rare women who would have turned you down. This got her a soft laugh. Why, though? Did she really want to expose her deficiencies? Then again, were they deficiencies? She lifted her shoulders in a shrug. I guess I would have felt, I don't know, inadequate. He tipped his head to the side. Really? I think you're amazing. Extremely flattered, she couldn't stop a smile from bursting upon her lips. Thank you. They pulled into a parking lot. Luke approached a valet, and when he stopped, the valet opened his door. Luke got out, then came around to the passenger side, opening Kate's door and holding out his hand. She placed her hand in his and stepped out of the car. With their fingers intertwined, they walked inside the restaurant. Chapter 34. Mr. Hudson, the maitre d' said, like he knew Luke, which rather impressed Kate, because this was the nicest restaurant she had ever been to. Good evening, Luke replied. Table for 2. Of course, sir. Please follow me. With her hand in his, and with him clearly commanding so much respect, Kate felt special. And knowing that he'd chosen to be with her, that he believed she was amazing, it boosted her confidence to a level she'd never felt before. Luke was good for her. He built her up, helped her to recognize her own worth, made her feel treasured. Feeling like she was glowing, when Luke pulled out a chair for her and helped her to sit, Kate smiled up at him, her heart expanding with powerful emotion. Was she falling in love with him? Yes, she was. Exhilarated and terrified all at once, Kate kept her attention on Luke, and when he sat across from her and smiled that smile, she was completely captivated by him. If she was sitting beside him, she would lay her head on his shoulder, which would prompt him to wrap his arms around her. The thought of being so bold made her cheeks grow warm, and she had to look away for a moment. Picking up the menu, she scanned the list of delicious-sounding dishes. Curious how much the food at this restaurant cost, when she didn't see a price listed for anything, she had zero doubt that it was expensive. But knowing the cost of the meal wasn't something she had to worry about, she asked, "What do you recommend?" "The lobster is amazing," Luke said, "but the filet mignon is the best I've ever had." Kate's stomach rumbled at the suggestions. "I think I'll get the filet mignon." He nodded with approval, and they placed their orders. Soon, their soup arrived, and they began eating. After a while, Kate saw Luke looking at her like he wanted to ask her a question. "What?" "Earlier you said you wouldn't have gone out with me if you knew the truth about me because you would have felt inadequate." He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "Care to elaborate?" This was the perfect opportunity for her to express her concerns with dating him even now. The concerns, she told Amy, valid concerns she was a little scared to point out to Luke. Would have pointing them out only resulted in bringing them to his attention when he might not have thought of them on his own? What if he agreed that she was inadequate? Fresh nerves prickled her skin. Wanting to put off the inevitable, she had a spoonful of her tomato basil soup. "Kate," he said, his eyebrows rising, "tell me what's on your mind." She looked down, her forehead wrinkling. Dare she? Dare she bare her soul? Her deficiencies? If she wanted a future with Luke, then yes, she needed to tell him how she felt. Better to get it out in the open now, before she fell for him harder, if that was possible, than to wait until his rejection of her would crush her heart to pieces. Softly clearing her throat, she set her spoon down and lifted her eyes to his. He looked so sincere, so kind, and he was completely focused on her, like she was all that he cared about. That gave her the confidence to proceed. "First, I have a confession to make." Wait, what was she saying? Did she really want to go there? Yes, she did. She wanted to be completely honest with him. He tilted his head like he was intensely curious about what this confession would be. "All right." She blew out a breath. "Amy and I followed you on Saturday." His eyebrows shot up, but he didn't say anything. "After you brought me home from our hike, Amy followed you to your loft, and I—" Wow, this was painful to admit. "I joined her there." A tentative smile rose on Luke's face, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was this planned? Swallowing over her guilt, Kate nodded. "After our date on Friday, when I began to suspect something wasn't quite right, I talked to Amy, and I decided I needed to find out for myself what was going on, with you." He ran a hand through his hair, then audibly sighed. "Okay, I suppose I understand." Kate was beyond relieved that he hadn't stood up and declared their date over that very minute. Then again, she hadn't told him everything yet. Luke did understand, but he was shocked. This didn't seem like something Kate would do, yet she'd done it. What other secrets did she have? So, you followed me to my loft. Wow, why did this bother him so much? On the other hand, he did appreciate her initiative, almost smiled at the image of her and her roommate following him, and he'd had no clue they were there. Then what? Her cheeks grew red. We waited. An image of them sitting in the car, waiting for him to emerge, filled his mind. It actually made him smirk. Like a stakeout. She fidgeted in her seat, then rubbed the back of her neck. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. He laughed. That's exactly what I would call it. Her eyes suddenly glimmered with unshed tears. I'm so sorry, Luke. Seeing her heartfelt remorse made Luke immediately forgive her. Not that he'd ever been truly upset, just surprised. He reached across the table and took her hand. It's fine, Kate, really. He smiled in what he hoped was a reassuring way. You're full of surprises, aren't you? A small smile lifted her lips, and her tears began to clear. Just this one. With her hand still enveloped in his, he asked, Tell me, what did you discover? He knew what he'd done that night. He'd gone to the charity event, alone. Nothing to hide there. Had she seen him go? I saw you leave your place in your car. She glanced toward the exit. The car we drove in tonight. So, she'd already known about the Bugatti when he'd picked her up. Interesting. I suppose you followed me. She visibly swallowed. Yes. The server appeared with her entrees, setting them down in front of them, forcing Luke to release Kate's hand. Once the man left, Luke focused back on Kate, who seemed to be avoiding his eyes, instead studying her filet mignon. She even cut off a slice of her steak and placed it in her mouth. Luke ate some of his prime rib, then said, Kate? She looked at him. Please continue your story. Smiling tentatively, she nodded. Okay. I followed you to a hotel. I saw you get out of your car. You were wearing a tux. He had to stop the urge to shake his head in astonishment. Instead, he stayed quiet. Chapter 35. This was so very painful to admit. Even so, Kate felt good about coming clean. Luke's expression was unreadable, so she had no idea if her admission was making him angry or amused. Regardless, she pressed on. After you went inside, Amy and I went in too. I wanted to know what kind of party you were going to. She pictured him in his tux. He'd look so handsome, although he looked just as good right now. She would have smiled at the thought, except that his lack of response worried her. Was he going to abruptly end their date and take her home, never to see her again? The idea was excruciating. Still, she forged ahead. So, we went inside the hotel and over to the area where the party was being held. A security guard wouldn't let us pass, but he told us it was a charity event. She paused. I could see people in ball gowns and tuxes going inside. You told me that you were working that night. Obviously, you weren't working as a chef, so I thought... She felt foolish now for her initial assumption of what he actually did for a living. Tilting his head to the side, he asked, What did you think? Her lips stretched into an embarrassed smile. I thought you might be a spy, or an assassin. He burst out laughing, drawing the glances of nearby diners. Laughter was better than anger. Kate bit her lip. What happened after that? I went home. And then the next day, yesterday, I told you the truth. But you already knew without a doubt that I'd lied. Yet you still went out with me. Did that make him respect her less? Make him think she didn't care that he'd lied to her? That it was okay to lie to her? She had to clear that up right away. I only went out with you because I wanted to discover the truth. Luke was rather astonished that she'd been willing to see him again when she thought he might be dangerous. A spy or an assassin. She had moxie, he had to give her that, which only made him adore her all the more. What if I'd been a spy or an assassin? Weren't you scared to be with me? She looked directly at him. I was scared, but I was also determined to find out the truth. Impressed, he studied her. I admit, I was worried you were going to take me somewhere where there wouldn't be any witnesses and... She grimaced. Off me? He couldn't stop his laughter. The idea was so ludicrous. They continued eating, then he asked, What would you have done if we'd ended up alone? He grinned. With no witnesses. With one eyebrow cocked, she smirked. Run! Softly chuckling, he nodded. Look, you didn't do anything wrong. You were a little sneaky, but I'd lied to you. You had every reason to be suspicious of who I was. Then he remembered what had sparked this conversation in the first place. You never said why you would feel inadequate going out with me if you'd known the truth from the start. Kate was so relieved that he wasn't mad about her following him that she felt light, giddy. Enough so that she actually wasn't as nervous to bare her soul. Taking another bite of the tender, delicious filet mignon, she gathered her thoughts, but as she opened her mouth to speak, her heart began to pound. This is hard for me to admit, Luke, but I'm scared. She swallowed over the knot of self-doubt that suddenly clogged her throat. Scared that you'll get tired of me. I'm just a teacher. I don't live the kind of life you live. A soft smile spread across his lips. First off, I'm not going to get tired of you. Second, what kind of life do you think I live? She wasn't so sure she believed his first point. How did he know he wouldn't get tired of her? Putting that aside for now, she focused on answering his question. Well, I know you hobnob with rich and famous people. I mean, I saw you at that charity thing. She paused. That's why I decided to tell you about it, so you would understand why I feel this way. As Luke listened to Kate and watched all kinds of emotions flash across her lovely face, all he wanted to do was wrap her in his arms and protect her from the cruel world. You're falling in love with her. The thought shocked him, but in his bones he knew it was true. Not ready to deal with those powerful emotions, he kept his focus on Kate. She looked at her plate, then she met his gaze once again. I'm worried that... She bit her lip as her eyebrows tugged together. Your friends will think I'm boring and insignificant, and that you... Now fear bracketed her eyes. You'll agree. Her gaze fell to her lap. Wow, that's what she really believed? That he was so shallow that he would let what his friends thought influence who he loved? That was just crazy. Not that his friends would think such a thing about Kate in the first place, but even if they did, he was his own man. He made his own decisions about his life. He didn't care what anyone else thought. He reached across the table and took her hand, which earned him a sharp look from her, but she didn't look away. Kate. He shook his head. If you think anyone else's opinion would sway me in the way I feel about you, then you really don't know me at all. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes filled with hope. Using his thumb, he gently rubbed the back of her hand. My feelings for you are... How much did he want to reveal? If she had these reservations, how committed was she to building this relationship? Didn't matter. He needed to tell her where he stood. He began again. My feelings for you are strong, Kate. Stronger than any I've ever had for any other woman. Now her lips turned upward, and her face was lit from within. Really? His expression matched hers. Really. I feel the same way about you. Elated to hear that, he said, I also want to make something else clear. That charity event. He shook his head. I did it because I was obligated. Hobnobbing, as you say, that's not something I particularly enjoy. He chuckled. I'd rather be working at the office or relaxing at home. But networking is part of what I have to do. Kate was ecstatic. Luke felt toward her the way she felt toward him. And the fact that he didn't care what others thought, that helped tremendously to assuage her fears, although a small part of her was still nervous about meeting his friends, assuming she and Luke worked together long enough for that to happen. He released her hand with a smile, then picked up his fork and knife and continued eating. She did the same, savoring the scrumptious meal as they chatted about other, less serious things. When they were done, Luke paid the bill, then escorted Kate out the door before handing the valet his ticket. He held Kate's hand as they waited a few minutes for his car to be brought around. Luke helped her inside, and as she watched him walk around the hood of the car, she felt so much better about everything. She told him that she and Amy had followed him, and she'd confessed her fears, and the world hadn't ended. He got behind the wheel, and they pulled out of the parking lot and headed toward her apartment. "I have a pretty busy week," he said, with a glance in her direction, "but I'd love to see you on Friday night." That was 4 days away. It seemed like an eternity, but she knew her week would be busy as well, and the days would fly by. "I'd like that." "Would you like to go dancing?" She imagined being held in his arms and felt a powerful yearning. "That sounds like fun. I haven't been in ages." They set the time he would pick her up, and as they drove, they talked about their favorite songs and discovered they had similar tastes in music. When they reached her apartment, Luke walked her to the door, then stopped and faced her, studying her. He lifted his hand and ran the side of his finger along her jaw, leaving a trail of fire. "Kate, you've grown to mean so much to me in such a short period of time." His lips quirked up. "It's kind of taken me by surprise, to be honest." Kate's heart leapt with joy. The fact that she felt the same way about him only made the sentiment that much sweeter. Keeping her focus steady on him, she mentally urged him to kiss her. Then he did, his lips conveying the same message he'd just spoken. She slid her arms around his neck, crushing her lips against his. His arms went around her waist, holding her snug against him. She never wanted him to let her go. In his arms is where she felt the most safe and secure. Eventually, his strong arms loosened and he released her. She took a step back and smiled at him. "Thank you, Luke, for everything." He leaned toward her and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. "Thank you for being honest with me." Her heart surging, she said, "I want to always be honest with you." "And I with you." They'd made such a huge leap in their relationship over the last 2 days that Kate was astonished. It was a good sign for where they were headed. "I'll see you on Friday," he said with a wink and that smile that tugged at her heart every time. Then he turned and strode down the walkway to his car. Kate watched him go, already eager for Friday. Chapter 36. Friday night arrived more quickly than Kate could have hoped. Between teaching her students, grading papers, making lesson plans, and one long faculty meeting, the week had flown by. Now, as she finished getting ready for her date with Luke, she couldn't wipe the smile from her face. They'd texted multiple times during the week, but seeing him in person was what she wanted most. Amy had already left for a date of her own, so Kate was by herself. Once she was ready, she peeked out the front window to see if Luke had gotten there yet. Not sure which car he would be driving, although she suspected it would be the Bugatti. If it was hers, she would drive it exclusively. She watched the cars going by. Then his blue car appeared. Heart racing, Kate inhaled a quick breath and dropped the blinds. She dashed into her room to take one last look at herself in the full-length mirror, running her hands down the sides of her sage-green dress. It was mid-thigh length, and she knew it looked good on her, which gave her confidence. A robust knock sounded on the front door. Testing her smile, she nodded in satisfaction, then turned and strode to the door. She drew in a cleansing breath and slowly exhaled, then pulled the door open with a bright smile. Luke stood on the landing, wearing gray slacks and a dark blue shirt that set off his eyes to perfection. Dang, he looked handsome. Then he smiled, making Kate's already pounding heart sing. He was there for her. His feelings for her were stronger than he'd had for any woman before. That's what he'd said. "Hello." His eyes sparkled as his gaze swept over her from head to foot, sending a burst of heat to her insides. His eyes settled on her face. "You look amazing, Kate." A blush warmed her cheeks. "Thank you. Do you want to come in, or?" I thought we'd head to the club. Excited to go dancing with him, she nodded with enthusiasm. Sounds good to me. He walked with her to his car, helping her inside, then he got in and they pulled away from the curb. I have to admit, she said as she ran a hand along the leather seat. It was so buttery soft and luxurious. I like this car. It is pretty nice. It's just a little nicer than my old Civic. Luke glanced her way, studied her for the briefest of moments, then turned back to face the road. I have to confess something. Kate's gaze snapped to him, her worry meter kicking into high gear. What was he going to tell her now? That he was actually married with a passel of children? That would be a problem. Almost afraid to find out, she said, What is it? I only bought that Prius as part of my... He grimaced. I guess you'd call it my disguise. I mean, what chef would drive a car like this? Beyond relieved that it was that, and not something bad, Kate burst into giddy laughter. Is that all? He grinned. You don't find that, I don't know, over the top? It is a bit much, but I have to give you props on being so committed to your fake profile. That earned her a guffaw. When I decide to do something, it's never halfway. Which is why he was so successful, she decided. You know, he said, as he gave her a funny look, I don't really need the Prius. Would you want it? I can't really afford to spend money on a new car right now. He shook his head. No, I didn't mean for you to buy it from me. I would give it to you as a gift. Expecting her to smile with gratitude at the offer, when she recoiled while wearing a horrified look, Luke was taken aback. No, she said. That's nice of you, but no. Her head swung from side to side as if to emphasize the point. Finding that her refusal actually pleased him, because clearly she wasn't interested in him for what he could buy for her, he smiled. But I don't need it, Kate, and I'm sure you could use a newer car. My old Honda is just fine. The more she refused, the more he wanted to give it to her. Think of all the money you'd save on gas, he said with a wink. Her eyebrows bunched. Luke, stop it, okay? The answer is no. May I ask why? It's just too much. I know you can afford it, but... She shook her head. It's too much for you to give me. He pushed it enough. All right, if that's how you feel, I can respect that. It was refreshing to be with a woman who not only didn't ask for anything from him, but vehemently refused an expensive yet practical gift. Her refusal only made him treasure her more. She was the kind of woman he wanted by his side, someone who wouldn't take anything for granted. Even more, someone who is with him purely to be with him, not for what he could give her or do for her. Yeah, she was something special, and he could hardly wait to hold her in his arms as they moved around the dance floor, especially with how sexy she looked in that dress and those heels. They arrived at the dance club a short time later. It was an upscale club he and his friends frequented. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if they ran into at least one of his friends. It would be good for Kate to see that his friends would be accepting of her. That would help to quell her fears. He parked his car, then came around to the passenger side and helped Kate out of her seat. With her hand clasped in his, they walked toward the entrance. Chapter 37. Kate was still trying to get over the shock of Luke's crazy offer to give her his Prius. It was super generous, and as much as she would have loved to take it, the thought of him giving her something with such a high value just didn't seem right. Anyway, she loved her old Civic. It was the first car she bought completely on her own. They walked inside the club, her hand held securely in Luke's. The loud music filled her ears, and she felt her body react. She was ready to dance. The dance floor was packed with bodies moving to the beat, and around the edges of the dance floor, groups of 2 or 3 people sat on stools at tall tables drinking and chatting. Farther away from the dance floor were tables where groups of people sat and ate. Excited to be there, especially with Luke by her side, Kate couldn't wipe the smile from her face. They stopped near the edge of the dance floor. She looked at Luke, who raised his eyebrows as if to ask if she was ready to dance. She nodded with enthusiasm and they made their way through the crowd to a tiny open spot on the dance floor. Trying not to feel self-conscious because she hadn't been dancing in a long time, Kate let the deep thrum of the music seep into her soul as she moved to the beat. Luke was a pretty good dancer, and as she looked into his eyes while they rocked to a song she liked, she knew she hadn't had this much fun in ages. 3 songs in, a slow song started. As much as she loved fast dancing, she'd been impatiently waiting for a slow song to start so she would have an excuse to be held in Luke's arms for several minutes. With his eyes fixed on her, he stepped toward her, closing the small distance between them. Kate eagerly went into his arms and rested her head on his shoulder. The aroma of his cologne filled her senses, and with his strong arms wrapped around her, she felt completely at home. They swayed to the music, hardly moving among the throng of people on the dance floor. Kate barely noticed, though. She was completely focused on the feel of being in Luke's embrace. Being there made her feel so secure, so protected, so treasured. She'd fallen for him and fallen hard. The floral scent emanating from Kate's hair surrounded Luke. It was a scent he'd come to associate with her, but that was only one of his senses that was alive with her presence. The soft pressure of her cheek on his shoulder, the firm embrace of her arms around his neck, the feel of her body pressed against his, it all added up to a kaleidoscope of emotions swelling within him, but every one of them pointed back to Kate and how intensely attracted he was to her, how it was getting harder and harder to see his life without her in it. He tightened his hold on her, wanting to protect her from anything and everything, wanting to make her world perfect however he could. He recalled her appalled expression when he'd offered to give her the Prius and had to suppress a chuckle. He rested his cheek on her head, and she snuggled closer. She fit against him so perfectly, like they were made to be in each other's arms. Now that she knew his secret, knew who he really was, everything felt so right. He didn't have to pretend, didn't have to lie, and despite everything, she was still with him. When he'd signed up for that dating app and had made up his profile, he'd hoped he would find a woman who would be into him for him and who he would have a good time with, but he'd never expected to fall in love. Yes, he realized, he was in love. But although he knew Kate had strong feelings for him, did they go to the same depths as his? He had to admit he was a little nervous about flat out telling her how he felt. What if she wasn't ready to hear that? What if it scared her away? Already he'd revealed so much to her that had been hard for her to take in, had overwhelmed her. He didn't want to move too fast, even if it was his style to move fast on something he was sure of. He had to force himself to slow down, to give her a chance to catch up. The slow song ended, and he reluctantly released her. When they parted, she smiled at him, and he saw a sparkle in her eyes, a sparkle that he felt in his heart. Yes, they were definitely headed in the right direction. "Something to drink?" he asked, then lifted his hand to his mouth to mimic drinking, to make sure she understood over the pounding beat. She nodded, and he took her hand and led her to a tall table on the edge of the dance floor that had just been vacated. They sat on high stools and faced the dancers. A busboy hustled over and gathered the empty glasses from the table and wiped the surface down. A few moments later, a server came over and took their order. It was almost too loud to have a conversation, so Luke moved his bar stool close to Kate's and draped his arm around the back of her chair. She leaned into him, and he savored the feel of her beside him. The server returned with their drinks, and Luke took a long swallow, thirsty after all their dancing. Minutes later, Luke saw a friend of his, Ethan, and waved him over. They shook hands, and Luke shouted over the loud music to introduce him to Kate. Wanting Kate to have an opportunity to meet a friend of his and find out for herself that she would be accepted, he invited Ethan to join them and suggested that the 3 of them move to a table in the back where it would be a little quieter. The trio sat in a booth a distance from the dance floor where the music wasn't quite so loud. "That's better," Luke said with a half smile. As much as he enjoyed the music, he disliked having to yell to be heard over it. "Much," Kate agreed with a shy glance toward Ethan. This was the first friend of Luke she'd met, and her heart fluttered with nerves. The man looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, and he was really good-looking. Was he married, or did he have a girlfriend? A woman whose approval she would also feel the need to have? "Ethan's a good friend of mine," Luke said to her. Curious if he was a business owner like Luke, she asked, "What do you do?" Ethan smiled. "I'm in investment management." It sounded like he was probably wealthy too. Exactly the kind of friend of Luke she felt the need to impress. Already hating the feeling of being inadequate, she shoved a smile onto her lips. "How long have you and Luke known each other?" Ethan turned to Luke. "I'd say, 5 years?" Luke nodded. "Sounds about right." "Where did you guys meet?" Kate asked, glad to have a topic that wasn't about her. "Through a mutual friend," Ethan said. Then one side of his mouth tugged up. "What about you and my boy here? Where did you meet?" Heat raced up Kate's cheeks. Not sure if Luke wanted his friend to know that they'd met online and that he'd made up his profile, she shifted her eyes to Luke. "That's a little secret between Kate and me," Luke said with a smirk. This earned him a surprised expression from Ethan, who swiveled his attention to Kate. "Now that sounds mighty mysterious." He narrowed his eyes. "What did you say you do?" Heart jackhammering now, Kate felt like a fraud among these successful men, and at that moment she hated that Luke had put her in this position. She didn't belong here, and suddenly had a desperate desire to be home in her cute little apartment where she felt safe and secure. "She's a second-grade teacher," Luke said, filling the awkward silence. "Really?" Ethan asked Kate, with an interested lilt to his voice. The fact that he hadn't laughed in her face or treated her with disdain made her confidence grow. "Yes, and they're adorable little buggers, most of the time." This drew a laugh from both men, then Ethan looked between the two of them. "Now I'm even more intrigued to hear how you met." "Why?" she wanted to ask. "Because you're wondering why a billionaire would be interested in an elementary school teacher?" She already knew they were a terrible mismatch. She didn't need his friend to point it out. And come to think of it, was Luke embarrassed about how they'd met? He obviously was, or he wouldn't feel like he needed to keep it a secret. With her annoying self-doubt rearing its ugly head, Kate struggled to maintain eye contact with the men. "Maybe I'll tell you someday," Luke said to Ethan with a grin. Then he took Kate's hand, which had been resting on the table. "But I'm just fortunate that I did." He turned his eyes on her, which warmed her heart and chased away her self-doubt. "She's something special." Love for Luke blossomed inside her. Here he was with one of his friends, basically confessing how he felt about her, despite his friend's comment that implied Luke and Kate were not a pair he would have expected to see. Feeling herself beginning to relax, Kate softly exhaled. "I'm happy for you," Ethan said with a smile. "Now, if I can just find somebody special." So, he was single. Ethan leaned toward Luke. "Maybe you can share your secret and help me find a special woman." Luke just laughed. Would he ever tell anyone how they'd met? Was using a dating app not a thing among billionaires? She would have to ask him later. For now, though, she was content to be with him and to know that he treasured her. Chapter 38. A short time later, Ethan said his goodbyes, and Luke took Kate's hand and led her to the dance floor. He was glad his friend had stopped by, and he was even more pleased with the response Ethan had given to Kate. Ethan was a good man, but his question about how he and Kate had met had caught Luke off guard. For some reason, he hadn't thought through what to tell people. Not that meeting someone online was an issue. The thing he was embarrassed about was that he'd made up his profile. Sure, he'd had a good reason, but lying wasn't something he normally liked to do. He would have to talk to Kate about it and get her input. Thinking of that, he loved that he had a partner he could talk with about pretty much anything. That's how he saw her. Yes, of course he had deeply romantic feelings for her, but he liked that he could count on her to tell him what she thought. That they were equals. After she'd been understanding about his lie, he didn't think she would judge him. Not that he had any skeletons in his closet that would suddenly appear, but he liked that he could be open with her. At least, he thought he could be. What about telling her that you're in love with her, he thought. Yeah, he wasn't sure he was ready to tell her that quite yet. Soon, though. Soon. Kate wondered what was on Luke's mind. They had just begun dancing, and now he had a pensive look on his face. Maybe he's just now catching on to what Ethan implied, she thought, about us being a mismatch. Annoyed with that inner voice that continued to raise her self-doubts, Kate danced harder in an attempt to shut it up. It even seemed to work. She smiled at Luke, who had a soft look in his eyes that made her realize that no, he wasn't thinking about what Ethan had said. What she saw in those eyes was a tenderness that conveyed a deep emotion that she was almost afraid to recognize. It kind of looked like love. Could Luke be falling in love with her, just like she'd most definitely fallen in love with him? Cautious about getting her hopes up too high, but also eager to believe what she thought she saw, without giving herself a chance to talk herself out of it, she danced forward and planted a quick kiss on his lips. When his eyes widened and then he grinned, Kate felt happiness burst inside her. And then, when he dragged her into his arms and kissed her with a passion she hadn't been expecting, that happiness morphed into a deep sense of contentment. Things were going so well that Luke decided he would invite Kate to the dinner party he was planning on attending the next evening. Though he'd RSVP'd the hostess that he wouldn't have a +1, he was certain that not only would she be fine with him changing his mind, but that she would be excited for him. Lisa had become a dear friend, had even tried setting him up with single women she thought he would hit it off with. Yes, there was no doubt she would be thrilled if he brought a female guest. As Luke watched Kate dance, he was still astonished at the way he always wanted to plan the next date before the current date ended. That had never happened in the past. Then again, he'd never dated anyone like Kate before. He smiled at her, his heart filling with tenderness. They danced for another hour, and then, after another drink break, he asked Kate if she was ready to go home. Wearing a big smile, she nodded. "It's been so fun, but I am kind of tired." He was as well, so he took her by the hand and led her to his car, and once they reached her apartment and he walked her to her porch, he faced her with a warm smile. "Tomorrow night I'm attending a small dinner party, and I'd love if you'd come with me." Her eyes widened just a bit, and he knew it would be out of her comfort zone. Still, he really wanted her to come. Kate felt like an unsophisticated idiot for reacting the way she did to the simple invitation to a dinner party, except that it was with people Luke knew, so obviously people who were rich and possibly famous. Even picturing herself facing those people made her heart race. "I'll be with you the entire time if you'd like," Luke added, which showed he knew how uncomfortable the idea made her. But if she cared about him, she would have to push herself out of her comfort zone. "Yes," she said, almost surprising herself with her confident-sounding answer. "I'll go." The smile that lit Luke's face, the smile that made her fall harder for him every time, helped to calm her. If doing something she didn't really want to do made him that happy, then it would be worth it. "Awesome." He ran his thumb along her jaw, stopping under her chin before leaning toward her and kissing her. The feel of his lips on hers made her not care about the party. All she cared about was being with him. Several beats later, he drew away. "I'll pick you up at 6. "What should I wear?" His eyes slid over her, sending a thrill through her body. Then he met her gaze. "A nice dress would be perfect." She could do that. With her lips tilting upward, she nodded. "I'll be ready." "I look forward to it." He gave her another quick kiss, then he turned and strode back to his car. Chapter 39. Both nervous and excited to go to the dinner party with Luke, Kate asked Amy for her input on which dress she should wear. Amy plopped onto Kate's bed, and with a critical eye, she looked at the dresses Kate held up one by one. "The blue one, definitely. It matches your eyes and really makes them pop." "I was thinking the same thing," Kate said with a smile, as she hung up the other dresses. "How many people are going to be at the shindig?" Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, Kate said, "I didn't think to ask. I was too taken aback at the invitation to think that far ahead." One of Amy's eyebrows arched. "Maybe you'll meet someone famous, like a movie star." "I hope not." "Why not?" Kate turned and faced Amy. "Sure, that would be cool, but it would only make me more anxious." Okay, fine. Anyway, I'm sure everyone will love you. Kate wasn't so sure about that, but if they were at least friendly, that's all she could ask for. She changed into the dress, then Amy helped her sweep her hair up into an elegant style. Shortly after she was done getting ready, a knock sounded at the door. Your Prince Charming is here, Amy said with a smirk. Kate laughed and walked to the door. When she opened it and saw how handsome Luke was in his dark slacks and sage green button-up shirt, she had to agree with Amy. He did look like a prince, her prince. Hello, she said, her anxiety melting away. The only person's opinion she cared about was Luke's, and she knew what he thought. Hey. He looked her over, nodding in approval. You look perfect, as usual. Thank you. She did a little spin, stopping when she was facing him again. Before long, they were pulling through a gate and up a long driveway to an impressive house. More of a mansion, really. Struggling to shove down the anxiety that was working its way up her throat, Kate focused on each moment as it occurred. Right now we're parking, she thought. Right now Luke is helping me from the car. Right now we're walking to the front door. Right now we're going inside this mansion. Hello, Luke, a gorgeous woman who looked to be in her 40s said, as Luke and Kate walked into a stunning room. Trying not to gawk, Kate took in the beautiful space that had several vases of fresh flowers, floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked rolling hills, expensive-looking furniture placed perfectly, and artwork that hung on the walls. Each piece of artwork, Kate was sure, cost more than she made in a year. No, more than she made in 2 years. There were 5 other people, and though Kate could tell they were trying to be subtle, she could feel their eyes on her, appraising her, the person dating their friend. Swallowing over the giant knot of trepidation, she forced a bright smile onto her lips. This is Kate, Luke was saying to the woman, obviously the hostess of this dinner party. Kate, this is Lisa. Lisa held out her hand, and Kate gently shook it. Hello. So lovely to meet you, Lisa said, which was when Kate noticed she had an English accent. You too, Kate said, her mouth dry. Lisa swept an arm toward the other guests, some sitting and some standing, but all with a drink in their hand. Let me introduce you to this lot. She rattled off the names of the other guests, 3 men and 2 women, including Lisa's husband, Ken. Kate did her best to remember everyone's names. There were no celebrities among them, much to her relief, and to be honest, slight disappointment. What can I get you to drink? Lisa asked Kate and Luke. They told her, and a man wearing what looked like a server's uniform who stood behind a nearby bar began preparing their drinks. The other guests came over and began chatting with them, the women asking Kate questions and the men talking to Luke. To his credit, Luke stayed beside her, but the women were so friendly that Kate wouldn't have felt uncomfortable on her own. I can't imagine being with small children all day, one of the women, Tatiana, said after Kate answered her question about what Kate did for work. I think it would be fun, the other woman, Denise, said. It would be like playing all day long. This woman's never been a teacher, Kate thought, but held her tongue. Tatiana laughed. It would be like working all day, Denise. Thank you, Tatiana, Kate thought. Denise's lips turned down, but she quickly recovered, smiling brightly. I could use a refill. She held her glass out toward the bartender, who had come over to give Kate her drink, a diet Sprite. Yes, ma'am, he said as he took her glass and strode back to the bar. Denise laughed. Am I old enough to be a ma'am? Tatiana didn't say anything, instead raising her eyebrows as she lifted her drink to her lips. How old are you, Kate? Denise asked. Kate noticed Tatiana rolling her eyes. Suppressing a chuckle, Kate said, 27. She didn't mind sharing her age. She knew she was probably the youngest person at this dinner. Then, feeling bold, she smiled sweetly at Denise. How old are you? Tatiana nearly spit out her drink. Denise's eyes widened. Yes, Tatiana said with a barely suppressed laugh. How old are you, darling? Everyone have what they need? Lisa asked as she joined their group, saving Denise from having to answer. Yes, Kate said. Thank you. Lisa smiled warmly at her. Another couple walked through the front door. We're here, the man said. The party can begin. Everyone laughed. Kate guessed that he, like the other guests, except Luke, who was 31, was in his late 30s or early 40s. The woman with him, like all of the other women, looked fabulous. Hair and makeup perfect, couture clothes, sparkling jewelry. At least I have youth on my side, Kate thought. That was something money couldn't buy, although going by the full lips and tight skin on the faces of the female guests, money could buy services that would make one look younger than one's actual age. Lisa introduced the newcomers, Phil and Margot, then announced that dinner was ready. The 5 couples strolled into the spacious dining room and sat at a table that could have easily fit 4 more people. Wow, Kate thought, impressed by everything about this house. What would it be like to have so much money? Then, when she realized that Luke did have that much money, she felt a little disconcerted. He came from a world so different from her own. Okay, maybe he didn't come from this world, but he lived in this world now and fit in as if he'd always lived in it. A very different world from her own. And as entertaining as the people in this group were, they were nothing like the people she was used to being around. They're just people, Kate, she reminded herself. They still put their pants on one leg at a time. They still have feelings and needs and worries, just not financial worries. Smothering a frown, she shifted her eyes to Luke, who sat beside her, and caught him watching her. What was he thinking? Did he think she fit in? Or did he see how she stood out so starkly from his friends? Before that worry could ruffle her composure, she felt Luke's hand slide into hers under the table, and then he smiled at her, that smile. Calm replaced the torrent of thoughts, and she settled. The first course was placed in front of her by a server. "Butternut squash ravioli with rosemary brown butter," the server said. Once everyone had been served, and Lisa picked up her fork, Kate did the same. Not sure how this would taste, she took a small bite. It wasn't half bad, although to be honest, it wasn't something she would choose on her own. As she listened to the guests' chatter and answered questions thrown her way, she ate about half of her serving. A short time later, the servers, there were 2, took away the appetizers and placed a salad in front of each guest. "Baby kale greens," one of the servers announced, "Asian pear, grapes, candied walnuts, gorgonzola with honey vinaigrette." Kate wasn't used to eating big meals, but she ate a portion of her salad and noticed that the other women didn't eat all of their food either. Next came the main course. "White bean puree and balsamic glazed lamb chops," a server said. Hoping there weren't going to be many more dishes, Kate wondered how these women stayed so thin if this was how they always ate. Maybe they didn't eat all day in preparation for a big meal. That wouldn't work for her. She would be starving by the time dinner rolled around. She thought these things as she ate her lamb chop, enjoying every bite. Though she didn't think she could ever get used to eating such a large meal, she could get used to eating such delicious food prepared by a professional chef. Which led to thoughts of Luke and his fake profile. The idea that he could prepare a meal like this seemed rather ludicrous now that she knew the truth about him. Maybe he wished he could, and that was why he pretended to be a chef. "Tell me, you two," Lisa said in her English accent that Kate could listen to all day, her attention focused on both Kate and Luke. "How did you meet?" Oh no. Kate had forgotten to discuss this with Luke after the same question had been asked of them the night before by Luke's friend Ethan. Since these were Luke's friends, Kate swiveled her attention to him and said, "Why don't you tell them?" He smiled at her, but Kate could tell it was a little strained. "Sure." Chapter 40. Caught flat-footed again, Luke made the split-second decision to tell the truth, only he would make it like a joke. Maybe that would keep his friends from frowning upon his lie and upon him. "We met the modern way," he said with a self-deprecating grin, "through a dating app." This led to several raised eyebrows. "Really?" Denise asked, her eyebrows raised highest of all. Luke shifted his eyes to Kate, who looked pretty surprised herself. Who could blame her after the way he'd put off Ethan the night before when he'd asked the same question? He reached under the table and gave her leg a squeeze to convey that it was all right to spill the truth. "Tell me more," Lisa said with a Cheshire cat grin as she rested her chin on her closed fist. Luke couldn't stop laughter from bursting forth at their reaction. "What did you put on your profile?" Phil asked. Then he held up his hands like he was forming a headline. "Billionaire seeks nice regular girl." Phil followed that up with a laugh. "I'll bet you were inundated with women who wanted to meet you." Luke glanced at Kate, whose cheeks had developed a warm blush. Though he knew it meant she was embarrassed, he still thought she looked beautiful. Turning his attention to Phil and the rest of the group, Luke shook his head and chuckled. "Not exactly." "Did you find him, or did he find you?" Denise asked, her attention laser-focused on Kate. Was Luke planning on telling them that he'd lied about who he was? Kate had no idea, which made her hesitant to answer Denise's question. Then she decided to be honest. She had done nothing wrong after all. That was all on Luke. She was tired of worrying about keeping a secret. "Actually," Kate said in answer to Denise's question, "it was my roommate. She swiped right on Luke on my phone, from my account." This earned her a surprised look from everyone, including Luke. She'd never told him that she wasn't the one who'd picked him out. "Why didn't she choose him for herself?" Tatiana asked. Tatiana tossed a meaningful look in Luke's directions as if to say, who wouldn't want to date him? Pursing her lips against a laugh, Kate remembered that evening when Amy had been messing around on Kate's phone and had swiped right on Luke as a lark. Who would have guessed where it would end up? "She thought I needed to date more," Kate said with a little reluctance, not really eager to admit her dating failures. "Let me get this straight," Denise said, as she held her hands in the air, palms facing out like she needed all conversation to stop when she spoke. "You didn't pick him out. Your roommate did." "That's right," Kate said with a nod. "And who reached out to whom?" Why did this woman care so much about this? Kate was getting slightly annoyed by all the questions. "Had to be you, right?" Denise asked. When you dug a little deeper and saw his net worth." She let her words trail off. Kate couldn't believe this woman. Was she accusing Kate of being a gold digger, right in front of Luke? The fact that she was so far off the mark would have made it laughable, except for how offensive it was. The conversation only emphasized exactly what Kate had feared about what Luke's friends would think of her. They didn't have all the facts, but already they were jumping to conclusions. At least, Denise was. Who knew what the others thought? "Come on, Denise," Tatiana said. Apparently, it was her job to pull Denise back when she was asking inappropriate questions. Denise frowned at Tatiana. "What? I want to know." "She didn't know anything about me," Luke said, silencing both women. "I made up a profile." Heart surging as it became clear that Luke was going to tell them everything, Kate couldn't stop a smile from blossoming on her lips. "You did?" Lisa asked, her expression showing how delightful she found the idea. Luke laughed. "I did." "What did it say?" Tyson, Tatiana's husband, asked. Smirking, Luke said, "That I was a chef who liked hiking and other outdoor activities." "That's hilarious," Phil said, emphasizing his comment with a broad smile. Lisa turned her attention to Kate. "You know the truth now, though, obviously." At that, all eyes shifted to Kate. "Yes, but I didn't for a while." "Did you figure it out on your own, or did he tell you?" Margot asked, her expression showing she was fascinated by the whole scenario. Tossing a half-smile to Luke, Kate then turned her focus on Margot. "I started getting suspicious when he was helping me make baked custard one night and obviously didn't know what he was doing." That won her a laugh from the entire group. Kate had to admit she liked how their story had captivated everyone so completely. "What happened after that?" Tatiana asked. "Did you confront him?" "No," she said with a smile at Luke, who took her hand as it rested on the table. "I didn't know what was up, so my roommate and I cooked up a plan to follow him." She told them about their covert operation and how they followed Luke to the hotel before discovering he was attending a charity event. Every one of them listened with rapt attention. "I was at that charity event," Tatiana said, with a sweeping gaze over the group, as if she was somehow part of the story. "Most of us were," Denise said with an eye roll. Then she appraised Kate with a touch of disdain. "That's when you knew you had a good thing going, I'll bet." Ignoring Denise's implied message that Kate was only interested in Luke for his money, Kate said, "Actually, no. I had no idea what the truth was. Luke had told me he would be working that night, so I wasn't sure what was going on, although I was pretty sure he wasn't working as a chef." She wasn't about to tell them that she thought Luke might be a spy. That would make her sound like an idiot. Luke was enjoying Kate's retelling of the night she'd followed him, and he was proud of the way she stood up to Denise, who could be a bit overbearing at times. Time for him to step in and put an end to this. He gave Kate's hand a gentle squeeze, drawing a smile from her. He smiled back, then turned to the others. "I'm just lucky she forgave me for lying to her." "Of course she forgave you, darling," Lisa said with a wink. "You're quite the catch." Just because he had money didn't make him a catch as far as he was concerned. Even so, he laughed along with Lisa and the others. The servers took away their plates, then placed dessert in front of them. "Honey yogurt panna cotta with blood orange sauce," one of the servers said. "Is this something your alter ego would make, Luke?" Phil asked with a laugh. "I'm sure he would," Luke replied. "Just not baked custard," Kate added, which brought on a chuckle from the group. The topic of conversation moved on, much to Luke's relief, and when they were done eating, the 5 couples went into the living room. Kate was really enjoying herself. These were nice people, easy to be around and welcoming to her. Pleased that her anxiety had been for nothing, she snuggled against Luke as she sat beside him on a couch and listened to the conversation around her. After a while, Phil and Margot stood and said their goodbyes. Everyone stood as well. As Lisa and her husband walked them to the door and chatted with them for several minutes, Tatiana and Denise left the room, heading down a hallway to who knew where. While Luke continued talking with Tyson and Denise's husband Sean, Kate decided to use the restroom before the drive home. Not sure where it was, she wandered down the hall, which is when she heard voices coming from a nearby room. She recognized the voices of Tatiana and Denise. About to continue on in her search for the bathroom, when she heard her name mentioned, she paused outside the room and listened. "That story, though," Tatiana said with a soft chuckle. "So cute. And funny, too." Kate smiled. "The girl is obviously smitten with Luke," Denise said. Shrugging, because that was the truth, Kate continued listening. "Who wouldn't be?" Tatiana said. "Why?" Denise asked. "Because he's handsome, or because he's filthy rich?" "Come on, darling," Tatiana replied. "Do you really think that's why she's with him?" "That's right," Kate thought. "I'm not with him for his money, darling." "I have no doubt why she's with him," Denise said. "It's why he's with her that I'm questioning." Kate's heart lurched, both because Denise assumed Kate's motives weren't pure, and because Denise saw the mismatch that had been haunting Kate as well. "Why?" Tatiana asked. "I think she's sweet." "Huh! Sweet as a bee that will sting you," Denise said. "Come on, Tatiana. If you were with a man worth a cool $1 billion, wouldn't you want to sink your claws in deep?" Hurt at Denise's words, Kate clenched her jaw and shook her head. "It's not about money for everyone, Denise. Sometimes it really is about love." That's right, Kate thought. She was liking Tatiana more and more. "Sure," Denise said. "I can see she's got it bad for him, although the money can't hurt. But come on, Tatiana. She's nothing like the leggy models he usually dates. He'll tire of a sweet little teacher soon enough and move on to his usual type." The thought of Luke discarding her made Kate's stomach churn and her heart ache. Denise might be a bit caustic, but she didn't mince words, and in this case she was right. Chances were that Luke would tire of her. Kate had known that from the moment Luke had confessed the truth about who he was. She had just been in denial. "You're such a cynic, darling," Tatiana said with a laugh, but Kate didn't laugh. Instead, tears flooded her eyes, and she hurried down the hall until she stumbled into a bathroom, closing and locking the door before sobs overtook her. Chapter 41. Luke was ready to leave, but Kate was nowhere to be found. Phil and Margot had left, as had Tatiana and Tyson, and now Sean and Denise were saying their goodbyes. Where was Kate? Concerned, Luke told Sean and Denise good night, then headed down the hall Kate had disappeared down earlier. He checked all the rooms with no success. He paused in the hallway, looking this way and that, and then he saw her. She was just coming out of a bathroom. She hadn't seen him yet. Her expression was downcast, and when she lifted her eyes and saw him, a look of extreme sadness flashed across her face. It was quickly replaced by her usual smile, but it was too late. He'd seen that something was wrong. He went to her and gathered her in his arms. She sank against him and softly sighed, resting her head against his shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked, already guessing that the answer was no, but wanting her to tell him what was going on. "Mm-hmm," she murmured. He drew away, then held her up her arms as he locked eyes with her. "Are you sure?" She studied him. Then she smiled as she nodded. "Yeah, everything's fine." He could tell that wasn't true, but he couldn't make her tell him what she wasn't ready to share, so he smiled. "All right. Are you ready to head home?" "Yes." Hand in hand, they walked to the front room where Lisa and Ken were waiting. "There you two are," Lisa said with a smile. "I was wondering where you got off to." "Thank you for a lovely evening," Kate said. Lisa reached out and placed a hand on Kate's arm. "I'm so glad you could come." "Thank you for opening your home to me." Lisa removed her hand and smiled warmly. "Of course." She glanced at Luke, then faced Kate again. "Seeing this guy so happy makes me happy." Was his happiness so obvious? Luke smiled at the thought and gave Kate's hand a gentle squeeze. He was in love with her and found it hard to remember what life was like before he'd met her. He didn't want to go back to that life. He was loving life the way it was now. Kate wondered if what Lisa said was true. Was Luke visibly happier than he'd been in the past? And if he was, could it really be due to her? Maybe she should disregard what she'd heard Denise say. Well, yes, of course she should. But it wasn't that easy, because Denise's words gave voice to Kate's own fears, made them feel more possible. "It was good to see you, Lisa," Luke said. "Thank you for your warm hospitality." Lisa chuckled, then looked back and forth between Kate and Luke. "I really enjoyed your story." Despite her inner turmoil, Kate couldn't stop a smile from bursting onto her lips. It was a great story. "Good night, Lisa," Luke said. Then he turned to her husband and shook his hand. "Good to see you, Ken." Ken smiled. "Always a pleasure, Luke." "Good night," Kate said to them both. "I expect to see you again," Lisa said to her with a grin. That made Kate feel very good, like Lisa had no issue with her being a mismatch with Luke. It helped to mitigate the sting of Denise's words. "I'd love that," Kate said. Then she and Luke walked out the door to his car. Luke helped her inside, and off they went. As they drove, Kate was quiet, lost in thought, replaying the conversation she'd overheard. "Something's bothering you," Luke said, which surprised Kate. She thought she'd hidden her turmoil well, but she should know by now that Luke always seemed to be attuned to her emotions. She turned to him with a frown. "Why do you say that?" "I could see it in your face, earlier, when you were coming out of the bathroom. Something upset you." He paused. "What was it?" Oh boy, did she really want to spill her fears, her insecurities? Would it make her look weak? Did she want to be that vulnerable with him? She had to. She'd promised herself she would be honest with him, so yes, she had to tell him. Gathering her thoughts, she bit her lip, then she shifted her body to face him as he drove. He glanced at her, his expression showing his concern, which eased her heart and mind. I have some worries." "Okay, what's worrying you?" She didn't want to be a tattletale and tell him what Denise had said, not when Denise was his friend and not hers, so she decided to take a different approach. Glad that Kate trusted him enough to share what had obviously upset her, Luke felt his heart warm with love for her. "I'm not sure how to say this," she began, "so I'm just going to say it right out." She inhaled sharply, then blew out a breath. A little freaked out by what she was going to say, because what if she said now that she'd gotten to know him that she didn't want to be with him? Luke kept glancing at her. "You've told me I'm different from the women you've dated before." He nodded, wondering where she was going with this. "Yeah?" "Right. So, what's going to stop you from deciding you prefer your normal type?" Confused by what she was implying, he shook his head. What? Luke, I'm worried that the novelty of dating me, a regular girl, will wear off, and then you'll... Luke looked her way and saw her struggling to control her emotions. He reached over and put a hand on hers. You'll move on without me. Hating that they were driving in traffic and he couldn't easily pull off the road, although he was going to make his way to the next exit, he said, First off, Kate, that's not how I see the future going. Second, what in the world made you think that? As soon as Luke realized what he'd said, that wasn't how he saw the future going, he knew he was going to have to explain. Was he ready to confess his feelings? He wasn't sure, but he knew he might not have a choice. Chapter 42. The warmth and strength of Luke's hand over hers sent waves of comfort through Kate, and she loved that he was trying to put her fears to rest. But his question about what made her think these things wasn't something she was ready to admit just yet. Instead, she decided to ask something that she found far more intriguing. How do you see the future going? Luke steered his car toward an off-ramp, and they exited the freeway. Let's go somewhere we can talk. Oh boy, that sounded serious. Heart pounding, Kate nodded. All right. Soon, they were driving up a canyon. The sun had set, and the lights of the city twinkled below. When they reached an overlook, Luke pulled off the road, parked his car with the front pointing toward the view, and shut off the engine. He turned and faced her, his eyes intensely focused on her, which made her tummy flutter and her pulse race. She shifted her body to more fully face him, but the console was between them. Now, he said, as he wore a serious expression, let's talk about what's going on in your mind. She wanted to ask him again about how he saw the future going, but held her tongue for the moment. He reached across the console and took one of her hands. Tell me what led to those crazy thoughts that dating you is a novelty. Kate replayed the words she'd overheard and swallowed over the knot that suddenly clogged her throat. I know I'm different than the type of women you've dated before. Luke tilted his head. What kind of women have I dated before? Before she considered the implications of answering, she blurted, Leggy models? Recoiling slightly, he said, Who told you that? No one. She clamped her lips shut. She never should have used that phrase. It was too specific. Now Luke narrowed his eyes. It sounds like something Denise would say. Surprised at his spot-on guess, Kate felt her eyes widen. She tried to settle her face into neutral, but it was too late. Luke had seen her reaction. It was Denise, wasn't it? He frowned. What else did she tell you? Nothing. She didn't tell me anything. Uh-huh. Feeling bad that she was holding back, Kate knew it was better to be honest with Luke than to protect the woman she'd only met that night, a woman who hadn't been particularly nice to her. I overheard her talking to Tatiana. A look of dawning understanding swept over Luke's face. Oh, I see. He frowned. What else did she say? Softly sighing, Kate resigned herself to telling him everything. She said I'm only with you because of how much money you have. A muscle moved in his jaw, but he didn't say anything. And she swallowed over her apprehension in saying out loud the words that bothered her the most. She said that she would soon tire of me and move on to your usual type, leggy models. Storm clouds built in his eyes, turning them a darker shade of gray, but he kept her hand in his, which led her to believe his anger was aimed at Denise. Kate kept her eyes steady on his, concerned about what he was thinking. After several beats of silence, she couldn't take it a moment longer. Is it true? Is dating me just a novelty for you? Are you going to get tired? Tears leapt into her throat, and she frantically swallowed them down. Tired of me? The storm cleared from his eyes, and his face softened as he took both of her hands in his. Kate, are you going to take as gospel the rantings of a woman you barely met? Or are you going to trust me and what I tell you? When he put it like that, She felt foolish for entertaining Denise's mean comments even for a second. "I trust you, Luke." Even as the words left her mouth, she believed them 100%. His focus never wavered from her face, and as he smiled, Kate knew he wouldn't lie to her about the way he felt about her. He'd never lied about that. "Kate, I have something I need to confess." Her heart skipped a beat, then began to pound. "What?" It came out just above a whisper. He paused for several long moments. "I'm in love with you, Kate." She gasped. She couldn't help it. That was the last thing she'd been expecting to hear. "You are?" He'd said it, and he didn't regret it. Even if she didn't say it back, he was glad he'd made his feelings crystal clear. "Yes, I am. So you see, Denise doesn't know what the heck she's talking about." The thought of his sweet Kate believing the cruel words of Denise made him angry. More than that, it made him hurt on Kate's behalf. She'd been crying in that bathroom, he was sure, and it made him furious with Denise that she'd thought she knew him well enough to predict his behavior, which was why he'd had to tell Kate how he felt, had to put her fears to rest once and for all. "I love you too," she said. Although he'd been hoping her feelings reflected his, he hadn't had any expectation that she would say those words, at least not yet. Hearing it now, Luke felt his heart leap with joy. He reached across the console, undid her seatbelt, then pulled her into his lap, wrapping her in his arms before crushing her lips with his. After a long, passionate kiss, he released her, and she rested her head on his shoulder. Holding her in his arms, it felt so right, so perfect, like she was made just for him, and he for her. He rested his cheek on her head, relishing this moment. Heaven. That's what it felt like. Snuggled against Luke's chest, Kate had never felt so protected and treasured. He loves me. The thought was almost staggering to her, but she was filled to overflowing with happiness. "You asked me how I see the future going." Intensely curious as to what he would say, Kate pulled back and faced him with very little space separating them. "Yes." His lips tilted upward. "I see you in my future, Kate. I see you and me building a life together." His smile grew. "That's what I see." He lifted one of her hands to his lips and placed a kiss on the soft skin of her palm. Then he folded her fingers as if to hold the kiss inside. "Just like this kiss will always be in your hand, I will always be by your side." If she thought she'd felt happiness before, now she was ecstatic, because she now knew that her future was with Luke. She hadn't dared to imagine that before, but now that he'd said it, that future seemed as clear to her as the twinkling lights below and the bright moon above. She slid her arms around him and buried her face in his neck before lifting her head and kissing him with all the love and passion that was bursting inside her. "I love you, Luke." His arms tightened around her waist. "I love you, Kate." Although she knew the future wasn't guaranteed, she'd finally and permanently rejected the idea that they were a mismatch and that he would eventually toss her aside. Having that assurance was liberating. It opened her heart to love him all the more. Life would still be challenging, and their relationship still had a long way to go, but she had no doubt now that they were in this together, and that she could trust him and trust in his love for her, no matter what anyone else thought. It was about them. The two of them were a team, and she knew she could count on him to always have her back as she would have his. Her heart blossomed with all the marvelous possibilities that being with the man she loved would bring. When Amy had swiped right on that app, Kate never could have imagined where she would end up, finding the man of her dreams. Yet here she was, having a Cinderella-like experience with her very own Prince Charming. She closed her eyes and settled against him, safe and secure in the knowledge that all was right in her world. Chapter 43. 1 year later. Luke was nervous. He didn't know why. After all, he and Kate had built a powerful bond over the previous year. Still, this was going to be a big moment, and he wanted everything to be perfect. He knocked on her apartment door, then waited. A few moments later, she opened it. Like every time he saw her wearing her beautiful smile, his heart warmed with love for her. "Hello, gorgeous." Her smile grew. "Hey." "You ready to go?" "Do I look ready?" She did a little spin. He took in her dress, a form-fitting blue number that set off her eyes, and her strappy sandals. "Yes, you do." Her eyes sparkled. He tried to imagine what her expression would be when the big moment arrived later on, a moment she had zero clue was coming. But if he thought about that moment too much, his heart began to pound, so instead, he focused on the here and now. "All right then, let's go." She took his outstretched hand, and they walked to his Bugatti. He glanced at the Prius he'd finally persuaded her to take. She'd only agreed because her car had died completely, and the cost of the repair hadn't made sense. She'd tried to pay him for the Prius, but he wouldn't take her money. She'd finally given in when he'd convinced her how much it would mean to him if she would let him give it to her. He helped her into his car, and they pulled away from the curb. "I'm excited for this art exhibit. I haven't been to many, but I think it will be really fun." He suppressed a grin. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well." When they arrived, he parked his car and helped her out, then escorted her inside. They strolled around, looking at the pieces that hung on the wall and the sculptures placed strategically around the room. In anticipation of what was to come, Luke's heart rate was all over the place, but he thought he was hiding it well. He couldn't take it much longer, though. Kate was really enjoying herself. Ever since seeing the beautiful art on Lisa's wall at that dinner party, she developed a desire to learn more about art. However, life was busy, and she had yet to take the time. So when Luke had suggested checking out this art exhibit, she jumped on the offer. Now, as they strolled around the space, she paused at nearly every painting, stopping to read the plaque posted beside each piece to learn more about it. Luke seemed to be having a good time too, although she was getting a bit of an odd vibe from him. Chalking it up to work stress, she didn't worry too much about it. After a while, he gestured toward the opening to a room that was off of the main space. "Let's see what's in that room." "All right." With her hand held securely in his, they walked toward the room. When they stepped across the threshold, it took Kate a moment to understand what she was seeing. Framed photos of her and Luke covered all of the walls. "What?" she breathed out, not sure what to make of it. She turned and looked at Luke and saw his huge smile, the smile that she loved. Confused as to what this meant and why he'd done it, she shook her head with her mouth open, then released his hand as she began wandering around the room, stopping to look at each image. They were pictures taken over the last year, pictures that basically documented their relationship as it blossomed from their budding love to the deep love they had for each other now. Pictures of them on hikes, on boating trips, on horseback rides. Some were black and white, others were in color. She remembered when they'd taken the pictures, selfies, or pictures others had taken of them, but each and every one showed the joy they felt when they were together. Kate swiveled to look at Luke, but when she turned, she saw him on one knee a dozen feet away. Gasping as her heart went into a gallop, she went to him, her mind racing. Was this what it looked like? Could this really be happening? "Kate," he began, taking her hands as his eyes locked with hers. "This last year has been the best of my life." He glanced at the photos hanging on the walls, then shifted his focus back to her. "And it's all because of you. You've made my life so much better. Before I met you, I didn't even realize what I was missing, but now that I know, I am 100% sure that I want this for the rest of my life." As she processed what he was saying and understood where he was going with it, Kate felt every cell in her body singing with joy. "Kate, I love you more than you'll ever know. I want to be with you for the rest of my life." He paused for several dramatic beats. "Kate, will you marry me?" Tears flooded her eyes as a radiant smile lifted her lips. "Yes." Tears of joy overflowed her lashes and slid down her cheeks. "I love you so much, Luke. Yes." His smile was brighter than Kate had ever seen it. He stood and wrapped her in his arms, and she sank against him, her fiancé. They stood like that, embracing one another, for several moments. Luke released her and reached into his pocket before pulling out a small box. Her mind going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and her heart not far behind, when Luke opened the box and Kate saw what was nestled inside, a huge round diamond encircled with smaller diamonds set in a white gold band, she had to catch her breath. "Oh," she breathed out, "that is—" Overwhelmed, she shook her head, then met Luke's satisfied smile. "It's gorgeous, Luke." He took her hand and slipped it on her left ring finger, then met her eyes. "This is a small token of my love for you, Kate. I want to share everything I have with you. Temporal things, of course, but my heart and my love most of all." She wrapped her arms around him as love for him surged through her in powerful waves. He was so good to her, and now he was going to be her husband. She pulled away, keeping her eyes on him. "You know I don't care about your money. You are all I ever wanted." His smile grew. "I do know that, and that's what I love about you, and that's why it's so much fun to give you things." It had been hard to take that Prius from him, but she knew she had to get used to letting him give her things. It made him happy, and she was all about making him happy, especially when he brought her so much joy. She placed a soft kiss on his lips. "Thank you for being so good to me, Luke." Cupping her face with his hands, he said, "I love you, Kate. Being good to you is my life's mission." Then he held her close, and as she basked in his love, she knew she was the luckiest girl in the world. This has been The Secret Billionaire, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.